So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto is a descendant of the Dragon Clan. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 2. Comment down below. And let me know before I start, please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Knowledge is power. In the forest of death. Hiba couldn't help but shake his head a bit as he, Akamaru, Shino, and Hinata moved on to make it to the tower, as they already had their own scrolls to enter the place. The young Inyazuka couldn't help but remember the words spoken by the stranger named Fenrix. I can't believe that Naruto has that kind of power. Who would have thought he'd have that? It is odd that Naruto never had that power back in the academy, but my destruction bugs panicked greatly when they sensed that power. I guess. But how the heck does he have a bloodline? He certainly never showed it back in the academy. Hinata was silent for the most part, but she couldn't help but wonder what the future was for her longtime crush. She hoped that he would be fine and would soon make it to the tower, as he had done so much to make it this far, and to not make it would really hurt him. Her thoughts then wandered to the stranger who was there with Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke at the moment, but for now. Her team had to worry about getting to the tower. They were not the only ones, as Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji were moving along, as well as the team of Lee, Niji, and Tenten. As they made their way to the tower, they couldn't help but wonder what the future would hold for them, as they were getting closer to being Chunin. Well, they thought of what would happen when they would meet with Naruto and the members of his team. Shikamaru had to admit that he had thought that Naruto's team would be easy to deal with, even with Sasuke present. Now he was happy he didn't push through with that idea. Meanwhile, at a clearing, Naruto looked at the ruins that were once his favorite clothes and was not the least bit happy at the moment, and it was understandable as he didn't have any spare clothes to use at the moment and had been given a spare shirt by Fenrix. The young man in question was hauling a pair of massive tigers that appeared to be dead with their necks broken. And the three genin could only watch with some queasiness how the man methodically skinned the dead animals and began to cook the meat. Fenrix looked at the three and spoke. You three can relax for now, you have had a very busy day and you need to get your strength back as much as you can. Naruto couldn't help himself and spoke. Who are you exactly? Fenrix grinned at that and replied. I suggest you three get some food in your stomachs before we talk about the past, you'll need the energy for the mission of getting the scroll you need at the moment and you still have one scroll to keep safe. So I doubt that fighting on an empty stomach is a good idea. The growling stomachs of all three genin convinced them that he was right and they dug into the cooking meat, and while they were not big fans of eating tiger meat, the food was at least good to the taste buds and worth eating at the moment. Naruto and Fenrix however were eating like mad as they ate as much food as they could get, surprising both Sasuke and Sakura. The two were finally eating enough meat to feed at least 6 people, and the two could only look on and wonder. As soon as the two placed aside their plates, both gave explosive burps and Sakura couldn't help but chuckle a bit at the sight. Fenrix laughed a bit and decided that now was the time to tell Naruto a portion of the information that he carried. Now you are wondering who I really am, then I will tell you. You three already know my name and what I am, at least at first. So therefore, I will explain as best I can. On what I am, I was once human, like the three of you, but I underwent a ceremony that granted me the power and ability of a dragon. It was known as the Blood Ascension Ceremony. This ceremony is ancient. Older than anything that exists and has not been practiced in nearly 9 millennia. Naruto scratched his head at that and asked. What's millennia? Millennia. A millennium is a number of years, namely 1,000. So this special ceremony has not been done in nearly that long, 5,000 years. The dragon race was the first and the only race to have this powerful ritual. This ritual was made by the dragons to pass their powers onto other beings, namely humans. Long ago, when humans were still starting in the building of their civilization, dragons took notice of them and were interested in humanity. They saw that while humans were a short-lived race and could die easily, they had great potential and drive, and the dragon race decided to give their powers to humans. These humans became the dragon ascendants like myself. Sasuke listened as he couldn't help but wonder just what was going on and how exactly did Naruto fit in all this. Sakura was the one who asked the question. How does Naruto fit in all this? In due time Sakura Haruno. The dragon ascendants rose in power and they used their powers in many ways. Some used their powers for the betterment of their people, while others did it for their own desires and for destruction. This made dragons realize that humans were capable of great good and great evil in equal measure. Over the years that passed, the humans who gained the powers of the blood ascension ceremony were able to forge vast civilizations and cultures, but as time passed, later generations of humans believed that they could become even more powerful than the dragon race by killing them and forcing them to give them the secrets of the blood ascension ceremony so they would be truly invincible. They attacked the dragons. Yes. Their efforts were clumsy and foolish. Even the ascendants who were tempted with the idea of surpassing their former benefactors were easily defeated by the older and wiser dragons and their leaders. The dragon kings, as well as the ascendants who were against the whole idea. However, this signaled to the dragon race that they had to leave humanity to their fates and carve their own future without interference. Thus was the beginning of the dragon race from the world of men, as well as the other races in their charge who were willing to follow them. Even a large number of ascendants decided to leave the world with their dragon benefactors. Sasuke was getting a bit impatient, he wanted to know just how Naruto got a bloodline that he had never heard of before. Just how does Naruto fit in all this? We don't need the history lessons. Fenrix gave a dark glare at Sasuke that was enough to silence the Uchiha as the eyes of the dragon ascendant took their glowing green hue. This made Naruto and Sakura nervous as they had no idea how the situation would turn out. Fenrix then spoke seriously and showed his displeasure for Sasuke's actions. If you are so curious to know how your teammate fits in all this, then I hate to disappoint you Sasuke Uchiha, but you will have to wait. All things will be explained in due time and not before. So hold your tongue and listen first. Your world's history is tied to this story as well, so do me, your teammates, and yourself a good favor and be silent. Sasuke would have normally ignored the warning. But something about the change in Fenrix's demeanor told the Uchiha that he was treading on dangerous ground. And so he nodded as he held his tongue. Fenrix relaxed and took a deep breath to relax his own thoughts and continued to speak. The dragon ascendants who were left behind thought that their already existing power was all they needed. But they were partially wrong in that assumption, since while they retained their powers, those powers were not able to be properly unlocked to their full potential after succeeding generations. Over time, the powers they once possessed eventually lost a great deal of their original power and potency, and without the teachings of the dragon race, as well as their knowledge, the powers were either heavily degraded or were eventually left to die and never return into the world of men. Not all the powers however faded and still existed and became bloodline inheritances. The language of your world is Kekkei Genkai, I believe. Sasuke was shocked to hear this, and Fenrix spoke to Sasuke directly. Now do you understand what I meant about your world's history being tied to what I was telling about the dragon race and the blood ascension ceremony? Are you saying that? Yes. This world, your world, thousands of years ago was part of the many worlds inhabited by dragons, and they too passed their powers to the humans who lived here. Your ancient ancestors were also dragon ascendants, and like before, attempted to wrestle the power away from the dragon race, forcing their benefactors to leave. And those ascendants began to lose the full potency of their powers, but their powers did not die out quickly like the others, and their bloodlines were not destroyed. Despite being degraded. What this means is that your Sharingan. In fact, all the known and still to be seen Kekkei Genkai of this world are actually the degraded remains of the old dragon ascendant blood that existed thousands of years ago. Sasuke was stunned by this, and he couldn't help but feel angry. At the thought that his clan's most respected Kekkei Genkai was being seen as a degraded form of power. His people had become legends with the Sharingan, and he would not allow that fact to be downplayed by this stranger. They're calling the Sharingan of my clan to be nothing but a watered down and weak power. Fenrix was not intimidated by Sasuke's words and replied. I am not insulting it. I am merely stating what I know and what I have learned. You're lying. Why would I lie? What would I possibly gain by it? And do not think of attacking me out of revenge or anger Sasuke. I might not look like it. But what you have witnessed before is merely a tiny fraction of my true power. I am already 1,500 years old by human standards and years. And I am far more powerful and skilled than Naruto, despite his status as a dragon ascendant like me. I have more power and ability than you could ever hope to accomplish in your lifetime, so if you decide to fight me, I know that I can easily crush you like an annoying insect. So I suggest you calm down and keep in mind that I have no interest in you as an enemy for that matter. So don't waste either my time or yours, for both our sakes. Naruto was getting even more confused. Wait a minute here. When did I ever become a dragon ascendant? I don't recall ever taking part in this ceremony or even meeting a dragon. So how the heck can I be an ascendant? Sakura nodded at that as she wanted to know even more about this mystery. I have to agree with Naruto. If what you said was true, then there have been no dragons in our world for nearly 10,000 years. And if the blood ascension ceremony has not been done for that long, how could Naruto become an ascendant if there are no dragons in our world and they are the only ones who can make the ceremony work? Fenrix smiled. Finally you are asking the right questions. Tell me something, Naruto, have you ever met a man by the name of Valen in your younger years? Naruto thought back as the name was very familiar to him and as he thought hard. It was not long before he recalled the foreigner who had become his friend for a number of months before he had left on his birthday all those years ago. Yeah. I remember someone with that name. He was so cool. I remember him scaring a number of villagers with that cool fire serpent that used no-hand seals. It was awesome. I asked him to teach it to me, but he said he couldn't. Do you know him? Fenrix nodded. Yes, I do. Valen was my master. And a dragon king. One of the 5 rulers of the dragon race. No one was more shocked than Naruto himself. No way. Valen was a dragon, but he didn't look the least like a dragon. He was human. Dragons have many powers, one of which was the ability to take a human appearance, unlike ascendants who were humans to begin with and thus can take a dragon-like appearance once their powers and bodies had fully matured and at their highest levels of power. He was able to begin the blood ascension ceremony and bestowed his consecrated blood to you on your birthday. When you last saw him. Do you remember the cup that he handed to you during your birthday? Naruto recalled that and he was shocked even more. I drank his blood. Yes. And it was already consecrated, thus you were able to receive its power in full form, and that makes you the very first dragon ascendant to walk this world. However, the reason your powers awakened late in your life was that due to certain circumstances, your dragon blood was sealed away in your body, and it was only now that it awakened. Fenrix eyed and thought back on the other dragon ascendants who woke late to their powers for different reasons, and what were the results of that. Naruto then looked at the bracers that were on his hands, and Fenrix noted that and spoke. Those bracers are specially crafted and enchanted. When you awakened to your dragon blood, you were not yet mentally and spiritually strong enough to control your power and your Dragon King bloodline, which resulted in you becoming a berserker, and you attacked others who you saw. If I had not stepped in, you might have turned on your friends. What? Why couldn't I remember this? Your human mind had not adapted well to the power, and you regressed into a more bestial state, and do not think you are the first. There have been others who were late in awakening to their hidden powers and their bloodlines, and they had to wear these bracers which were placed on them by their mentors. These are not meant to be permanent, however. Once you have developed the mental and spiritual strength, the bracers will no longer restrain your powers, they will eventually unlock themselves, and you can remove them, but until you develop the control and focus needed, then they remain with you. He then looked at Sasuke, who was still fuming mad, and replied towards Naruto and Sasuke. Also, since this is your first time using a bloodline such as this, Naruto, you will have to start from scratch. Unlike the Sharingan, which has been handed down from generation to generation among the Uchiha clan, your power is still in its infancy and is not yet fully grown. In dragon terms, you're still very much a hatchling, and thus, your powers will need to be refined and perfected. So I have to learn how to use this power properly. Correct, that is why Master Valen sent me to be your guardian and teacher in the ways of the dragon ascendants. Another thing that I can tell you is that as a dragon ascendant, you can also undertake the blood ascension ceremony in order to pass a portion of your already existing power to another individual to make him a dragon ascendant as well. That got Sasuke's attention right off the bat as he looked at both Naruto and Fenrix. However, this is something that is not to be taken lightly. You have to grow in power, knowledge, skill, and more before you can do so. If you attempt to do the blood ascension ceremony without the proper training, maturity in body, mind, spirit and experience, plus without the fully mature powers, the results could be disastrous. For both you and that one you wish to pass your powers to. How disastrous would it be? Sasuke asked, and Fenrix simply replied. You both can either suffer intense pain both physically and mentally, as well as crippling yourselves and being reduced into invalids. Or if things go really wrong. Then the both of you will die. The silence was deafening at that, and as soon as reality set in, Fenrix then decided that now was the time to explain to Naruto some of the basic powers that he possessed at the moment due to his dragon blood. However, even with the bracers on, you are already unleashing signs of your powers, at least not totally visible ones. Hand me a kunai. Naruto and the others looked at one another and were very hesitant, but Sakura handed Fenrix one, and he took the weapon and spoke to Naruto. Naruto. Give me your arm. Naruto did so, and before he could blink, Fenrix grabbed his arms and stabbed him with the kunai. The ninjas panicked and quickly drew weapons, while Naruto was released, and Fenrix laughed as he showed them the kunai. Which was broken, and several of its blades were actually shattered at the moment on the ground. The others were surprised by this, and Naruto looked at his arm. And saw that there was not a single drop of blood, not even a scratch. How? That, Naruto, is but the very first sign of your body adapting to the power that now flows in your veins. You might not see it, but there are tiny and near invisible scales that are melding with your skin at the moment. That is dragon skin, and it is a basic power that all dragon ascendants are given as they adapt to their powers. As you can see. This power is able to make your skin similar to dragon skin, which is a lot tougher than normal skin and can withstand blades and powerful forms of physical and magical attacks. Naruto was looking at his uninjured arm and was smiling a bit as the ramifications began to set into his mind at the moment. So I am invincible? Not exactly, while the dragon skin may make you stronger and tougher, you are not immortal or unstoppable. The ability makes you much harder to injure, but specially made blades with enchantments and the attacks of those who have very high levels of physical and spiritual strength can still injure you, but if anyone attempts to attack you with multiple blades and attacks, then you cannot be harmed. This power is different since as humans, ascendants do not lose their sense of touch like dragons do. Normal dragon scales grow on dragons every time, and when that happens, they slowly lose their sense of touch, so they sacrifice their sense of touch for the added defense. Ascendants will have that toughness, but not in the same degree as that of dragons themselves, and as such, don't lose their sense of touch. Do you get the idea? Naruto nodded at that, and he was even more curious about what other abilities he had under his command at the moment. What else do I have? You have the basic senses of a dragon, increased sight range, smell, hearing, taste, and touch. Physically, you have increased strength though at the moment that is controlled by the bracers, as well as increased speed and stamina. You will also develop a dragon's immunity to illusions over time, as well as their resistance to various elements, toxins, and weakness. Will I even grow wings? Eventually you will, and they will be in the form of energy, but at the moment you have no wings at the moment, those take time to grow properly and also to control. You certainly don't need those wings to suddenly sprout out in the middle of a busy street, you know. Anyway, here's one power you might find useful when the time comes. Do you see that tree over there? Naruto turned in the direction that Fenrix was pointing and nodded. Good. Now then. Imagine your breath in your lungs becoming as hot and as intense as fire, and then unleash your breath at that tree. Naruto did so, and to his shock and that of the others, his breath did become flame as a massive tongue of fire was unleashed from his mouth at that exact moment of action. And the tree was easily incinerated in a matter of moments by the sudden unleashing of flame on it. All that was left of the once massive tree was a pile of pure ash. Naruto clasped his mouth in shock as he looked at the large tree that he had just reduced into nothing but ash in merely a moment. As soon as he was feeling a bit calmer, he turned to speak to Fenrix, who watched in approval. While Sasuke and Sakura were looking on with great surprise, and as soon as he was able to recover from the sight, he spoke to Fenrix. Did I just breath fire? Yes, you did. Fire breathing is very normal for dragons, and it's child's play for ascendants. And unlike the fire base done by ninja, what you did is a very basic and simplistic technique, and as you can see, it does not rely on hand seals. There are other breath techniques that you can use, but those will come in time. For now, however, I suggest we get moving. This cooking fire will no doubt attract all manner of predators and other ninja, and while we can handle them well enough, now is not the time, and you three need to find another team to get their scroll, am I correct? As they moved out, Kabuto made his appearance, and while the genin who had taken the exam 7 times was surprised to meet the dragon ascendant, he couldn't do much at the moment, as Fenrix had no intention of leaving his charge alone for the time being. However, Fenrix did not trust Kabuto despite his pilot demeanor and manners, as he could tell due to his long years of experience. This seemingly kind person had a much darker personality and had an ulterior motive. He watched as Kabuto observed both Sasuke and Naruto, and that was the thing that made the ascendant very wary at the moment. Naruto was eager to tell Kabuto about his new powers, but Fenrix gave him a very serious look, and despite being confused as to why his teacher in the art of the dragon ascendance was giving him that look, he knew that he should not reveal anything yet about his powers, and thus he kept his trap shut. They were able to track a genin team from the village of Hidden Waterfall and managed to get their scroll, and they were able to make it to the tower, and as soon as they got there, Naruto and others were able to get the scrolls open and then walk through the scrolls, none other than Iruka, who despite being surprised by the presence of Fenrix who had joined the trio, had told them that they passed Dance secret behind the 2 scrolls and the next parts of the Chunin exams. However, Fenrix had other ideas as he spoke to Iruka. I need to speak to the Hokage if at all possible. Why do you want to see the Hokage? And who are you? Tell him that Valen's old student is here to see him. Iruka remembered Valen very easily and could see that this man had the same level of manners as Naruto's old foreign friend had at the moment. However, like before, he couldn't help but feel that this guy had a hidden power, the same way Valen did, but if he was Valen's student, then he was alright in his book. It did not take long for the Hokage to arrive, and Fenrix bowed before him and spoke. Greetings, here is in Sarutobi. You are exactly as my master Valen described. The Hokage nodded and looked at Naruto, and like before when he sensed a fraction of Valen's powers, he sensed the same at the moment in Naruto and knew that now was the time for the truth to come out. However, there was the fact that Valen's plans for Naruto had to be put into motion, and while Naruto had no idea what his foreign Dragon King friend had done for him, the Hokage had no doubt that things were going to be very interesting. With that in mind, he asked Iruka to guide Sasuke and Sakura to the main area where the other genin teams were at the moment. Naruto and Fenrix however were brought to another place in the tower, and sure enough, as soon as they entered the room, there were the council members of Konoha. As Sarutobi sat down, he knew that this day was by far going to be the longest he would ever be at the moment. He wondered just what would happen if Orochimaru found out about Naruto's unique bloodline. He thought back on the day he discovered just who Valen was. Flashback. Sarutobi was surprised to see himself not in the Hokage Tower, but in a massive field filled with grass and flowers. There were clear skies and clouds all over the place. It was a beautiful sight at the moment, and it was then that he saw Valen. But the human disappeared and then was replaced by a massive reptilian creature with wings and a long tail. His scales were deep platinum in color, and there were a number of large gems that were on his body, and a crown-like protrusion of pure crystal on the head of the massive creature that moved back. And his wings were releasing some sort of wispy light that was of many colors like the rainbow. What is the name of the kami? Calm yourself, here is in Sarutobi. I am in my real form. That of a Dragon King. Valen, is that really you? That it is. You are in my mind, here is in Sarutobi. And you are seeing me in my true form. I have never revealed this form to other humans in nearly 9,000 years. You are the first mortal in your world's history to see me in my full might. The human form I take not only allows me to blend among humans and other mortals, but submerges my full powers. The Hokage was stunned and wondered how to act. Long ago, when he was a child, he had been told ancient tales about dragons, and he was truly fascinated by the old legends about how dragons would bestow great powers on humans and how these powers became legends. But he never truly believed them. But here he was now. In the mind of a dragon, and it was talking to him. Relax, young one. You might be old by human standards. But to me and my race, you are still very young. Now come. Sit and I shall tell you of some truly amazing tales that I doubt even the greatest of your village had ever known. And what is my reason for being here? End of flashback. As he thought back on those things and Valen's desire to aid Naruto, he couldn't help but look at the young boy. He had been told that Valen had every intention to give Naruto true power. Older than anything that existed. The very origin of all the Kekkei Genkai of this world. The power of the dragon race. It was something he thought he would ever have the honor of seeing, but he worried about how the council would react to this news at the moment. However, Valen had planned ahead, and even the professor had to admit that it was pure genius. And beneficial to the village at the same time. Valen had also told him about his chosen teacher for Naruto in the ways of the dragon ascendants. And Fenrix proved to be everything his master told him about. As they sat back, a number of people gave curious looks to Fenrix and hostile ones to Naruto. The Hokage sighed at that, but he could tell that Fenrix was glaring back, and he couldn't help but be slightly amused at the sight of the council members being cowed a bit by the glare. The older, wiser, and more powerful and skilled dragon ascendant. Amura, his old teammate, was the very first to speak. We are here as you ask, Hokage-sama. What is this about? This discussion is twofold. Recently we have learned that Orochimaru has returned to the village and has already begun to make his move on our homeland. There is no doubt in my mind that he is planning something sinister in our village. The council were deep in discussion the very moment Orochimaru's name was brought up, and it was then that Anko arrived and gave her report on what was discovered when they found the real grass ninja who were all dead, and also what Orochimaru told her. The news that Sasuke Uchiha was the target of Orochimaru caused considerable concern from the council. They knew the power of the Sharingan, and if Orochimaru had interest in it, then they would have been ready for anything at the moment. As they planned out a strategy, it was then that one council member spoke to the rest. Hokage-sama. Why is Naruto Uzumaki here in this chamber? The Hokage nodded and knew that now was the time to drop the news of Naruto's newly awakened bloodline to the Konoha Council. In fact, he couldn't help but admit mentally to himself that he was going to enjoy this. This has something to do with an incident no less than 5 years ago. The Hokage then told the council about the arrival of Valen to the village and what he had learned from the disguised Dragon King, namely on the blood ascension ceremony. The council was silent and none of them asked any questions. But many of them were directing their attention to Naruto and were studying him. Trying to determine just how this child who carried the Kyuubi could have such a bloodline. As soon as Sarutobi was done, he spoke to Fenrix as he had been told by Valen that since his student was the same as Naruto but older, more experienced, and wiser, he would know far more and he would truly give the council a lot to think about at the moment. And true enough. When Fenrix told the council what he had told Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura about the blood ascension ceremony and the history of their own world thousands of years ago, there was an uproar. The council members were looking at Naruto incredulously and were talking back and forth. This knowledge shocked the very council to their knees, and it had taken a few minutes for the knowledge to sink in and take hold of the people. To think about this. The kid had a Kekkei Genkai that was the progenitor of all the known Kekkei Genkai. Was in one word. Astonishing. Sarutobi took this all in stride and then removed a special document that he had made and waited to put into action for nearly 5 long years. This was going to elevate Naruto to a whole new level. Befitting the powers he had now been awakened to. I have been planning to deal with this for some time, and therefore. Considering that Naruto is the sole owner of this Kekkei Genkai and is a citizen of the village of Konoha. It is by law that as a user of a Kekkei Genkai, Naruto is to become the head of his own clan that will take his last name. As of today, Naruto Uzumaki is now head of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto was stunned by this as well as overjoyed. In just one day, he had gone from a simple genin with a dark secret to the head of his own clan and wielding a Kekkei Genkai that was now recognized as the progenitor of all the Kekkei Genkai in existence. Amura and Kaharu were very much in shock, as well as just about everyone in the council, and it took a few minutes for Hamura to speak. We need proof to see if this is all true. Fenrix nodded and replied. Fair enough. As the council was ended with Naruto swearing not to reveal anything to his team and also to prepare for the soon-to-come announcement of his being head of his own clan. Fenrix and Naruto went back to the other genin, with the Hokage planning to speak to Kakashi in secret soon about all that was happening in the shadows. Fenrix then spoke to him in secret. Naruto. I will allow you to use your powers in this fight. Once you start the fight you will be part of, summon your Dragon King blood, and when you feel its powers come. Say the words, Dragon King blood. Release. And think of an elemental form. How will that work? You'll see. As Naruto arrived, the others were surprised that he finally arrived, and the Hokage then told them the true purpose of the exams and what was about to happen. Sasuke himself was eager to get things going. But apart from wanting to fight both Gaara and even Neji Hyuga, he had developed the desire to fight Naruto himself. He was not going to let this new Kekkei Genkai beat the Uchiha clan Sharingan, despite the fact that Naruto's Kekkei Genkai was opposed to the pure version and much more powerful than the Sharingan and the ancestor of the Sharingan. He would not let the Sharingan, the pride and honor of the Uchiha clan, be overshadowed by anything. Even this Dragon King bloodline. The thought of using the Sharingan to beat Naruto had made the seal react and he held his shoulder in pain once more. Sakura saw that and couldn't help but feel even more concerned by what was happening. She had seen and heard Orochimaru's dire warning and plans to take Sasuke, and she couldn't help but feel even more afraid of what might happen if Orochimaru. She was not the only one, however, in that train of thought. Sarutobi, Ibiki, Kakashi and Anko watched the situation, and they each had their own thoughts on the matter. The elderly Hokage wondered if he was making the wrong move, but focused himself on the here and now, since if he tried to do something that could alert his former student of their plans, then things would be in even greater danger. For now, they had to play along that they were just becoming aware of the situation and keep Orochimaru in the dark about their covert plans. He didn't know where Orochimaru was right now. But there was no doubt that he would very well be watching. And he might be in the very same room as they all were. Naruto told them that Orochimaru had sent the Sound Genin as an assassination team for Sasuke. So that would mean that he could be in league with Sound or had manipulated them to fight for him. He didn't have enough data to make a move and it was a very risky game he was playing. But it was the only option they had right now. Anko hoped that the others would see reason and have Sasuke placed in isolation so they could keep the cursed seal under wraps. But she reined in her thoughts and tried to think it over. The council made it clear that even if they were successful in keeping him sealed up, Orochimaru would no doubt act quickly and would kill as many people as he wants to force them to show how he would react to them, trying to deny him his gift. She had a feeling that there would be more involved with Orochimaru's return to Konoha. She knew enough about her former sensei that he always had other plans buried in his current ones. Ibiki hated to admit it, but he knew how dangerous Orochimaru was. Even when he was the leader of the Anbu interrogation squad. He was afraid of Orochimaru. Even when he was still a child. A snake-summoning boy with snake-like eyes and pale white skin seemed more monster than human to the battle-hardened special Jonin, and the horrible things that Orochimaru did for the sake of power and knowledge further reinforced his inner fear of Orochimaru. He knew that Orochimaru would not hesitate in any way to get what he wanted and would use any method. Not only was he known as a highly skilled ninja, but also as a master manipulator. He had no doubts in his mind that Orochimaru would have plans to help him as well. Kakashi was told about the cursed seal and heard Anko's words and how he defended Sasuke and how Anko reacted. He actually understood Anko's anger and how she would look at Sasuke with worry and mistrust. He knew Anko had once been Orochimaru's student years ago when she was young, no doubt around Naruto's own age or younger. She had grown to hate and despise Orochimaru for his evil ways, and while she did have something of a dark streak in her nature, she was not evil in the full sense, and she had learned a number of useful things. Like all others who knew her, he knew about the cursed seal that she herself had, and while he told them the truth about Sasuke, he kept in mind the other children subjected by Orochimaru to the cursed seal before Sasuke was given the cursed seal. Anko was known to be only among the very few survivors of the cursed seal, as many like her died in great pain from the cursed seal. So she would know how deadly it was. He wondered if he should be ready to make his move, but for now he knew that he had to keep the binding technique ready should the cursed seal become too much. Sakura was about to raise her hand when Sasuke stopped her with a glare and spoke in a tone that demanded answers. "What are you doing, Sakura?" "Sasuke. You have to forfeit the matches for now." "Why the heck should I? Do you think I'm blind to how you're suffering from the effects of the cursed seal? You can barely use either your chakra or your Sharingan without that thing coming to life and injuring you even further. You can't hope to survive any fight with that thing eating you from the inside. Please. I am begging you as a friend and teammate. To please forfeit not for our sake, but your own." Sasuke however didn't listen as he thought back on his oath to be stronger, to gain more power and more ability to finally accomplish his long dream of avenging his clan and killing the one responsible for the murder of all of his family by one of their own. His own. He then thought about his dream. And what and who he was. He was no longer just a man. But an avenger. A being who sought power and would seek out that power. Regardless of its source, be it kind or evil. He wanted to show that he was strong and he wielded power. Power to defeat all who faced him, and the only way to gain it was to fight the strongest. And all of them were here, in this very tower. He could not afford to back down from this. Lee, Dosu, Gaara, Neji, and Naruto were here in this room. If he backed down now, he would never get another chance like this. And he was not going to be denied this chance. He would prove the power of the Sharingan for all to see. Especially Fenrix and his student Naruto. The three genin however turned when someone spoke out. "Okay. You got me, I'm out of this part." Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke turned to see Kabuto raising his hand. And that made Sasuke very wary of the Leaf Genin who was now leaving the scene. Holy Talon thought likewise and wondered just what Kabuto was up to. From what it could sense, the genin had more than enough chakra and physical strength to be in this match. Why was he backing out? Naruto was also curious and spoke. "Hey Kabuto-san. Why are you leaving?" Kabuto turned and smiled a bit and replied. "I'm sorry Naruto. But I had a heck of a hard time getting the scroll from the other team I fought with. And they really drained me and even if we made it here now, I'm still somewhat beat up. But I know you can do well. I know I'll miss it. But, hey don't worry about me, do your best alright." Naruto looked sad but smiled and gave Kabuto a thumbs up signal. "I will." Kabuto smiled back and gave the same reply as he left the area. However, he didn't get away scot-free. Sarutobi looked at the leaving form of Kabuto and recalled something. This was not the very first time he had seen this young man, and neither was this the first time he had seen the man leave the Chunin exams at this stage. At first, he had allowed it as there was truth to his claims. But now that this was the 7th time he had done this act, he was suspicious. He turned to Anko and Ibiki as well, and they were able to find out just who he was. Namely his name of Kabuto Yakushi and his times in the academy and in the missions he had undertaken. And the times he had taken the Chunin exams. His grades were average and he was not really much of a special case, however Anko revealed that he was the child who was found among the enemy dead during a battle in Konoha's history years before. The Battle of Kikyo Pass by one of the Konoha medic squads and was taken in. And that boy grew up here, learning medicine and had a very unremarkable career. That boy was Kabuto himself. As soon as Sarutobi got the details, he looked at Kabuto and thought to himself aloud. What sort of game is that young man playing with us? He wasn't the only one as Kabuto was stopped by Yoroi, his fellow teammate, and spy of Orochimaru. The two exchanged a hushed conversation with Yoroi warning Kabuto about his playing games and keeping his loyalty to Orochimaru. To which Kabuto replied back that he doesn't have to worry and to which Yoroi replied that while he was Orochimaru's favorite, he was certainly going beyond his bounds. Kabuto replied that he knew about Yoroi's desire to take his place and now was his chance. With that Kabuto bid farewell to both Naruto and Sasuke. "Sorry I couldn't stay and fight, but if I did, the old me would have come back. I will be watching though, I hope you do well Sasuke-kun. And you too Naruto-kun. Besides, if I fought here and now, I would be revealed as a spy. And I wouldn't want that, the rest I leave to you and your capable hands Orochimaru-sama." The sound Jonin looked on, but a thin smile appeared as Kabuto left the room, leaving the others to wonder what they would do. However Sasuke made up his mind already. As Sakura tried to raise her hand once more, he stopped her and replied. "Sakura. This is my path. I chose it for myself. You have no right to tell me what I should do. I am your teammate and friend Sasuke-kun, and I can't just stand by and let that thing eat you alive. If you are truly my friend and teammate Sakura, then let me fight. This Chunin exam is more than an exam for me. I don't care much about the title of Chunin, I am an Avenger, nothing more, I have something to do no matter what, and I can't have myself stopped by anyone. Not even you. All the strongest ninja are here and now. If I don't fight them here and now, then how can I see how strong I have become? I have to become strong no matter what, I won't let anything stop me. And that is what I want. And you have no right to stop me. Sakura looked on, sadly unable to say anything as she tried her best to reason with her teammate. Naruto, however, was far from happy with Sasuke's behavior toward Sakura, and he was not going to let Sasuke's attitude get the better of him. Sasuke team, you have to listen for once. Stop acting so cool and focus on the truth, that damned seals. Sasuke then turned and gave a challenging look to Naruto. Naruto. You ought to know that you're one of the people I want to fight. That made Naruto glare back and wonder just what was going on in the mind of Sasuke. But they had no time to think about that as Hayate got the Chunin exams underway. He then showed them the screen nearby that would take the names of the genin present and pair them in one-on-one combat. Also, since there were 23 of them, then it would be a series of 11 matches to start the preliminaries. It didn't take long for the first match to begin, and much to Naruto and Sakura's dismay. It was Sasuke Uchiha against Yoroi Akadu. Sakura was stunned, while Sasuke smiled. Naruto gave a shake of his head, while Lee, Dosu, Niji, and Gaara decided to take a good long look at Sasuke and see just how he gets out of this one. As soon as that was announced, the genin and their Jonin sensei made their way to the upper terraces to watch the match and to stay away from the fight itself. I won't have this fight any other way. Deku then spoke. Alright, the names called forward, please come forward. The Chunin proctor then faced the men and asked them if they had any objections to the matchup between them, and they replied that they had none, while Orochimaru in his sound Jonin disguise smiled and watched on to see how the situation would play itself out. Sasuke then spoke to Yoroi. You are going to be in for the fight of your life with me. Heh. Bring it on, Sasuke Uchiha. Yoroi said with a smile, which was naturally hidden by his veil as he looked at Sasuke. Who looked back with a smirk. Naruto and Sakura looked on and wondered how things would turn out, while the others were looking with interest. Sasuke kept his cool, but held his shoulder in pain as the cursed seal once more reacted with his chakra. Hayate saw this and then gave the announcement that those who were not called were to leave and head for the upper levels for the match grounds to be clear of bystanders. As they got ready, Kakashi came by and was greeted with great enthusiasm by Naruto, and the Jonin spoke directly to Sasuke. You have to be careful not to use your Sharingan, Sasuke. If that mark activates, then your life will be on a thin edge. So you know about the seal? Yes. And what it does to those who are infected with it, and just so you know. If this fight goes beyond your ability to handle, then I will stop the fight personally. Sasuke turned and was outraged by Kakashi's words to him, and it made him even more unhappy to know that there was some truth to Kakashi's words. If he used the Sharingan, he would be vulnerable when the cursed seal activated itself and allow his foe to beat him senseless. But he knew that it responded to his chakra quite often. If I use my chakra, it grows stronger and its grip. And Orochimaru's grip on me grows stronger. I have to beat Yoroi without my Sharingan, and my clans are off limits as well. Maybe I can make him laugh to death instead. Orochimaru, however, was going to enjoy this fight. You are going in for a good test, Sasuke-kun. Yoroi's unique talents should be a real challenge. I want to see if you can overcome it. Sasuke sighed mentally and psyched himself up and got ready nevertheless. The other teams got ready to watch as Kakashi hoped that Sasuke didn't overdo it and get himself in a real mess. As soon as Deku gave the signal, both ninja went to work as Yoroi threw some shuriken and Sasuke fired some kunai, but Sasuke was stunned to the ground when the cursed seal awakened. Nearly leaving him open to attack as Yoroi closed a gap, Sasuke quickly used his remaining strength to move out of the way of Yoroi's fist. He then used the kunai he had to get a grip on the floor and used his legs to kick Yoroi down to the ground, and then with several restraining moves, managed to knock Yoroi to the ground and opted to try and make Yoroi fall to submission. He got him. Naruto cheered, but Yoroi merely grinned and replied. Really now? Who's got who, I wonder? His hand glowed once more as he activated his own chakra and then grabbed Sasuke, and much to Sasuke's shock and disbelief, his chakra was being taken from his body. What the hell is happening? Yoroi then stuck hard, loosening Sasuke's grip and then forced his way through, and much to the shock of everyone in the room, except Orochimaru, who smiled sadistically as the spy from the Sound Village leaped back, and as Sasuke managed to get off the floor, the ninja then used his glowing hand once more and began to drain Sasuke's chakra, making Sasuke lose his power. Kakashi and the others looked on in surprise and disbelief as the Uchiha survivor was being placed in a deadly situation. My chakra. What the hell are you doing to my chakra? What? You're just noticing it now? Yoroi replied as he laughed and continued his actions on the still weakened and disoriented Sasuke, who couldn't muster enough strength to break free just yet. Orochimaru noted and wondered how Sasuke would be able to handle this mess. Yoroi was indeed given such a unique talent, he could absorb the chakra of his foes with only a touch of his hand, quite a unique and deadly talent in the right hands and in the right circumstances, and this would make things even more difficult for Sasuke. As soon as Yoroi takes your precious chakra, Sasuke-kun, you will have no other choice but to rely on my little gift to you. And we shall see how you do. Release that forbidden power. It will save you after all. You have no choice in this matter. Sasuke managed to gather enough strength to kick Yoroi away from him, but he knew now that close combat with this guy was a serious mistake if he got grabbed like that again. He was finished, but he was too weakened by the first two attacks that using either kunai or shuriken were a bad idea, and even if he could do it, the cursed seal would hurt even more. Yoroi however was not going to stop as he lashed out at Sasuke, and the Uchiha ninja tried to evade and managed to avoid some of the blows, but he got hit by the hand and the hair. However, instead of being a miss, the chakra absorbing technique affected him quickly, forcing him to lose even more of his strength. But he had enough to tolerate Yoroi's taunts and get some distance. Sasuke-kun. Damn it. What the heck is wrong with you? Think of something faster, your history, Sasuke. Sasuke admitted that Naruto had a point and then he realized that he had one chance. Part of it wasn't original, but heck. As things were at this moment, it was better than nothing. He waited and then made his move. Managing to avoid Yoroi's next strike, he then attacked with a move that everyone recognized. Including a duo of ninjas with the same hairstyle, the same suits, and the same bushy brows. Wait. That's my move. Lee said as he saw Sasuke use the same kick that he had used on him before during that test fight. He couldn't believe that Sasuke was using that move as well. What the? I thought as Sasuke leaped after Yoroi. As soon as they were in mid-air and Sasuke was behind Yoroi, he confessed something to the hidden sound spy. Alright. I'll admit I borrowed this move. But from this point on, the rest is my own creation. With that, Yoroi only commented on the first part of the move as Sasuke began to take his shot at taking out Yoroi. But before he could accomplish it, the cursed seal once more activated and he was bathed in pain as the flame patterns once more began to spread all over his body as he now felt its presence begin to fill his body and mind. Damn it all. Not now. Sasuke-kun. Crap. Sasuke. You had better not lose here and now of all things. You said you and I will be fighting soon when the preliminaries are over. Don't you dare go back on your word to me now. Sasuke looked at Sakura with her eyes in tears and her face in worry and fear, while Naruto was seriously tense and not wanting him to just give up and lose now. He was not going to be beaten here, he had much to live up to, and his two goals in life would be even further out of his reach if he lost here and now. Damn. I won't lose, I will win and I will do it on my own power. With that, he focused his will and strength of mind into it and managed to beat back the seal and force it to subside. Much to the shock of the people who knew about it. Namely Kakashi, Anko, Sarutobi and naturally Orochimaru himself as Sasuke, used several attacks to take Yoroi out of the match and finished the attack with a powerful heel kick known as the Lion's Barrage. The two ninja were out of it, but Sasuke was able to get off his back and was sitting down with exhaustion, and Heiei declared Sasuke the winner, and that was Kakashi's cue to make his move after trading some words with Guy. Yoroi was taken away by the medics for treatment, and one of the medics tried to approach Sasuke, but Kakashi intervened. The Jonin told Sasuke that the cursed seal had to be contained and now was as good a time as any for it to be done. Sasuke naturally was not happy with the fact that he was going to be missing out on the rest of the competition, but Kakashi was not backing down and Sasuke had no choice as he was followed by Kakashi. Orochimaru smiled and was excited at what he had seen, while Anko and the others who were aware of the effects of the cursed seal were impressed that Sasuke was able to resist the call of the cursed seal to use its power. Orochimaru however decided to leave the scene and see just what Kakashi was having in mind. However, Dosu did not like this. He had a feeling that there was to what was going on and he wondered what was going to happen next. However, he decided to see just what would be the outcome of the other matches. He had nothing left to take care of at the moment and attacking Orochimaru was suicidal to say the least. Back in the ring. Naruto sighed and got ready for the soon-to-come fight that he was going to be handed to by the council and as a way to test his Kekai Genkai. He was looking forward to this fight and hoped that what Fenric said to him would work out. It was then that Jeku spoke. Due to the large number of genin teams, a genin team must be removed as per request by the council. The next fight will place the genin team from the village of Hidden Rain against The people watched as the electronic board moved through the names, and to the shock of everyone, except Naruto and Fenrix, Naruto's name came up. The other genin were surprised, as one genin taking on a three-man team was unheard of anywhere. And even more so that it was Naruto who was going to be the one lone genin who was going to be fighting against them. The rookie 9 knew that Naruto's new power might work, but how will he beat at least 3 targets? The rain genin had the thought that they were going to win easily, and their leader spoke to prove their thoughts. I don't know why a punk like you gets to fight all 3 of us. But we are going to make sure we are not going to be eliminated by you. If you could eliminate us by your lonesome kid. Naruto, however, was not the least bit intimidated as he replied with a confident smirk. Why don't you stop talking and start fighting? The rain genin got really angry at that, and their leader Oboro cast a Kage Bunshin jutsu that they favored, and when they had surrounded Naruto they unleashed another surprise. Take this, brat. The rain genin unleashed a massive number of shuriken and kunai at Naruto to finish him off. Naruto, however, merely relaxed and closed his eyes. Much to the shock of everyone in the area, while Kin, Dosu, and Zaku looked on. Kin looked at Naruto and spoke. Is that guy trying to commit suicide? Who the hell cares? He's nothing but trash. Dosu, however, was not so sure about that. After what he had seen the boy turn into before when Kin and Zaku were out cold. The leader of the Sound Genin team knew that there was a lot more than what was going on before him. And his thoughts were proven true as the kunai and shuriken hit Naruto. Without ill effect. The weapons merely hit him on the skin and bounced off. Without a single drop of blood on his body. What the hell? Naruto grinned, and now it was time to pay these guys back for that attack. He focused his thoughts on his blood and then felt a rush hit his body, and now he felt himself being energized, and the others watched as Naruto once more was releasing the same gold and silver mist, and he spoke to the rain genin team. Now that you've had your fun. It's my turn. Naruto tensed up and shouted. Dragon King blood. Release. Wind. Elsewhere. I must have been out of my mind to have said that. Kakashi said to himself as he calmed himself a bit and looked over at Sasuke, who was currently resting after the binding seal ritual that he had undergone. He was acting this way since he had been faced by Orochimaru, who shed his disguise and revealed himself still in his Sound Jonin outfit, and the two traded words, while Kakashi defended Sasuke with his use of his Rikiri. During this time, Orochimaru revealed that he had known about the Wave Country mission, but only because he wanted to keep track of his prize. Sasuke. He also revealed that he was the head and leader of the Sound Village, and that sooner or later, Sasuke will be his, and then nothing will stop him. However, he was interested in Naruto now. Either as a test subject or as a target to be eliminated, and to have that sword either corrupted or destroyed. Orochimaru left afterwards, and Kakashi was able to get some help from a small band of Anbu that he sent to escort and protect Sasuke in the hospital, where he was to rest and recover until his body got used to the binding seal. Before Sasuke fell unconscious, he had told him that the binding seal needed his will to keep the cursed seal from spreading. In the ring. The rain genin couldn't help but feel themselves come close to crapping in their suits as they witnessed something that no one had ever expected. They had expected a 3-on-1 fight to be easy for them, while everyone else was shocked with the situation as Naruto faced a senior genin team all on his own. However, it seemed that there was no need to worry. Sarutobi couldn't help but smile a bit, and he looked at Fenrix, who smiled at him as the two of them looked on. The Hokage turned to see the shocked expression of the other members of the Konoha Council. It had shocked them to see that Fenrix was not kidding about Naruto's newly awakened bloodline being powerful, despite it being still in the infancy stage. Naruto looked at his arms and saw the tattoos that took the color of pure silver, and the tattoos were also different in form and pattern. There were waves and lines, as well as cloud-like symbols and whirling spirals, and even though he knew that this was just a basic power at the moment, he was amazed by the power that was flowing out of his body at the moment. All he said was the release command, and then the element wind, and then the tattoos appeared and transformed. Even though he still felt the rush of pain at first, but that was now nothing more than a simple prick than a blinding flash of power. And here he was now. Surrounded by a column of pure wind that was moving about him at his very command. There were 2 visible vortexes of air on his hands, while a glowing aura of air surrounded the area near his feet, showing swirling light and air around him like a tornado, and his eyes were glowing slightly as his tattoos were glowing, and he could feel the power of his bloodline flowing through his veins, and he felt a desire to unleash his powers at the full. All over the area and the building were strong winds as the air came alive and moved all over the place. And the wind was flowing in and moving all over Naruto in that moment. Naruto then decided to bring it on as he moved and leaped over the heads of the rain genin, and as soon as he landed, he spun himself and moved his arms towards his chest in the same way and created a massive sphere of pure high concentrated air around him. He then pushed his arms outward at the sides, and the air concentrated there in the sphere that covered him suddenly exploded with amazing force outward. The three-man team of rain genin were sent flying outward and so were their bushin, and those were reduced to splatter as the power of the wind-based attack. And the rain genin were knocked out in merely 3 seconds. A new record in the whole history of the Chunin exams. Just about every ninja within the whole room was stunned at the sight before them all. Naruto, with just one move, had defeated 3 genin in one simple but powerful move and in merely the time frame of 3 seconds. Holy. What was that? Kiba was shocked out of his hood as he saw that all the rain genin were knocked out by one move. If he thought that the sight of Naruto not even taking a single scratch from the kunai and shuriken that were thrown at him was shocking. This one just beat them all. Akamaru was also confused and barking. That was amazing, Naruto-kun. Hinata was blushing bright red at how much Naruto had not just grown physically, but in power as well. That was amazing, as well as the sight of Naruto being unharmed by the kunai and shuriken that were thrown at him earlier. She had thought he was going to be badly injured. But the shuriken and kunai didn't even hurt him. Is that the power of Naruto's Kekkei Genkai? If that is, it is amazing. Rock Lee was impressed and proved it as he shouted. That was great, Naruto-san. I was also impressed at the sight. He was not familiar with the move that Naruto had used and wondered if Kakashi had been teaching him some new technique. However, the rival of Kakashi had his doubts. That move was certainly something that Kakashi might learn during his years as an Anbu, but as a Taijutsu master of Konoha, he saw that the technique required no hands. He knew that there was no way a like that would be done without hand seals. So it must be something. For now. Since Kakashi had left with Sasuke to do something, he would have to keep this secret for the time being and figure out what was going on. Ino was surprised at the whole scene. Is that really Naruto, the same Naruto who used to be the dead last among us? This is troublesome. If he can fight like that at the moment, there's no way I can beat him if I have to fight him. Shikamaru said as he looked on. Taoji was silent as he munched on, but even he was impressed by what he had seen. Their Jonin sensei were also surprised by the sight. Asuma was stunned into silence as he nearly dropped his currently lit cigarette to the ground at the sight before him. As soon as he was able to get his mouth to work at the moment, he decided to speak. That was unexpected. That was no normal wind release technique. Kurenai was also impressed by the sight. Amazing. To think he could manipulate wind to that degree and not use hand seals doing it. Could this really be the same Naruto who was the undeniable class clown that failed several times in the academy graduation exam? Ara was very impressed at the sight and trembled as he looked at the raw power Naruto had just displayed before them. He is strong. Very strong. I want to kill him. Temari was also surprised. Impossible. That guy did all that. Wow. Pankuru was surprised at the sight. Aki was likewise impressed as he had never seen that before. There were a large number of wind users back in Suna, Temari being one of them, but there was no one who could manipulate that much wind with only their hands and body. This one deserved to be watched. The Sand Jonin decided to do some investigating. Even though he had faith in the plan. This Naruto Uzumaki might prove to be a problem. Aki however had no idea how much Naruto would be a problem as the blonde genin and now clan head moved triumphantly back to the upper floor to see the next fight. Chapter 2. The village of Konoha. Naruto walked back to his home as he was accompanied by Fenrix. The day had been very long and hard at the moment as he had witnessed a good numbers of battles. He had been tasked to face Kiba and Akamaru, but the fight did not last long as Kiba, who was not happy with fighting him at his new state, and both he and Akamaru did their best, but he had easily defeated them. But naturally he didn't harm Kiba too much. His bracers limited his full power, even his strength, though his strength was greater than it was before when he was not able to awaken his powers, and this allowed him to defeat Kiba well enough despite Akamaru's help. He had to admit that Kiba gave as good as he got, but with his dragon skin, no amount of attacks Kiba and Akamaru threw at him could easily harm him. Though it still stung a bit as his scales, according to Fenrix, were still developing and needed more time to fully adapt to his body. The other fights were pretty interesting as he looked on. The fight between Zaku and Shino was interesting enough, and Fenrix looked at the battle with a critical eye and knew that the destruction bugs were the key to Shino's victory, as this allowed him a unique combat advantage over the other foes he would be facing at the moment. Another fight was naturally the one between Kin and Shikamaru, where his former classmate was proving to be very good in his own right, as well as any other ninja, despite his apparent laziness through the use of his shadow manipulation Kekkei Genkai. The end of the fight was somewhat amusing to Fenrix, who had admitted he had seen such a move before, but said that the ones used by the Nara clan were not as powerful as the much older form. Nevertheless, he congratulated it and considered the Nara clan to be very good in their use of the old descendant bloodline that their clan had in them. The fight between Ino and Sakura was rather interesting as the two fought it out with whatever skills and abilities they had. Ino was the stronger of the two, but Sakura was just as determined, and he was surprised with the use of bushing that was similar to his own, and while the fight had ended in a double knockout, and that meant that Sakura was no longer able to compete in the semi-finals. He was happy that Sakura finally showed that she had what it took to be a Kunoichi, and he noted the fact that despite their fighting, the friendship that was between the two was still there. Fenrix noted that as well and respected that and said that while this was a simple battle by most if not all standards, it was a good fight. It was also when Kakashi arrived on the scene to see how things were going. There were two fights however that got his attention completely and the same could be said for Fenrix. The first battle was the battle between Hinata and Neji. From the very second the battle started, he was getting enraged by the way Neji was belittling Hinata, and the sight of the girl he once thought to be shy, dark and weird was somehow enraging him. To hear her try to defend herself and the way she looked made Naruto even more angry at Neji's actions. He shouted to Neji to shut up and he then told Hinata to stand up for herself and prove to Neji that she could change no matter what and beat the snot out of him. Hinata did her very best but was beaten. However, he saw that she had done her best. And she was alright as Kakashi, Guy, and Kurenai stopped Neji from landing a fatal blow. Flashback. HMPH. Typical of the main family getting all the treatment. Neji however was unable to finish his words when a shout came right at him. Shut up. Neji barely had enough time to move out of the way as Naruto came right at him with a fist surrounded by a vortex of wind, and the fist ripped through the floor like it was nothing more than kindling, surprising everyone, including Kakashi. Naruto moved away from the clouds, covered in the same tornado aura, and his eyes were glowing a bit and his teeth were bare. He lifted his fist and spoke to Neji as the winds whirled about him. I am going to rip that damn tongue out of your mouth with my bare hands. Fenrix however stepped in, and so did Kakashi, despite the fact that Jonin had no idea what was going on at the moment. Naruto, that is enough. Kakashi held one side of Naruto's shoulder, while Fenrix held Naruto's coiled fist, and the senior dragon ascendant watched as the bracers quickly reacted and Naruto's powers began to subside and the tornado stopped and the tattoos faded from Naruto's body and the blonde genin turned to see to Hinata. She tried to say something to him, but she fell unconscious. Naruto looked at the blood there from Hinata and touched it and then turned to Neji and snorted and spoke to Neji. If you and I ever fight, mark my words, you are going to apologize for what you have said because I will beat the crap out of you like you've never felt before. End of flashback. The next fight was the one between Gaara and Lee. He had thought Lee was fast, but when it seemed that Lee's Taijutsu couldn't match Gaara's sand, Lee was told by Guy to remove his weights and then things took a very interesting turn as the weights fell off. The very second the weights hit the floor and actually shook the building he was able to see the genin go full throttle and he knew just about everyone who saw this, with the exception of Neji and Guy, were surprised at how fast Lee was moving and hitting, even Fenrix was impressed somewhat. The battle went to Gaara's corner and Lee unleashed his special skill and unlocked his chakra gates and to the shock of him and everyone about, he tore the battleground like Swiss cheese in a grinder, but even that was not enough to keep Lee's foe down for the count. Gaara recovered and was more than ready to fight and was able to cripple Lee. The sight of Lee's body still standing before Gaara and Gain despite the fact his left arm and leg were broken was amazing. The guy was fighting in pure instinct and body memory and Guy was very sad for this and even Kakashi had to apologize to Guy for not showing Lee more credit as he was very powerful to reach the 5 gates. All in all, after the matches, he was told that he and the others would have a month to get ready for the soon-to-come semi-final matches and it was going to be something that he was looking forward to. He was eager to start his training so he wouldn't be left behind. He hoped that Kakashi would be able to teach him, but Kakashi was in a special meeting with the Hokage and just about every other Jonin, Chunin, and even the clan heads. Despite the fact that he was not very interested in politics, he couldn't help but wonder what that meeting was all about. As he arrived, he was surprised to see a number of Anbu at his apartment and there was none other than the Hokage himself, who seemed to be overseeing some sort of moving program. Naruto wanted to know what was going on and why were Anbu and the Hokage at his house of all things. Hey old man, what's going on here? The Hokage turned and replied. We need to have the apartment refurbished and rebuilt in order to make extra room for several other dignitaries, so this place is being rebuilt at this moment by several workers and it has to be cleaned and cleared out. Your furniture and other amenities are going to be stored in the Hokage tower until Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit shocked at the news. But where the heck am I going to live this time? I don't have enough money to buy a brand new home, old man. The Hokage however gave a sly smile and replied to Naruto's question. Valen had made special plans, remember? He had a home built for you in secret and it is now yours. Fenrix I believe knows more about it than I do, so it would be best that your guardian explain it to you. Valen made me a home. Where is it? Fenrix grinned. He had secretly visited the home that his master had prepared for Naruto nearly years before. Normally houses took weeks or months to make. But with a Dragon King, those houses would be done in mere days, but it was also very secret as no one in Konoha had any idea of its location or what was hidden deep beneath it. It was not a house in the standards of most humans, but something else entirely. As the two left, Sarutobi looked on and sighed as he looked back at the ninja, who were busy packing up Naruto's supplies and gear for him to pick up later. He then thought back on how the discussion with Jonin and Chunin went when he told them of the latest developments. Flashback. As soon as all the Jonin and Chunin were in the meeting hall and also the head of the clans in Konoha, as well as members of the council, he began the special meeting, not just concerning Orochimaru, but also the discovery and awakening of Naruto's Kekkei Genkai, and naturally he's moving out of his old home apartment and into his new clan house. Naturally a lot of the Jonin, Chunin and clan heads were quite surprised by the news that was given to them at the moment and they were still debating what to do with this kind of information. The same was true for Kakashi as he was still trying to get used to the idea that his Genin team not only had one Kekkei Genkai user, namely Sasuke, but another who could manipulate wind in a way that even Asuma could not. Asuma was one of the few wind users in Konoha and thus was more knowledgeable of the use of wind chakra. The clan heads were also interested and were eager to see the Kekkei Genkai of Naruto in action, though many of them were not all that convinced of its powers. As the meeting was adjourned, he told Kakashi to stay interned as there was yet another guest who had remained in the shadow, and Kakashi already knew who it was. It's good to see you again, Jiraiya-sama. It's good to see you too Kakashi, you've matured a lot since I last saw you, so, how is it dealing with Naruto? He's a handful, that much I can be certain. You know already that he is a clan head. Sarutobi-sensei told me, you realize that as soon as the news comes out, things for Naruto are going to get very interesting. I know, but what brings you back here Jiraiya-sensei? I came here for mere research, but also to give my report. I know Orochimaru is here and the target is Sasuke, no surprise there, that Kekkei Genkai will seriously interest him with the ability to see and copy. So what sort of abilities does Naruto's Kekkei Genkai have? Sarutobi filled the two of them in, and Jiraiya was grinning. I can't wait to see this in action. End of flashback. As he walked back to his home, the Hokage couldn't help but wonder just how Naruto would react to the sight of his new home. In another part of Konoha, the two dragon ascendants arrived in a massive valley a fair distance from Konoha, and as soon as they got there, Naruto was not able to see any buildings, and he looked at Fenrix, who just smiled. So where is this new home of mine Fenrix-sensei? Allow me to show you. Fenrix made some gestures and to Naruto's eyes, he saw a shimmering of light, and then out of nowhere was a massive hill made of pure stone that had several unique patterns of rock and metal about it, and he could have sworn the patterns had a soft but very powerful glow at the moment, and there was something about this place that tugged at his senses. He watched as Fenrix touched a wall and the wall seemed to shimmer, and there was a long tunnel there. As they walked through the tunnel, they went deeper into the earth, and finally they arrived at another door, and as soon as Fenrix touched the door and pointed for Naruto to do the same, the doors parted, and in that moment, they were in the main hall. Naruto looked at the main hall of his new home. And was impressed to the point his eyes became saucers and his jaw dropped, he thought living underground meant that he was living in some sort of dank, smelly, dirty cave. Not this. The main hall looked like a mansion. In the middle was a beautiful foundation with cool clear water and statues made of pure marble that resembled dragons. There were benches made of solid marble as well which were covered in soft leather. Light was coming through several large openings and was distributed all over the halls by both water and apparently light-emitting crystals shaped like trees that glowed softly, giving the place a very soft but strong amount of light. There were underground streams that were moving through and were cool to the touch and to Naruto's amazement were drinkable. The walls were smooth and covered in small gems and inlaid with copper mirrors which appeared to be well polished, as well as silver and gold designs that made the place even more grandiose than before. And in the areas were healthy trees and bushes, giving out a sweet scent to the cave. The floors were made from tiles that combined marble, jade, and smooth limestone and were very strong. All in all, the main hall was impressive. Fenrix couldn't help but chuckle at the look of awe in his student's face as he gazed at the main hall of his brand new home. It was befitting someone who earned the favor of a dragon king as well as the new head of a clan in his mind. And it seemed the same for Naruto as he moved about and explored his new home's main hall. Naruto, we have yet to see the rest of your home, come on. Naruto nodded and the two of them approached two massive stone doors which had intricate designs and Naruto pressed his hand on the doors as he found himself marveling at it. He was then surprised to see the intricate designs glow pale blue and then the doors seemed to move and slide into the walls and Fenrix spoke to his charge. The doors are at least 2 feet thick of specially enchanted limestone that are held in place by pure magic and are only designed to open for the owner of this house. Namely you, this applies to all the doors as well in this home of yours. Now let us take a good look at your home. The hallways were also lined with soft glowing crystals, and the gentle sounds of water flowing on small canals on the sides of the walls were rather soothing to the ears. On the sides were bowls that had pools of water in them, and when he tried some, the water was cool, enriching and fresh. In Naruto's mind, it was amazing. They arrived and opened another set of doors in before Naruto was yet another hall, a lot larger than the main hall, but in it were beautiful statues made of jade and marble, as well as metal. There were stone tables in a semicircle there in the middle, as well as smaller tables in the sides, and benches of stone which had soft leather there as well. There were 4 large crystal formations that were giving light into the main hall through filtering openings above. The walls were also smooth and supported by pillars of stone and metal, which were also smooth and cool to the touch, and there were some trees and bushes which were very healthy and gave a soothing refreshing smell like a fresh forest into the hall. There were chairs there on each table, with one being a little larger than the others as well. And there was a large open floor there as well. There was a massive staircase at the back with several stone doors there as well. On the right were also 2 sets of doors, and there was also another set of doors on the left. Naruto could only say a single word. Amazing. Yes it is, this is the main dining and entertainment hall. This is where you can have your food and where to feed and entertain your guests as well. The first set of doors to the right lead to the food storage chamber where the food and drink are preserved for your use. The second set of doors lead to the main kitchen where your food is prepared. Would you like to take a look at them? Oh yeah. I want to see the kitchens. Good, I figured you would like that. Come on. The kitchens were larger than his old apartment and like the halls, they were very good, clean, well maintained, well lit, and there were kilns, roasting pits, piles of wood, coal, fuel and more. The kitchens also had all the things needed to staff a kitchen such as condiments, dishes, utensils, cooking tools and more. Naruto was impressed greatly at the sight of the kitchen as it made his older kitchen look so small. The blonde genin looked the place over and he could see that there were some strange symbols on the place and he touched them and the place came alive and it was when Fenrix explained to Naruto how the kitchen worked. This place is run by natural energy drawn from the very heart of this world and so it can take care of itself. The symbols you touched will activate this place. All you have to do is to make the dish and when everything is in place it in the appropriate cooking device and then place your hand on the symbols and then use the power of your mind to project the dish and how it is made and the cooking device will do the rest. This will also function like any moral kitchen if you want and will for others who come here. Cool. Isn't it? The storage place is similar to the shape of this kitchen, but as its name states, it stores food and ingredients and stores them in special containers that only stores massive quantities, but can also retain the freshness of all food and drink items that are stored in them, so you can have enough food and drink to feed a large number of people here in great safety. This entire place is protected by the very energy of the world, and thus only one who wields the same kind of power can even break through the outer walls. The two left the kitchen and they went to the other side of the dining hall and entered one of the other doors and they found themselves in a large room and there were blowers, a massive fire pit, piles of wood and coal, bars of metal were there, as well as prongs, large hammers, and a set of anvils. On the other side where there was no danger of fire were books and scrolls in well-made shelves of stone and metal. There was even a table that had mortar and pestle, along with vials, powder bags and more. The place was also lit by crystals and had several open vents and a massive chimney in the area above the fire pit. Naruto then noted several molding stones in the area as well as working benches and he couldn't help but wonder just what this place was at the moment and Fenrix was the one who told him. This is your special creation hall. This place is part armory, part forge, part alchemist lab and part library so you don't need to have too many places to go to. Here you can learn many things on whatever subject interests you and where you can create weapons, armor and more if it helps, as well as potions and herbal mixtures. Why do I need armor? That is entirely your decision Naruto, but keep in mind that you are still very much a hatchling when it comes to your ascendant heritage, so any form of protection will certainly be worth the time to learn, so do not think that you do not need some extra edges in combat, should the need come to that. The books and scrolls also have information on the making of potions that can be highly effective for you and others, along with slaves, oils, kits, and more using the native ingredients and secretly hidden ones that only those who are taught by dragons can find. Balin had been in your world long enough to know how to find the places that time and humanity had either forgotten or chose to forget and he stored them here in this place. A dragon king's wisdom is worth 100 years worth of human knowledge. So do not take these books and scrolls lightly. Naruto nodded as he began to grasp the implications of what Fenrix was saying. They then left the creation hall and then entered a massive hall that was bare of all the other things he had seen in the other halls. There were only glowing crystals, vents, and several pools of cool spring water in the hall. The floor didn't have elegant tiles, but soft flat earth and the walls lacked the designs and more. Compared to the halls Naruto had seen, this place was very sparse and Spartan-like in design and form, but he could sense great amounts of power in the place. What is this place? This is the training hall. This is obviously where you can train using your powers and abilities, and as such, this hall is specially filled with hidden words and symbols that reinforce it. And considering the fact that you will learn to use a variety of powers that will rely on your Ascendant Kekkei Genkai, this place is going to be seeing a great deal of hard use soon enough. That is the reason why this place is specially reinforced to make sure it does not collapse, so don't let the Spartan appearance fool you. We can come back here for your training later, as we still need to see the rest of your home, so let's move on for now. The two left the training hall, and then they made their way to the staircase located in the back of the dining hall, and they were in a massive hallway that branched off to the sides, and they went to one of the hallways and found themselves before a smaller door, and when Naruto opened it, he found a well-furnished room with a soft bed with a framework made of stone and the mattress being very soft and comfortable, as well as the pillows and the lush covering. There was a well-polished silver mirror that reflected Naruto's face and form like glass. There was also a large drawer there made from wood. And there was another door that led to a room that had a pool of water that had a pair of gems on it. One was red and the other was deep blue, and there seemed to be something of a sprinkler on the wall that was overhead near it as well. What is this place? This is a simple guest room. The gems on this pool will allow the user to condition the water to be either hot or cold and adapting to human needs, and the sprinkler acts as a shower of sorts. This place has at least 60 of these rooms in this area, simple and functional, but comfortable. How does air get in here? The air is regulated by both the plants that are sustained here and drawn in by mystical means, so this entire compound is routinely supplied with air, so there is no danger of anyone suffering asphyxiation. The same goes for these rooms, and the air is able to be regulated to be comfortably cool or warm, depending on the desires of the person residing in the room. Let's move on to your room. I think you might find that place a lot more to your interest. Naruto and Fenrix moved to the hallway, and they headed for the large double doors, and when those parted, Naruto looked at his own room in wonder as this room was something else entirely. It was spacious and the bed was large, not large in the sense that it was taking up the whole room, but it was a lot larger than his old bed. The place was well furnished as there were closets made from well-carved and conditioned wood. There were also chairs there and a trio of silver mirrors, and when he saw his personal bathroom, it was very well made, a large pool there for him to swim in, and the water was clean and clear, and there were two gems there, one red and the other deep blue. There was also a small pool there, and both were fed by a spring of water that was still flowing. There were glowing crystals there as well. So how do you find your new home, Naruto? It's amazing to think that this is now my own home and Valen made it for me. It's just amazing. This entire compound is the result of Master Valen's preparations for you to awaken to your powers. The reason your powers really took so long to awaken was due to your demon residing. Really? Did Kyuubi do something to block my ascendant blood? That is correct, it had somehow restrained your powers, but it was not going to have an easy time of it, and when that grass genin struck you, he had inadvertently broke the Kyuubi's hold on Valen's blood, and now you know the result. If he only knew that his plan to disable you has made you stronger, the look on his face would be priceless. Now come, we need to begin your training as soon as possible. In the training hall. Naruto was in the training hall and as they spared with one another, Naruto learned that Fenrix was not kidding, that he was a lot better than him, as his movements were fluid, precise, and accurate, and his hits were certainly painful, and the blonde realized that if he had fought Fenrix as a normal person, he would have been asking for quite a beating indeed. They threw punches at one another and kicks as well, and Naruto did his best to hit his ascendant mentor, but Fenrix was no easy mark. Come on Naruto, move faster. I am moving normally here, use your speed and power at once. The training was very difficult despite his stamina and agility. Naruto was quick to run out of breath and Fenrix knew it, but he pushed Naruto on, and it was there that Naruto got more serious and pushed himself further, showing his dedication and determination, much to Fenrix's approval of the situation. The more effort Naruto placed on his training, the better he would become. As well as developing the needed control to fully master his still growing powers. As the two continued to spar, Naruto finally felt his legs give way, but Fenrix caught him and spoke to his student. You did well. Now let's get a drink. The senior dragon ascendant helped Naruto reach one of the pools, and when Naruto took a drink, the water tasted delicious and made him recover his strength, and with a nod from Fenrix, who then got the blonde genin and dragon ascendant to his feet, and he began to explain to him some things. Do you recall what you did during the preliminaries of the Chunin exams? Yes, what about that time? Well, if you are not familiar with the 5 elemental forms of chakra, I'll repeat for you, there are 5 elemental chakras in your world: fire element chakra, wind element chakra, water element chakra, earth element chakra, and lightning element chakra. Now each of them has a corresponding level of strength and weakness. Fire can beat wind, as wind is weaker than fire and only helps make fire stronger. Wind however beats lightning, while lightning defeats earth then defeats water, and water naturally defeats fire. Okay, but why are you telling me this? The reason is that this is for the use of ninjutsu, but as an ascendant, you have a tie to the natural world which has not been seen here for millennia, and as far as I know, most ninja have 1 or 2 elemental affinities. In the case of what I have seen on Kakashi, he has the lightning element, and for Sasuke, he command fire, which is obvious as the Uchiha clan are known for fire techniques. And while you have your own elemental affinity to discover, your ascendant powers are able to draw energy from the very fabric of the elements and the earth itself. As such, you have a gift that many ninja will not easily see. Let me show you just what I mean by that statement. Fenrix focused his powers slightly, and his tattoos came to life, and to Naruto's amazement, his tattoos resembled waves of flame or fire-like patterns, and were colored fiery gold and red, and then Fenrix moved his fist to create a large aura of flame that covered his hands. So fire is your element? No, you are about to see what I mean. Naruto was stunned as Fenrix merely calmed himself and his tattoos changed form into resembling lightning bolts and spheres that emitted lightning and color, and he began to manipulate the arcs of pure lightning before him in his hands, as his tattoos were glowing gold at the moment, and the senior dragon ascendant then moved the lighting to attack one of the nearby targets, reducing the tall pillar of wood into nothing but charred pieces, and Fenrix smiled at Naruto. Now you try it. Summon your powers and say the word lightning. Naruto calmed himself and focused his powers and spoke. Dragon King blood. Release. Lightning. As soon as Naruto said that, his tattoos activated and the tattoos took the symbols of lightning bolts and spheres and were glowing golden at the moment, and as soon as the transformation was complete, he saw arcs of lightning moving on his hands and he felt no pain as the lightning moved about on his arms and body. Wow. Fenrix nodded and explained patiently to Naruto just what was going on. As you can see, the technique you are using at the moment is what is called elemental manipulation. This is what a dragon ascendant is capable of with initial training, and he or she can use the technique to unleash torrents of fire at their foes, create earth shields for defense, unleash boulders at larger targets, fire currents of pure lightning through the ground and in the air, fire waves of water at their foes, unleash funnels of wind to send their opponents flying, and more. Cool. You're going to teach me all that. When do we start? Not so fast, hatchling. First, there are some basic rules you need to both know and follow before you try this exercise. What are those? First, these abilities require that you practice how to shift elements when in a combat situation. Using the right element in the right moment can be critical. In simple terms, using the right weapon for the right battle. The second is that you need to develop control. At the moment you still need to say the words in order to effect the shift. The fully trained ascendant can shift the elements merely by thinking about the shift and what element they wish to use when the battlefield changes. Allow me to show you what I mean exactly by that. Fenrix then began to show Naruto just what he meant, as the tattoos merely shifted into a new style of appearance and color, and he was now manipulation a column of earth that rose from the ground in the training hall, much to the awe of the blonde ninja and dragon ascendant. And then he raised 2 more pillars, and then he shifted the tattoos once more, and he then unleashed a massive number of fireballs from his hands that blew the first pillar into chunks, and then the other one was hit by a massive wave of water. Fenrix then leaped into the air as his tattoos changed to match Naruto's tattoos in the fight with a ranged genin, and he delivered a powerful diving kick to the pillar he was standing on earlier with the wind on his feet, allowing him to slice through the pillar and land before Naruto, who was utterly impressed with what he had seen at this moment in time. Wow. That was awesome. Fenrix nodded and then replied. True. But this is using each element separately. When fully trained and mastering each element without relying on words. Then a fully trained and mature dragon ascendant can control all 5 elements at once and use them for both attack and defense. You're kidding. Fenrix smiled back and then he focused his tattoos and then they took the color of the 5 different elements and in the moment, Naruto was surprised to see a ring of fire moving around Fenrix, which was joined by arcs of lightning, a sphere of air surrounded by floating chunks of earth and a ring of pure water. All 5 elements at once. Fenrix then revealed the power of the technique as he unleashed a combined stream of wind and fire at the very same time and destroyed a nearby pillar of earth in a heartbeat. He then unleashed water and lightning in a combined strike, with water going first, hitting the other targets with the power of a tsunami, and then the lighting took its turn and was amplified in power by water. Massive pillars of lightning were seen by Naruto hitting the other targets and they were obliterated instantly. Fenrix then unleashed a massive wave of stone to bombard the other target and then combined earth and wind to convert the earth into sand that was blinding. Replicating the very way Gaara fought as well, much to Naruto's amazement. Naruto was awed, and when Fenrix finished using the transformation and the 5 elemental combination, Naruto was eager to learn. "Can you teach me that? Please?" Fenrix couldn't help but laugh a bit at the expression on Naruto's face, and he knew that while he couldn't teach Naruto that style of combat just yet, as that style of elemental manipulation requires years of training, if not decades or centuries. Not until you master the basics of all 5 elements, as you need to do that before you can be able to use the 5 elements together in unison. What I showed you is but a demonstration, and therefore this style of combat is a lot more powerful than even you can imagine at the moment. Now that you have an idea of the kind of training that you are about to undergo, you need to get ready as best you can, you have at least a month to prepare. Naruto, however, was not deterred and replied. "I'll master as best I can, don't you worry about that." Fenrix grinned and decided that for the time being he would tell him about being the head of his own clan, he was familiar with the needs of starting a clan and what were the rules and more. He also had to explain some important things about Naruto's ascendant heritage that was very important and was for his ears alone at the moment. It would soon be revealed to the rest of the Konoha Council, though the Dragon Ascendant knew for a fact that the very second they heard about this. Naruto was going to be for a lot more than he could possibly handle, but then again, his student was not the kind to be bothered by odds all that much, and that was fine by him. Before we get down to training, I suggest we take the time to talk about your new role as head of your own clan. There are some important considerations that you must know so you are better prepared for it. The last thing you need is to be caught doing something indecent which will not only embarrass you, but also put your clan in a very bad light. Alright then. Tell me. First off is the matter of clan numbers, since you are the very first of your clan, then you will need others to make up your clan. There are 2 ways this can be done, you can adopt others into your ranks, or you can have a wife and have children who will be recognized as clan members. A wife? Do I need to have a wife? Of course Naruto, a clan can't survive without the head of the clan having heirs to it, you know. But due to the fact that your clan is relatively new to the scene, I believe an old rule is to be used in allowing your clan to grow, and that is polygamy, and before you ask, that word means that you can have more than one wife. Naruto's jaw dropped at that statement, having one wife to him was surprising enough. But more than one wife? You can't be serious. I'm afraid so. There are instances of this happening as clans which are new have to have many blood-related members to ensure that the clan's Kekkei Genkai will remain with them, and also to ensure that if there are wars, there will be enough of them to fight and survive at the end of the war. This also ensures that the clan has heirs to take the place of their head leader, should anything happen to the leader. Having more than one wife can also help improve not just the already existing Kekkei Genkai, but introduce new abilities that could strengthen the clan, take for example this situation. Suppose you have a child with one of your wives who has exceptional control over the element of water, the result is that any children born of that union would have a greater affinity for that type of element, thus improving the power of the clan. And considering the fact that your Kekkei Genkai is pure, it works both ways, the child will not only have your powers, but the traits of your wife will be enhanced by your own powers. You mean, if they have a Kekkei Genkai, then my ascendant blood can make it stronger? Yes, it might also unlock portions of the power that was once thought lost. Take for example, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, at the moment, the Byakugan is powerful, but in its pure and undegraded form, the range was much better and it would eliminate the little known blind spot that exists there. And it could go a step further by being able to see beyond the physical and see the spiritual and emotional. Now let's suppose that you have a wife from the Hyuga clan, who would naturally be Hinata Hyuga herself as she is the heiress to the clan. Naruto blushed bright red at the thought of Hinata being his wife. Though he had no idea at the moment, but despite his face resembling a tomato at the moment, he nodded to Fenrix to go on with his example. If she is your wife, then not only will she gain the title of it, but her Byakugan can actually improve a great deal and be much stronger due to your performance of your duties as her husband, but the child you both will have not just a much stronger Byakugan, but your basic ascendant powers and even the use of some higher aspects of your abilities. Are you getting me so far? Yeah, I am, but this is kind of sudden. I understand that. Another reason why you can have more than one wife is not just for the mentioned purposes, but it will also cement alliances with other families, as the children born from you and your wives from their families will be part of their own as well. This is where some delicacy is important, so try to be patient as some clans might become pushy, as your Kekkei Genkai is quite powerful. There will be those who will try to do their best to have their daughters be married into your clan, knowing how to handle these situations with tact and diplomacy will not be easy, but it can be done. Okay, but there is something that I can't help but think about. That being. My age, I mean I'm only 13 for crying out loud. I can't get married now. True, but just because you are married by law, it does not mean you have to procreate instantly with your wife or wives in this case. Get to know them more, learn from them, and be able to see them for who they are as people. That way you are actually building up a good relationship with the people who are going to be part of your clan. Okay, but I am still 13, how can I be sure that I can even have kids? You can, your body will hit a certain point in which it will have an accelerated growth spurt. Have you taken sexual education classes in the academy? Not really, I was always doing pranks and getting reprimanded to learn anything solid, I just know that men and women can have kids. Never mind, we'll reserve that set of lessons on male and female intimacy for another time. Now as to what I said about you having an advantage over most men in the regards of procreation is in several ways. The first is that your sperm is capable of allowing women to be 100% capable of having children, meaning that even one drop is enough to guarantee that your wife or any of them your wives will have a child. No way. That is true, Naruto, I would not lie about that part. The second is that your wife's pregnancy cycle is a lot different than that of normal women. A human child is born is at least 9 months, but your child will be born in about half the time without any complications, so in simple terms, you can not only guarantee a full success rate when your wife or wives become pregnant, but your child can be born in the time frame of 4 months and 17.5 days. So in simple terms your clan could produce quite the number of children in a short amount of time. The third is that since you have the stamina to last in a much longer time frame than most people, you can certainly give your wife or wives a night they will never forget. Naruto's nose bled out a fountain of blood at the news, while Fenrix was enjoying this at the moment. He couldn't blame Naruto for the reaction he had at the time, since such news was something one did not receive as everyday news. As soon as this news hit the streets of Konoha, he knew that things were going to get very hectic, and if it came out to the rest of the world at large, he knew that things were going to get very interesting. He then moved over to Naruto and nudged him with a smile on his face. Hey, you're not married yet so you can worry about that later, come on, we've got training to do. Naruto recovered and was able to get his act together and return to training as they went through the prescribed exercises, and as time passed, Naruto was getting into the swing of things. Hours later, Naruto was once more tired and was eager to have some ramen, and they headed back up, and as they headed for Ichiraku ramen stand, Naruto was eager to finally put his training to the forefront of the month ahead. The next day, Naruto decided to visit the hospital to see how things were for Sasuke at the moment. It was then that he ran into Kakashi, who apparently had visited Sasuke before. Jonin smiled at his student and spoke to him. Hey there Naruto, you've been busy. You bet Kakashi-sensei, why are you here? I came here to check on Sasuke actually, he's still out of it, but the doctor said he's recovered well enough on his own at the moment. That sounds alright, say, can you teach me something new, please? Kakashi shook his head and replied. I don't think I can teach you at the moment, I know about your Kekkei Genkai since the Hokage told me so you need to train in that area first, and when you are ready, I can teach you a lesson that you can use to your advantage. I might train Sasuke harder, but there are reasons for that, and you both have good potential. Oh alright, but promise me that you are going to teach me someday. Count on it. By the way, you want to pay a visit to Lee? I hear it's in one of the rooms. Naruto's face became sad at the thought of Rock Lee being the way he was at the moment, and what Kakashi said about the dangers of Kenjutsu were forbidden. He hoped that the tough and strong genin would recover soon and continue to be a ninja. How is he? He'll live, but I don't know about his chances of being a ninja. Guy taught him well, there is no doubt in my mind about that, but for his chances, I just don't know. But can't the medic nin do something? Kakashi shook his head and replied. They're skilled, but nowhere near that skilled. The only medic nin I know who can do the surgery needed to heal Lee would have to be Tsunade. Tsunade? Who's that? One of the Sannin are the legendary 3 ninja sages, she was the finest medic nin in the village of Konoha and was the granddaughter of the Shodai Hokage, and she had superhuman strength, she was strong enough to collapse a wall with one hit. Wow, so where is she? She isn't here, and no Naruto, she's not a missing nin like Zabuza, her case is different. How is it different? I'm afraid I don't know all the details, the only one who would know would be her teammates. Naruto nodded and then bid farewell to Kakashi, and this allowed the Jonin to relax. Had he told Naruto the other reason for visiting Sasuke and training, he had no doubt the genin and new clan leader would have been royally angry. He had recently managed to stop Kabuto from killing Sasuke. The Leaf Ninja then revealed that he was a spy and a servant of Orochimaru as well, and was a highly skilled one to have killed all of the Anbu guards that Kakashi had requested to guard Sasuke. He noted that very well, and despite this, he did his best to convince Kabuto to leave. Kabuto was able to escape, using disguises and elaborate as well. Fooling Kakashi with one of the dead Anbu used as a puppet with his clothes and face on, while he had taken the disguise of the same slain Anbu and escaped. Kakashi could tell that despite Kabuto's age and youth. He was not someone to underestimate, so he himself would have to shape up and be stronger than before. And if Orochimaru had such talent at his side, things were not going to be easy. He however had no doubt that the very second Orochimaru and Kabuto find out about Naruto's hidden powers and Kekkei Genkai, things for Naruto were going to get very interesting. For now however, he had work to do with Sasuke as he, Jiraiya and the Hokage knew that they had to keep Sasuke's Sharingan from Orochimaru. As Naruto walked through the floors, he ran into none other than Shikamaru who was carrying a fruit basket. "Hey Shikamaru. Oh Naruto, what brings you out here?" "I was planning to visit Sasuke to see how the guy was doing and also to see Lee, what are you doing here?" Sending this fruit to Chaoji, he had one streak rib too many. If you catch my drift, it got so bad the nurse forbade him to eat anything solid for the next few days. And you know how Chaoji will react to that. Yeah, that is bad news for Chaoji. Anyway, it'll be a drag to be carrying this all day, here, grab a bite. Naruto took an apple and quickly munched it as the two of them began to make their way to Lee's room after getting some directions, however, it was then that both ninja felt something bad in the air. Shikamaru and Naruto looked at one another and quickly moved to see what was going on, and as soon as they reached Lee's room, they saw just what was going on. As well as who was in the room with the still sleeping Genin. Gaara, who was about to kill Lee with the desert coffin. Shikamaru moved quickly and bound the sand Genin with his shadow manipulation Kekkei Genkai and Naruto moved and quickly hit Gaara right on the face. "Ow. Hey Naruto. Don't hit him while I got him bound with my shadow, you just hit me." "Sorry about that." Man, Naruto's got a hell of a right hook, if he had not pulled back, he would have broken not just this Gaara guy's jaw, but mine too. The sand Genin got up and looked at the two and focused on them as they saw that the Genin was wearing his sand armor, but it was badly damaged at the moment. "What the heck are you doing here in Lee's room Gaara?" "Well met again Naruto Uzumaki. I didn't expect you here. I am a bit disappointed I don't get to fight you in the finals. Now isn't the time for that and you know it. Why are you here?" "Hi there Chaoji. How are you doing?" Ino asked as Chaoji smiled and saw both her and the fruit basket she had for him in her hands. "Wow. A pretty girl with food. What a lucky break." Back in Lee's room. "What are you doing here Gaara?" "I won't ask again." Naruto wanted answers and wanted them now, he knew that he couldn't attack Gaara with any of his abilities due to the fact he'd injure Shikamaru as well, along with harming Lee, but he couldn't help but ask just what the heck was Gaara doing here in this room of all things. "I was going to kill him." That naturally didn't sit well with the two Konoha Genin who glared at Gaara, that is Naruto glared while Shikamaru kept his cool, but even so, he was not liking the situation for the moment. "What?" The simple and calm look of Gaara which was mixed with a bloodthirstiness was making Shikamaru nervous as he shook his head. This guy is one cold customer. He's not showing any reaction, even if I have him tied down by my shadow, I have no doubt if he tries to attack us. I can't stop him too well. The only chance to defuse this is to bluff him. But why the hell would he want to kill Lee? You already beat him once in the preliminaries. Heck you practically broke his leg and arm and he can't fight anymore, let alone defend himself. Yet you want to kill him. Isn't what you did to him back there enough for you? Is this some personal grudge you have on Lee?" "I have nothing personal against him. There's no ulterior motive or complicated planning involved with me being here. I just want to kill him, nothing more." Naruto didn't like that in the least. "You're insane Gaara. I don't know why the heck you're like this. But right now I don't care. You really lost it." "Yeah. Naruto's right. You honestly think we'll stand by and let you murder one of our fellow Genin in his sleep and be unable to fight back? You're one sick, selfish and twisted psychotic Gaara of the sand. If you both don't stay out of my way, then I'll kill the both of you as well." Naruto however glared and his tattoos began to show themselves and traces of chakra began to seep out and he replied. "I'd like to see you try it, Gaara." "Whoa Naruto. Don't blow a gasket here. Look, we know you are tough and we were there when you crippled Lee with your sand, but we haven't unleashed our full abilities just yet, so we have the advantage." "Really now?" "Yeah, what you've seen of my family's ability with Shadow's manipulation is just the icing on the cake. Besides, there's two of us here, so take my advice and leave here peacefully." Gaara however was not intimidated as he spoke back to Shikamaru. "I'll say it again loud and clear, if you two get in my way, I'll kill you both right here and now. I don't need to wait until the tournament to kill you both." "Damn. He's like ice. This is not going well. I'd like to see you try Gaara." "Damn it Naruto. Keep that temper and ice for a single minute. This guy fights like a demon for Kami's sake." Naruto glared and replied. "He can act and fight like a demon all he wants. But I happen to have the real deal right inside of me. I happen to have a demon in me as well, a real one. Pure power as well, and you do not want to wake it up. What the hell are you yapping about now? Let me try to defuse this mess. What the whole point of getting him mad at us anyway? Gaara looked on as Naruto glared back. And he merely closed his eyes and spoke. A demon inside you, huh? Then my demon is as real as your own is. What the heck? My birth and my upbringing back in my village of sand was not something one would call either happy or normal. To make sure I would be born as the ultimate sand shinobi to ever be born from the land of wind. My father, the fourth Kazekage, used his ninjutsu on me, infusing my still unborn form with the power of a sand demon spirit. In doing so, life was lost with my birth. My mother's life. I was literally born as a monster in human form. Naruto looked on with shock at that as he realized that there was something in Gaara's tone that told him that this was the truth. And it resonated with him. Because it was the same as his own life. Shikamaru was also shocked and Gaara carried on. The name of that demon that melded with me was Shukaku, the living reincarnation of a former sand priest who died and became evil and was sealed in an old tea kettle. Shikamaru recovered and spoke. A demon-based dot, but to use it on a baby. Before it was ever born. That is one creepy thought. Your father must love you well enough to give you that power. Can it be true? Can he really have a demon inside him? Like I do? Gaara never showed emotion, but Naruto could tell that there was one emotion in Gaara. Hatred. Love? You speak of love. Don't think I can be measured in your standards. It's not love I feel for my family. Neither is it respect or any of those feelings you people have. The only emotional ties I have for them is hate. I hate my family, I hate them all to my very core. The only thing I ever wanted was to wrap either my hands or the sand in my gourd around their necks and kill them slowly. Given life by the death of my mother, I was nurtured to be the salvation of the sand village. My father taught me all the secrets of the ninja at a young age, and I was treated well enough. Pampered and protected and left to my own devices, and for a time. I thought it was love. But that was only the beginning of everything. What the heck are you talking about? What kind of tricks are you trying to pull this time, Gaara? 6 years passed when I was 6 years old. My father tried to have me destroyed far more than I care to remember. The way Gaara smiled and looked quite insane made Shikamaru and Naruto look in shock, both however were not backing away. You just said your father pampered and protected you. Was that some sort of lie? It was no lie. Those who get to be strong get to be feared, and I was feared by everyone in the village. The same that was used to infuse Shukaku in me had imbalanced my mind in some way. Even the most foolish of my village realized that I was emotionally unstable. My father, the Kazekage, created me as his ultimate weapon in battle. But even he saw that I was too dangerous, and I became a threat to the very village I was meant to protect and save from disarray. When I was 6 I became a figure of terror to everyone and in their eyes. I was nothing more than a relic of the past they wanted gone. I was a living monument to their sins that they wanted destroyed. And that meant I had failed the purpose for which I was given life utterly. So I asked myself. What was left for me to exist in this wretched world? What was the point of living now? For living and having no goal is the same as being a dead corpse. But then I realized that everything has a purpose and a goal to stay alive in this world. What is this lunatic freak talking about? Naruto remained silent and thought to himself. I know what he means, I know what he feels. Because I was like him too, him and I are no different from one another. We are both demon containers. Then I found the answer. My reason to stay alive was in the killing of all those who are my targets. Since it was my mother's death that gave me life. Then it is in the death of ours that gave me purpose. I lived in fear of those sent to kill me. But now I do not fear death, and I have killed many would-be assassins sent by my father in the years. I learned that I truly lived when I fought and lived only for myself, and I loved myself. I have no need for others, and also as long as there are those alive for me to kill, then I will find some peace and happiness in this overcrowded, wide and wretched world. I will live here for all eternity. This guy has lost his mind. He's not human at all. But a freakish monster. I was alone like him. I had no idea why I was alive. Until Iruka-sensei came and then saw me for me, not for the Kyuubi. He gave me a reason for living. Then I met the old man, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-chan. And even Sasuke. But Gaara. He had no one, and those who could have helped him turned on him. He had to find his reason to stay living on his own. But he came up with this. To kill in order to live. Could I have become like him if it hadn't been for Iruka-sensei being there? Could I have been like Gaara too? We're so different. But we're close to being the same. We're literally brothers in a sense. Naruto. Damn it all. Not now. This is a drag. The reason for that was the sand suddenly came to life, and despite Gaara being pinned down by Shikamaru's, the sand came right at them as Naruto was frozen stiff by what he heard and how much the same he and Gaara were. Gaara was about to attack, but it was then that guy arrived on the scene, and so did Fenrix, and Fenrix had a blade of pure fire aimed at Gaara's throat, and with one pull, the dragon ascendant could have easily sliced Gaara's head off. I suggest you lay off with your antics, Gaara of the Sand. Harm anyone here, including my charge, I will slice your head clean off. Gaara looked at Fenrix, but even though he was emotionless, he mentally took a step back as he saw the dragon-like eyes that stared back at him. Gaara left as pain hit him as Guy told them to wait for the finals, and he turned to speak to them. All the same, I am going to kill you, I will kill you all. As Naruto left with Fenrix and headed back to the fortress home of his, the senior dragon Descendant spoke to his student. I heard everything, but before you get any ideas, I think that you already have people who care for you. Sakura, Iruka, and Kakashi, Master Valen, the Hokage, and maybe even Sasuke. They are the people who gave you the chance to walk away from your personal hell. Gaara didn't have that, and look at him, those people are important to you, Naruto, am I right? Yes, they are. So you must fight for them, for their sake, not for yourself. Remember the things you've learned, and remember what Haku said to you. Naruto remembered quickly what Haku said about how people gain true strength by fighting for others, and that steeled him to train even harder. If ever he would face Gaara, he would not hesitate to fight him with all he got at this moment in time. Elsewhere. Where have you been, Gaara? We've been looking for you. Ankiru asked his youngest brother when he showed up, just as they were getting a very bad feeling about what was going to happen if he was out of sight. But he was back and seemed to be no worse for wear. None of your business. Ankiru sighed and kept his cool, knowing that no matter how angry he would get, he was no match for Gaara. Tamari sighed as she looked at both her brothers and wondered how it had come to this. They were here not to truly win the Chunin exams, but to help the Sound defeat and crush Konoha. The village that they were allied with, and so many died for this peace. The situation was so wrong to her. But there were reasons as well. The feudal lord of Wind Country ordered military cutbacks, forcing her village to downsize their forces and lose a lot of missions that could truly help them in many ways, and matters that should be in the hands of her village were handed to the people in Konoha, and that made them weaker in power and influence. That was the reason why Gaara was born as well. They had to go for quality shinobi instead of quantity. But now they were going back into war. Under the order of her father. And the outcome. Tamari sighed as she looked out the window. Things were going to be very bad news now. Days later. The village of Konoha was currently getting ready for the coming second half of the Chunin exams. And it seemed that things were well on their way to getting very loud and entertaining at the moment. However, there were some new things that were being discussed in hushed tones by the villagers, namely concerning a certain blonde genin who had just discovered his own Kekkei Genkai. Many of the villagers were making rude comments and saying that stuff was just garbage, and there was no way a guy like Naruto would have a Kekkei Genkai. The villagers, however, were getting rather curious on how the soon-to-come matches would turn out. Many talked about the coming match between Sasuke Uchiha and Gaara of the Sand. To them, that was the kind of fight they were looking forward to. Not the fight of the blonde genin, and many of those who were against Naruto thought that he would be beaten down. They had no idea how wrong they were. Naruto was busy training long and hard deep within his underground fortress-like residence, as he was being taught by not just Fenrix, but by Jiraiya as well. The meeting between the Sannin and the blonde ninja did not go well at first, but they were getting along well enough as Jiraiya and Fenrix had a respect for one another. And much to Naruto's shock and surprise, his mentor Fenrix, like Kakashi, was a fan of the Icha novels. All throughout his training, he was unaware that while his blood had finally adapted to the powers, his body had not. Fenrix knew this and trained Naruto hard, as he knew that Naruto's growth spurt was already taking effect as he was growing taller and stronger than before, as his body was being magically adjusted to suit his powers. The changes included a loss of all baby fat and replaced with lean but rock-hard muscle, increase in height, and also his face began to change into that of a more mature and handsome person. Jiraiya noted that, and Naruto could have sworn that the pervy sage said something that sounded like he was going to be as handsome as his old man. He, however, was so focused on his training that he did not notice, and he was enjoying the training as he slowly but surely began to adapt to using not just wind, but fire, water, lightning, and earth. He knew that he was to give his all at the moment, and he couldn't wait to see what other lessons Jiraiya might give him. The pervy sage tested Naruto's use of the Kage Bushin and also his Genjutsu, Ninjutsu, and Taijutsu skills, and despite his thoughts on the Sannin being a perverted old man, he was happy with the training. Jiraiya himself was interested in giving Naruto the contract of frog summoning, but waited for a better time to train him, as his new Kekkei Genkai had to develop first. At the end of the month, he would teach Naruto just how to summon toads, and he was looking forward to the results of this meeting between Gamabunta and Naruto. It was during his training that Naruto wished he could use the ultimate move of elemental manipulation. However, during an exercise with his Kage Bushin, the blonde had an idea on a new jutsu that he could incorporate into battle. The day of the semifinals of the Chunin exams. As the crowds gathered and were now filling the area where the coming Chunin exams were going to start, Naruto left the compound of his home and was wearing a cloak with his new clan symbol, the 5 elements in dragon form surrounding the symbol of Konoha. He decided to pay a visit to the old training ground, ignoring some of the comments heading at his direction, namely sent by young women. As he arrived there, he was surprised to see none other than Hinata herself. He was not expecting her here, but he decided to call her attention. Hinata. Hinata turned, and she blushed bright red as she found herself looking at a very handsome young man with deep blue eyes and deep blonde hair that resembled the color of gold, wheat in the sun itself. She felt her heart race and wondered just who was before her. Who are you? How do you know my name? It's me, Naruto. Naruto? Is that you? Yep. But it can't be. I mean. Why? Do I look ugly or something? No. But you look so handsome. I thought you. Hinata blushed to the point that her face was bright red as she realized just what she had just said, but she could not help herself as Naruto looked so handsome that she felt like he was a god in human form at this moment in time. Hey, thanks, I don't look at a mirror all that much, but if you say so, then it's true. So, how are you feeling? Hinata managed to look at Naruto and replied. I'm feeling a lot better and Naruto-kun, the doctor said I should be careful, but it'll be fine. I hope to see you in action soon. Count on it, I am going to make Neji regret ever making all those remarks towards you. Thank you, I want to say, thank you. For what, Hinata? For what you said before in the tower. I knew I would not be able to beat Neji-san. I was always shy and meek, I never had confidence before, even if I trained hard, I was always afraid of losing, of giving my all, but you. When I looked at you and heard what you said to me to stand up for myself, I felt so alive and so strong to know that you were right beside me. Hinata. I felt like I could fight to the limit and I was worth something. I might have lost, but I felt that I have changed for the better, thanks to you. So I have no doubt you can win, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled and spoke to Hinata. Thanks, you know something, Hinata, I have to tell you what I think of you. Hinata gasped as she felt her body tense up and her heart beat even faster at the moment as she waited in anticipation. What is, Naruto-kun? What is it you want to say? Do you like me, please? I have to know. You know, back then I always thought of you as. What? Please. Tell me what you think of Naruto-kun. I must not faint. I have to know. Hinata felt her heart race at the expectation of what she had long waited for Naruto to say to her. She wanted to know. That you were a weird, timid and odd girl. Hinata felt downcast and wondered if her shyness had finally caught up with her, and she wondered if this was what Naruto truly thought of her, and she felt even sadder. However, her thoughts of sadness disappeared as Naruto spoke. But now I see you as a kind, strong-hearted, brave, and talented person. And I happen to like that a lot. I like people who are like that, and seeing you fight was impressive. No matter what anyone says, you will grow up to be a great ninja someday, don't lose faith and keep it up, Hinata. Hinata blushed bright red at the praise, and her sadness vanished as she could see that Naruto meant every word to her. Thank you Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled. No problem, see you at the finals, Hinata. As Naruto left, Hinata was still blushing as she twiddled her fingers and felt her heart race and her feelings swelled. He said it. Naruto-kun likes me. As he made his way to the building, he was able to enter despite some problems at the entrance due to the Chunin there who guarded the doors. As soon as he proved that he was Naruto, he made his way in and was greeted by Fenrix and Jiraiya, who were eager to see this fight and show his newly created special ability. As soon as he entered the ring, he removed his cloak and was dressed in black pants with orange stripes and wore a simple black and orange striped shirt and vest with the same clan symbol at the back. He ignored the stares, including the one from Temari, and focused on the soon-to-come fight. In the ring. As the two faced one another, Naruto was more than eager for the soon-to-come fight. He was going to make sure that by the end of this round, he was going to beat the holy hell out of Neji and give him the beating he deserves for looking down on people's dreams and aspirations to be better and stronger. As well as proving to others that they were going to able to make themselves into stronger and better people. The crowds were expecting this fight to be easy for Neji, and then they could actually see Gaara and Sasuke face off once Naruto was defeated. Some admired the fact that he got this far, but they felt that he was going to be easily defeated by Neji. While many of the women were surprised at how handsome Naruto was at the moment, even Sakura and Ino were impressed. Naruto was focused in the battle and was now ready to give Neji the sound beating he deserved for his words, but for the moment, he wanted to see just what Neji was capable of unleashing with the Byakugan and the gentle fist at the moment, so for now, he was going to let the people think that this fight was going to be simple. He however was not going to let Neji think he was going to have this fight in the bag just yet. Neji however was not that confident. Despite his calm stance at the moment, he was cautious in attacking Naruto directly, as Naruto's abilities were making him a deadly foe at the moment. Begin. The moment the Jonin Proctor Gemma said that, Naruto quickly attacked with several kunai, one Neji caught and used that to block the incoming attacks, but Naruto was quick to attack and unleashed several fast punches, and while Neji evaded them and used his Byakugan to attack Naruto. However, Naruto was quick on the uptake and quickly moved out of the way and launched a powerful spinning kick at the side, and Neji managed to block the attack, but Naruto was not going to let him get away so easily just yet, as he quickly recovered and leaped over Neji, and as he landed he turned and launched out a swipe kick the Neji leaped over. Naruto however followed up with a reverse spinning back kick that hit Neji in the stomach, making the Hyuga clan member realize that while Naruto was not using his full power, even so he was not someone he could afford to take lightly. The two engaged in several hand-to-hand combat attacks, and while Neji tried to use his gentle fist, Naruto was not going to make it the least bit easy for Neji to score a direct hit at the moment. The fight proved to be a winning one, and the crowds watched as Neji and Naruto were fighting their best in the moment before them. For every kick Naruto unleashed as well as every punch, Neji was able to counter, but even then, the speed and power of Naruto's attacks were very good, as Neji had to strain his Byakugan to the limits to even things up at the moment. His attacks were getting better, but Naruto countered with quick and effective movements, using his hands and arms to block Neji's attack, and also his legs to block in effect Neji's kicks. Naruto unleashed several kunai and shuriken that Neji easily evaded, and the two attacked once more, and Neji threw several kicks at Naruto, but Naruto leaped away and did a spinning backhand upside down that Neji managed to block, and he attacked with a back kick that Naruto blocked in retaliation, and when he landed, the blonde genin launched a powerful series of kicks at Neji who blocked as best he could. Not bad. Even when not using his powers, he is more than capable of fighting. This fight is going to be a lot longer than I thought, but since he is not using that power, I can beat him with those. You might have trained long and hard for Naruto, and I respect that, but fate cannot be changed. I will win this fight because destiny is on my side. As the two separated, Neji attacked with his gentle fist and managed to hit Naruto, but Naruto countered the attack by moving backward and grabbing Neji's hand and pulling backward and landing a powerful elbow into Neji's body, which Neji blocked with his other hand. Naruto countered with a powerful rising knee attack which hit Neji in the stomach. Neji however countered with several palm strikes that forced Naruto back. And this was when he made his move. Hakashu Kaiten. Neji rotated his body and unleashed a powerful sphere that knocked Naruto back, and as soon as Naruto recovered, Neji was not going to finish as he attacked with yet another Hyuga clan special attack. Hiashi was impressed and saw how Neji was able to use such techniques that were never taught to him due to being a branch family member. His daughter Hanabi thought the very same thing as her cousin was proving to be a lot better than she thought, but she too was impressed by Naruto's moves, but the second move seemed to guarantee Neji's victory. Hakiraki Juionshu. Naruto got hit so many times that it seemed that he was going to be knocked out, and Naruto moved down to his knees, and Neji couldn't help but be impressed at how Naruto fought. He had managed to pull out several hits and the two Hyuga clan moves, and now it seemed that he would win in the end. You fought Naruto-san well, but you lost. What makes you so sure? Accept it, I don't know why you didn't use that ability you showed before in the preliminaries, but now without your chakra, you can't use it at all. Fate is unchanging and losers cannot be able to change, that is the will of fate. Screw that fate and destiny crap. What makes you think that is all true anyway? You really want to know? Very well, take me for example. What are you talking about this time? Neji then removes the Konoha forehead protector, and there on his forehead was a seal in the shape of an X. Naruto looked at it as Neji spoke. I had this disgusting mark on me when I was merely 4 years old, and so did my father Hisashi since his own birth. My father was born after Hinata's own father Hiashi, and his clan laws dictated. He was relegated to being a member of the branch family. The Hyuga clan are of two parts. And the branch family's fate and destiny are to be the ones who would protect the main branch. I was unaware of it at first. Until I saw how they treated my father and me. How we were always relegated to other tasks despite our own talents. This cursed seal was always used for those of the branch family who were always destined to be nothing more than shields for the main family. This seal was given to me by them on the day when Konoha and the Country of Lightning signed a valuable peace treaty. After a war between them and an alliance, a celebration was held that day. The head ninja of the hidden village of the Cloud was Lightning Country's representative. The Hyuga were the only clan not present since it was Hinata's 3rd birthday. And the same day I was branded with this seal. Both my father and Hiashi were twins, and my father hated the main family and never respected them. On the day my uncle was training Hinata, he was able to beat her. My father prepared to fight with Hinata to see how much she had grown. But Hiashi activated the seal on my father and my father suffered from it. The seal prevents members of the branch family from attacking the main by limiting their Byakugan and injuring their minds and bodies. Hiashi then told him to never defy his fate as a branch family member. That seal protected the Byakugan bloodline through death. For the seal only disappeared in death. One night, Hinata was kidnapped and Hiashi was able to save her and kill the man responsible. And that man was the head ninja of Hidden Cloud. The Lightning Country then stated that Konoha violated the treaty and they demanded the lead of the Hyuga clan in exchange for the death of their head ninja. In time the relationship broke down and Konoha gave in to the demand of Lighting. But they didn't give it to Hiashi. They gave my father his Ashi instead. They gave them to my father because he was the second born and was fated to die in Hiashi's place. Niji then placed back on the forehead protector and then glared at Naruto who glared right back at him. The day my father died was the day I learned the truth of life Naruto and I know it to be true. The only truth is. There are those few who are predetermined to be great. I know you're dreaming of being Hokage. But you are not going to make it. Only those who are predestined can be Hokage. There's only true fate that binds all of us. And that's death. No one can escape that. And all because my father died as a member of the branch family of the Hyuga for the sake of the head family as it was his destiny and fate as a branch family member. And now. Your fate has been decided since you became my foe in this match. Hiashi heard everything. And he knew just what it was that Niji spoke of. In his heart Niji still cursed and hated the main family. And he knew why Niji hated them. After all, they did agree to having his Ashi killed in his place. But there was far more to that than even Niji realized. He wanted to tell him the truth. But he doubted Niji would ever listen to him. He had every reason to not listen after all. Naruto however was not convinced and replied. You can tell me that, but nothing will change the fact that I will not lose to you and there is no such thing as a fate you cannot escape. At least I have the courage to fight and defy fate. What about you Niji, still too much of a coward to face fate? At least Hinata and Lee had the courage to face and fight for what they dream for, unlike you who hides behind this crappy thought of fate being inescapable. Niji was getting very angry and made that very well known. You know nothing. No matter how hard you train and no matter how hard you dream for it, you can never gain it. Because all people are born with an inescapable fate and destiny. Only those chosen by fate and destiny can ever be Hokage. And you know nothing about how it feels to carry a mark like this one on me for the rest of your life. I am cursed for all eternity and nothing can change that. Naruto however got up and to Niji's shock summoned his chakra once more. Spare me your idle prattle and garbage Niji. Now that we're done playing around, we can get serious. How? You think I let you get those hits for the fun of it, Niji? I just wanted to see just what you were capable of doing with both the Byakugan and the gentle fist for real, and not that I know just what you are able to do, now is the right time to get serious. Naruto got into a combat stance and then unleashed his special ability. Dragon King Blood. Release. Wind. Niji watched as the tattoos were finally showing themselves and the sight of Naruto being surrounded by wind made him move back and this got the crowd right by their pants. They had thought that Naruto was done for despite the amazing fight and spirit he displayed before, but now it seemed that the blonde ninja was about to show what he was about to do. And Naruto did not disappoint as he attacked with several powerful tunnels of wind and sent those slamming hard into Niji's defense and sent the boy away. Naruto did the same and Niji evaded the attack and charged at Naruto, intent on finishing the fight quickly, but if he thought he would be able to attack Naruto up close and attack with the Haki Rakujuionshu once more. He was wrong as Naruto beat him to second. Naruto attacked at the same time but with an even greater speed, using the wind to propel him even faster to close in to attack Niji, and he struck with a simple kick. Niji blocked but paid dearly for it as the wind appeared on Naruto's leg and sent him back with several tears on the clothes and some cuts on his skin, not enough to draw blood, but to hurt well enough. Naruto was far from done as he attacked with several blasts of wind and then moved in and launched a punch, and as Niji evaded and prepared to strike, Naruto quickly flipped over Niji and landed his own palm strikes into Niji's back and sent him to the ground. Niji turned and coughed a bit as he felt pain on his body at the moment and spoke to Naruto. You were baiting me the whole time. Naruto nodded and then spoke with confidence. Oh yes, I don't have to attack at long range all the time, as you have found out, my abilities also work well in close combat. Besides Niji, what makes you think wind is the only element I can throw at you? What? Lightning. Niji could only watch as the tattoos on Naruto's body transformed and resembled spheres of lighting and lightning bolts, and Naruto's body was suddenly releasing lightning bolts all over himself. Naruto then raised his arm, and then to the shock of the people above, black lightning clouds appeared in the sky, and then a massive current of pure raw elemental lightning in lightning bolt form lanced down with a massive boom and landed on Naruto, without even harming him, and then with a pointing of two fingers, Naruto unleashed the bolt of lightning right at Neji. Neji managed to roll away, and he couldn't help but feel his nerves tingle and his skin seemed to be alive, as even though he had evaded the strike, the very air was filled with lightning, even as the clouds above vanished as quickly as they came. Naruto decided to taunt Neji the same way he taunted Hinata to give him a taste of his own medicine. You want to try the gentle fist of yours on me again, Neji? Let me show you just how bad an idea that is. Naruto did so because he was covered in an aura of pure lightning like a suit of elemental armor, and he spoke once more. If even one finger of yours touches me, I can hit you with enough lightning to either stun you or cook you alive. How do you plan on beating me? How can you do that? This is my Kekai Genkai Neji. I can manipulate all 5 elements with equal skill, and apart from increased physical abilities, I have the ability to be nearly impossible to harm with blades as you already know, but to drive this home. I am also given a higher resilience to injury and to paralysis and even illusion techniques. It means I am immune to Genjutsu, and even to a degree, your vaunted gentle fist, and you know why, despite how effective it is, you're going to need greater physical strength to use it on me, and you don't have it. And that makes your chosen fighting style useless to me. But mine is more than a match for yours. Neji was stunned, and so was everyone else in the ring. Naruto, however, was not going to give up yet as he attacked and dropped his lightning aura and attacked with his taijutsu and revealed another frightening aspect of his powers to Neji as his punch landed on Neji as Neji was still unable to fight back. He screamed in shock as he was hit by bolts of lightning that quickly stunned him and he was able to move back. This is not good. He's able to stun me with just a single punch and I can't attack him, I have to do something fast. Neji took out a kunai to give him some defense, but Naruto was quick to disable that idea as he focused his lightning into his right hand, and to Neji's surprise and that of everyone else, the lightning solidified into a sword of pure lightning, and with one strike, Naruto cut the kunai quite easily. However, the technique seemed to be imperfect as the lightning quickly dispersed as Naruto landed on the ground from his leap. The Hyuga member managed to keep his distance but was treated to yet another surprise as Naruto merely shouted another command. Water. The tattoos on Naruto's body shifted once more at the command and resembled streams, rivers, and waves of blue color, and Naruto was now using water as spheres of liquid were there on his hands, and he then unleashed from the air itself a massive wave of pure water that slammed hard into Neji, drenching him and sending him flying. Neji barely got to his feet as Naruto attacked, and while Neji tried to use a sweep kick to knock Naruto down, the blonde ninja kicked upward, and Neji watched as a whip of pure hard water smacked him right in the face and sent him flying to the other side. He got up and looked to see Naruto smiling the whole time. Naruto was enjoying this fight greatly and planned to show off even more of his abilities in combat. He finally decided to unleash yet another element. Earth. Neji looked as Naruto's tattoos morphed once more to take the form of fissures, hills, mountains, and the brown-green color of earth, and then he moved away as Naruto unleashed several walls of pure earth from the ground with a mere gesture from his hands, and he sent the walls at Neji. Neji managed to evade the attacks, but he was not given a respite as Naruto attacked with and unleashed a powerful trio of waves made of earth to imbalance Neji, and he landed several kicks to Neji and knocked him back. Fire. Naruto's tattoos now resembled flame and was of a deeper red color, and he unleashed spinning whips of flame at Neji, and Neji got his leg burned a bit and he gritted at the pain and managed to roll away as Naruto unleashed several waves of fire by doing the same move as he had done with lightning and fired a trio of tongues of flame at Neji. Neji then realized that Naruto could only use one element at a time and he calmed himself and tried to find a way to beat Naruto hard. But he was also cautious, he knew that he would have to find some way of hitting Naruto's body hard enough to use the signature Haki Rakijuionshu once more. In the crowd. Damn. I hate to say it, but that was way cool. Tiba said and Akamaru barked in agreement while Hinata was utterly impressed by how things were turning out. Naruto-kun, you are so amazing. That was, man, I never knew Naruto would get this good in a month. Sakura had to agree with Ino as the two looked on as Naruto was thrashing Neji around like a dog would maul a chew toy. Neji is getting really hurt, man, this Naruto is really pouring it on. Tenten hated to admit this. But it seemed that Neji had picked a foe that his Byakugan and Gentle Fist was useless against. Seeing Naruto manipulate wind got her worried at first, but she knew Neji's special move could counter that, but when Naruto unleashed his power over lightning and now water, her thoughts began to change. The Ashi could only look on in growing amazement as Naruto was busy pounding the very life out of Neji. Seeing Naruto stand up to the Hakashu Kaiten and the Haki Rakijuionshu without ill effect was surprising, but this was something else entirely. The Chunin were speaking rapidly to one another, and the Jonin were also talking with one another as they saw the power Naruto was displaying at the moment. The villagers were also chatting, but many were hooked at this fight at the moment. The masked Anbu couldn't help but look at the sight before him. How the heck did he do that? Only the Nidain was capable of using water jutsu without a water source. One of the Anbu said as he and his companions looked on. The captain, however, replied. That was no water jutsu, he is using water differently, he did not use any hand seals, and I think, no matter how crazy this sounds, he was able to pull water from the air itself. In the Hokage's viewing area. Sarutobi couldn't help but smile at the sight. Naruto had gone far, even though he had only a month's worth of training. Who is this young man? Sarutobi turned to the Kazukiage and replied. Naruto Uzumaki, who has an amazing Kekkei Genkai and despite his tender age, is head of his own clan here in Konoha. You saw his new clan symbol of 5 dragons surrounding the Konoha symbol. He is relatively new in his powers, but he is growing. I have a feeling that he might even surpass all the noble families and their own Kekkei Genkai. I see. Naruto-kun, where did you get this power? You did not have this when you were in the forest, and it is certainly not the Kyuubi's power. You are interesting. Naruto smiled as he finally revealed his special ace in the hole. He had been training in secret with this ever since he had discovered that the cage bushin he would normally make could also carry his powers, and that meant that they could use his ability to change the elements that they were able to wield. He had thought it over and wondered if it could work. He had presented the idea to Fenrix, and the senior dragon ascendant had to admit the move was very ingenious. And even the pervy sage Jiraiya was impressed by the move and said that what he had planned was taking the use of cage bushin to a whole new level. It had been a very hard run to master the style and how to properly use attacks that could work well in conjunction with what he had in mind. It had taken him weeks to master some basic maneuvers. Here's my special trick. And this is what I have been training in when I use my Kekkei Genkai. I hope you're ready for this. Page Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto created several clones, and there were now since there were 5 opponents before Neji in the ring. Neji wanted to know just what Naruto was up to at the moment, and he decided to speak. Page Bushin, despite that being a Jonin technique, that jutsu is no Kekkei Genkai. Naruto was smirking however, he had been training with this for some time now, and now was the time for him to keep his promise. No, not on its own, but the cage bushin are my aids. I have yet to fully master the ability to manipulate the elements to the point I can use all 5 together, but with the cage bushin, I came up with the next best thing. Dragon King Blood. Release. Fire. One by one, each of the cage bushin spoke the same phrase. But instead of the same element that Naruto spoke, they spoke the other 4 elements. Dragon King Blood. Release. Wind. Dragon King Blood. Release. Earth. Dragon King Blood. Release. Water. Dragon King Blood. Release. Lighting. The 4 other cage bushin were quick to be covered with the tattoos, but the 4 were armed with different tattoos, and to the amazement of everyone in the ring and in the Hokage box. Naruto was now carrying a full burning flame in both hands and feet, while the other cage bushin were wielding either vortexes of wind, orbs of crackling lightning, flowing springs of water, and chunks of earth floating about. The gasps and comments on what they were seeing at the moment filled the whole ring as the people of Konoha, the dignitaries, ninjas, and the feudal lords. What they were seeing was utterly unheard of at the moment. Naruto and the other cage bushin grinned as they all looked at Neji who was looking at the assembled force and he was stunned at that moment and the blonde genin replied with a very satisfied smile as he got into position. And the cage bushin did the same and as soon as the position was set. It resembled the elemental chakra table usually seen in the academy. Naruto who was currently using fire elemental manipulation was in the lead followed by the cage bushin using wind elemental manipulation, then by the cage bushin using lightning elemental manipulation, who was then followed by the cage bushin using earth elemental manipulation, and lastly by the cage bushin using water elemental manipulation. Like what you see. This is my personally created elemental cage bushin formation jutsu. This is my personal jutsu and only I can do it. I said I was going to beat you. And now I intend to do just that. The 5 attacked Neji and Neji was quickly on the defensive and tried to fire a number of shuriken, but the cage bushin who controlled earth quickly raised his hands and out of nowhere came a massive wall of earth that blocked the shuriken and Neji looked up as the cage bushin using wind came from the wall of hardened earth and attacked him with a powerful pair of wind and spheres that forced him to move away, but Neji had no time to respond when the earth wall suddenly surged forward like water and the pillar slammed right into him. Ugh. Neji used his arms to block, but he was sent back as a flat pillar of earth slammed hard into him and forced him hack. Neji had no time to relax just yet as another cage bushin came right at him with a pair of shuriken and he was able to evade them, but before he could make an attack. This one revealed that it was the one who controlled water, and he merely moved his hands and began unleashing whips of pure hard water, and Neji tried to block, but the cage Bushin was able to soften the water and it splashed into Neji. It was actually a trick, and Neji got hit hard by the other water tendril, which was hard and hit like a whip and sent him reeling. He barely had enough time before Naruto, who still wielded fire, was joined by the cage Bushin who was controlling wind, and the two then forced their hands forward and unleashed a combined blast of fire and wind, and Neji quickly realized that he was facing serious danger, as there was no way he could withstand a combined attack from both fire and wind, as the massive vortex of fire and wind hit the area before him. The Hyuga branch member barely had time to breathe as he barely avoided a massive blast of pure lightning from his side as the lightning-wielding cage Bushin unleashed powerful arcs of lighting from his arm at that moment. Even so, Neji did not get away scot-free. Before he could fully escape, the cage Bushin leaped forward and in a spinning flip, brought down a spinning back heel kick that was covered in pure lighting, and Neji got hit hard on the side of his body and sent flying back. Neji gasped as he was covered in crippling lightning that stunned him considerably, but was not going to get a break as he was suddenly hit from the back and sent flying into the air as the earth cage Bushin fired a pillar of solid earth from below Neji and sent him flying upward, and then the Hyuga was unable to counter as Naruto came in with his fists and feet covered in flames and unleashed a powerful barrage of punches and kicks that hit Neji hard and following uppercut and sent the Hyuga flying once more. The water-wielding cage Bushin came into play as he leaped upward and unleashed a massive wave of water that turned into a massive hand, which grabbed Neji and swung him around the ring and then released him and sent Neji sliding on the earth, and when he stopped, he coughed out some blood and he looked to see Naruto and all four of his element-wielding cage Bushin moving in formation, and he couldn't help but try to get to his feet. Naruto growled and spoke to Neji. "So? Had enough?" Neji was not going to give up as he got back to his feet. He was not going to give up at all at the moment. However, Naruto was not the kind to let things go easily, and he decided to take it up a notch, and he nodded to all his cage Bushin and then to Neji and everyone else's surprise. The earth-wielding cage Bushin became fire, the fire-wielding Naruto now wielded water, the wind-wielding cage Bushin became earth, and the lighting-wielding cage Bushin became wind. This effectively made Naruto and his cage Bushin switch places, and since Neji could not tell which was the real Naruto due to the cage Bushin having the same chakra and making his ability to see even harder where the real Naruto was at the moment. Naruto, however, was not giving up yet as he shouted another command. "Cage Bushin no Jutsu." Yet another group of cage Bushin came on the scene. This time there were 10 of them, and sure enough the newly summoned cage Bushin shouted the same Dragon King blood release command, and they were quickly covered by the tattoos and using different elements. Neji now found himself surrounded by a much larger number of cage Bushin at the moment, and all of them were wielding a different element and were ready and eager for a fight. The Hyuga couldn't help but see himself surrounded by those cage Bushin who were wielding fire, wind, water, earth and lightning. He didn't know what to do at this point in time, and before he could do anything, all of them charged at him and he got ready to defend himself, but before he could do so, 3 cage Bushin wielding earth hit him with several earth-based attacks. The first included a flying wall of earth, the second several large chunks of earth powerful enough to crush bones and pulp flesh, and the other one was a number of earth tendrils. Neji managed to evade most of them, but his injuries made his reaction time even slower as he was hit by a part of the wall and sent rolling back as the 3 wind-wielding cage Bushin attacked in tandem, and he was sent flying into the sky with a pillar of wind, and Neji was thrashed about, left and right, and then 3 cage Bushin wielding water moved upward, being able to fly with the use of water to propel them upwards, and then all 3 unleashed a powerful wall of water that slammed hard into Neji and sent him down to the ground. Neji tried to get up as he was soaked in water, and as he did so, he looked up and got a full blow to the face with a lighting-covered uppercut and was only able to scream in pain as his body was stunned by the attack, and he saw 2 of the same lighting-wielding cage Bushin making their move. One leaped over the shoulders of the one that gave him the uppercut and kicked him solidly in the chest and sent him flying back. And the third did the same and followed him in mid-flight and flipped in flight to deliver a powerful reverse heel kick covered in lightning that sent him crashing down to the ground once more. The crowd could only watch in shock, while the other jonin were very much surprised. Incredible. To be able to use all 5 elements without hand seals, not to mention being able to shrug off that many injuries and hit with even greater force, speed, stamina, and recovery. I guess my father was not kidding when he said that Naruto's Kekkei Genkai was unique. Asuma said as he took a fresh cigarette and looked at the sight of Neji being beaten so easily at the moment. When the fight had started, it turned from a supposed one-sided battle into a powerful free-for-all fight that was impressive to the core as Naruto fought with a skill that was against the image of him being the class clown. As the fight grew more intense, it seemed that Neji had the chance when he used the special attack of the Hyuga main branch family. But Naruto not only survived it, but shrugged off the effects without any damage and then used his Kekkei Genkai. And this was the result. I agree. This is certainly not the Naruto many of us knew back in the day. Kurenai replied as she gazed at the situation before her. Hinata would no doubt have been impressed as well in her mind as she looked at Naruto, who was standing defiantly, surrounded by his Kage Bushin, who wielded the elements easily and was more than capable in inflicting massive damage and attacks on Neji at the moment. She was impressed by the way Naruto had fought with Neji and wondered just what sort of training he had been undergoing for the past month to be at this level of ability. This was on Kekkei Genkai that in her mind was proving to give even the noble Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkai a beating. The other Chunin and Jonin were also impressed at the rate this fight was turning out. Naruto was proving to be more than a match for Neji. If Neji attacked, he would be able to cut or hit Naruto hard enough due to the fact that Naruto's body is a lot harder than normal and was a lot stronger, and Naruto could use the elements as shields to protect himself in combat. Further adding a high degree of ability for the blonde genin. His attacks were also deadly, as since his Kekkei Genkai allowed him to control elements without hand seals and without harming him, this allowed him to use the elements to further increase his combat damage, and the results were obvious with some of Naruto's attacks on Neji. Namely the ones where his arms and legs were covered in lightning, as attacks from that had a stunning effect on Neji's body as the energy sent his nerves on haywire. And even forced Neji to stop using the Byakugan. The Ashi himself was very much surprised by the results. Like all the clan heads, he had balked at the idea of Naruto being the head of his own clan, as such a thing has never happened before in so many years, and he too did not like Naruto all that much, as he too was familiar with Naruto's dark secret. The Ashi also knew of his daughter's long-time crush on Naruto for some time, as despite his attitude towards Hinata, he did keep tabs on her. When he found out that she was attracted to Naruto, he was displeased but made no move to stop it. Hearing Hinata would train her best to get not just his approval, but Naruto's own approval and recognition as well. Now that he saw Naruto's Kekkei Genkai in action against Neji, he couldn't help but feel a bit threatened. This ability was totally unheard of. This Kekkei Genkai descended from the blood of some mythical creature that supposedly visited their village and granted its power to Naruto, and many of the clan heads and the ninja, many of them thought of it as something that would be nothing more than a dot, but after all he had seen. This was different. Naruto wasted no time and quickly closed the distance, and so did all 14 of his Kage Bushin. Neji decided to take one last shot at defeating Naruto, but that was not going to work as all the Kage Bushin vanished instantly. What? Neji tried to react at that moment, but he was too late as the real Naruto who had secretly burrowed his way underground with the use of earth, making a 15th Kage Bushin to take his place, and had been able to evade the Byakugan, and as soon as he leaped out. He unleashed a powerful right hook that finally sent Neji flying, and then he flipped and attacked a reverse spinning heel kick that hit Neji right in the head, and that was enough to send Neji to the ground. Hitting the ground with a bang as he coughed out blood. The real Naruto glared and was far from done as he lifted Neji by the neck and he began to choke the Hyuga clan member and glared at him and ready to fist. You tried to kill Hinata with one strike, I think I should give you the same experience to be fair, now die. Genma tried to move in, but seeing how Naruto had easily demolished Neji, he was more cautious. The Ashi looked on and felt worried as he was about to see Neji be killed. Neji couldn't help but feel that this was the end. But in truth, Naruto stopped his fist a mere inch from Neji's face and he pulled it back and spoke. Do you apologize? What? I said I was going to beat an apology out of you for those comments you aimed at Hinata and to those whose dreams you tried to talk down, and now that you can barely stand, I suggest you give me the apology I asked for. Come on Neji. It's not that hard, is it? Or are you too proud to say those words? Pride means nothing here, your life is in my hands at this moment. How does it feel to know your life now hangs in the hand of one who used to be a failure? Naruto then released Neji and spoke to him as Neji to the ground. Do you know how many times I failed the graduation exams? Neji looked at Naruto, who glared back at him, and the blonde continued. I failed many times, and all because the one I couldn't master was the Bunshin Jutsu. Weird, isn't it? I am able to make as many Kage Bushin that I want, but I couldn't even make one Bushin back in the academy. Let me tell you something, Neji, you think I don't know what it means to carry a mark for the rest of your life. I do, I carry a burden that I have to live with for the rest of my days, but unlike you, I don't accept the fate handed down to me. Do you think you know the pain and grief of being cursed? You know nothing. You don't know what it feels like to know that every time you turn your back, people call you a monster, demon, idiot, and worse. You don't know how it feels to have them look at you as if they wished you were never even born. You have no idea how lonely, isolating, and depressing it feels to know that every day you have to go back home and be alone for the rest of your life. I had to live like that for 12 long years. You didn't have to, you're a Hyuga, one of the noble families, even if you are one of the branch family. Everyone only has to hear your name and they look at you with respect and admiration, you were born with that talent and ability. You didn't have to claw and fight your way out of the dirt where you are, you didn't have to try and fight to prove you are more than everyone thinks you to be. Not like me. Or Lee, or even Hinata even if she is like you. The villagers were silent, even the ones who would have spoken against Naruto were rendered dumb. They had thought this battle would have been simply a defeat for Naruto and would be quick as they were eager to see Sasuke Uchiha in combat, but the titanic battle they had witnessed had changed their minds. They had thought that Naruto was going to be easily beaten by Neji, despite his supposed Kekkei Genkai, which they laughed at and called it nothing but a weakness before the Byakugan of the Hyuga. But now they were taking their words back because not only did Naruto withstand and survive, but outright demolished Neji, who was last year #1 genin. Before my Kekkei Genkai awakened, I had few friends and everyone treated me like dirt, like I am useless, like I am nothing but trash to be ignored. Not this time, I have made it here to this very ring and now I have beaten you, the one who thinks fate cannot be changed. An old friend gave me a message and it taught me an important lesson. Fate is something that we make for ourselves. As long as I have the will to fight, the courage to stand, and to prove that I can break free from my chains, then fate or destiny is something I forge for myself. So don't you dare preach all that crap about destiny being set to me or anyone else because it's nothing but garbage. If one like me can be able to defy fate and destiny, stand tall and shake the very foundations of heaven itself, then what about you? Neji was silent as he saw a bird fly freely into the sky and he knew that he was defeated and spoke. I apologize. Good, now we're even. Genma could tell that Naruto was done and spoke to the crowd. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 3. The Arena. As Naruto walked off the ring, he was greeted by cries and shouts of congratulations and more, and he looked to see that the crowds were cheering the performance. He had proven to be more than anything they had pegged him for. There were still others who were not happy with him, but the rest were impressed, even the Jonin and Chunin who were there were impressed, and the other clan heads were also looking with interest at Naruto. It made him smile greatly at the results, and he felt that he was now making his way to the dream he had long held close to his heart, and when he saw the smiles of both Jiraiya and Fenrix, as well as Fenrix's nod of approval, he felt even more elated. In the area where the other contestants were, they were having mixed reactions to the battle they had witnessed and saw Neji being escorted away by Medic Nin. How the heck did he do all that? Was that really his Kekkei Genkai? Who would have thought he would have that kind of power of all people? Fenrix heard the murmurs quite easily and laughed a bit to himself in good jest and then directed his attention to his warden student. He was very impressed with the way Naruto was able to offset his weakness at being unable to harmoniously combine the elements he commanded and how to use it to give him a very lethal and flexible tactical advantage in a fight. Not bad at all. Jiraiya had to agree and then he got serious and spoke to the two of them. Alright, I have a feeling Orochimaru had seen this and he will be very interested in getting his plans underway. You two will have to do what you can so we have time to prepare. I'll talk with the Hokage and get things underway, you guys get ready for anything. Right. With that out of the way for the time being, Jiraiya left and both Fenrix and Naruto moved to the viewing box for the other participants. Fenrix and Naruto stopped when the two of them heard someone call out to the two of them and it was a certain young female voice. And Naruto-kun. Sakura couldn't help but feel something different in herself at the moment as she looked at Naruto who was walking with a triumphant smile on his face. She had recalled his never say die attitude that coupled with his newfound powers meant that he was not going to the very same young kid she knew back then, not this time. She heard the reactions of the crowd, namely by the younger females her or above her age. He's certainly different. No kidding, and he's gorgeous, I hope he won't mind if I ask to join his clan soon. Ino likewise had heard the rumors and turned to Sakura and asked the pink-haired teammate of Naruto if what she heard about Naruto being the head of his own clan was true. Hey, is it really true that Naruto's head of his own clan? Sakura nodded a bit as she knew that according to Konoha law, a Kekkei Genkai user must be the head of the clan. It had been that way since the Hyuga and the Uchiha clans had existed in Konoha's history. Naruto's Kekkei Genkai was very powerful, and since he was the only known user of the style, it would make sense that he would be head of his own clan. I think so. Why do you ask? I think that would mean that he would have to find a wife in order to make that clan grow. I can wager a bet that he's going to be very busy once all this is over. That and the fact he's changed is certainly going to make him very popular. Sakura had to admit that Ino had a point there, and she couldn't help but witness how Naruto was moving about and bathing in the cheers and shouts. She couldn't help but feel some envy as she realized that compared to Sasuke and Naruto, she had little to offer the team she was with, but she was quick to relax and remember that she still had some good enough skills to put to good use. She then wondered just where Sasuke and Kakashi were at the moment, they should have been here already, and that made her very worried. In the hallway. Naruto smiled at Hinata and spoke to the shy Hyuga heiress. I see you've made it, Hinata-san, how are you feeling? I feel a bit better. But it still hurts a bit. Fenrix however sensed that Hinata's injuries were a lot worse than they were and she needed proper medical treatment in order to be fully healed and he had an idea. He had brewed some healing potions in his free time as he was very knowledgeable about their creation. The supplies they had in the mansion were enough to make a fair number of them. Dragon Ascendants usually used the potions to deal with some levels of injury that they couldn't withstand easily and the potion he had would be more than adequate in healing Hinata's injuries. With that in mind, he took it out and handed it to Naruto. Naruto knew that it was, and that was due to the fact that he had been present when the potion was made, and he too had noted that Hinata didn't seem that fully healed. Naruto looked at the potion handed to him by Fenrix to give to Hinata, and he looked at his mentor, and after seeing Fenrix give a smile, he nodded and gave the potion to Hinata. The potion was specially made as apart from training in the martial arts, as well as elemental manipulation, the senior dragon ascendant taught his student the art of potion making and provided him with a basic understanding of making special potions for healing, and this potion was known as the Spirit of Life. The potion resembled something that was deep red in color and comprised of a mixture of powerful herbs and liquids that the senior ascendant knew were good for healing major wounds as he could see that Hinata had been badly injured and required the potion's powers at the moment and since Naruto's work was good enough for this kind of injury, there was nothing wrong with him giving it to Hinata. Hinata took the large vial and wondered just what was inside of it. What is this, and Naruto-kun? It'll help with your injuries, Hinata, don't worry, it's perfectly safe. Hinata nodded and removed the stopper and took a drink of the liquid and finished it. It had a sharp but pleasant taste and seemed to let some form of warmth flow through her body at the moment. And to her amazement, the wounds in her body had fully healed and she was back to being fit and strong again. The Hyuga heiress smiled and sighed as she spoke to Naruto. DT, thank you so much, Naruto-kun, I feel much better. Naruto smiled at that and replied. No problem. Hinata couldn't help but feel very happy with herself and with Naruto. Not only had he defeated Neji with his own Kekkei Genkai, but he was being recognized by the village in a more positive light. And it showed as Naruto was very happy and it made her feel very happy for him even more. She then wondered if he wouldn't mind. Ah. What am I thinking? The Hyuga heiress blushed bright red at the thought she suddenly had in her mind. She had wanted to ask him if he was going to be able to be free this afternoon after the finals. The young woman wondered where those thoughts had come from and she was able to calm herself before she did something totally embarrassing. She also couldn't help but have a thought on asking Naruto if he was really going to be ahead of his own clan. She had heard the rumors and it made her very curious. Hinata was educated in many things and was very familiar with the law requiring that a clan head must have a wife in order to start up a clan and she began to think. No. I can't do that. I'm still too young. And I don't think my father would approve, but still. Oh, if Naruto-kun asked me to be his wife, it would. Hinata was so deep in her thoughts that she was not aware that Naruto was walking towards her and he was very concerned as to why Hinata was blushing so hard and wondered if she had a fever. Hey, Hinata, are you alright? Do you have a fever or something? The moment Hinata realized that Naruto was right next to her and touching her forehead, she blushed to the point her face was glowing like a red-colored light bulb in the dark and she fainted right away, allowing Naruto to catch her. Hinata, are you alright, say something. Fenrix laughed a bit at the sight and he couldn't help but look on as Naruto tried his best to wake Hinata up. He had observed Hinata for a very long time and he knew just how much of a deep affection the young woman had for his charge and how much she liked him and sought his attention. Fenrix had been amused by this fact and saw the way Hinata looked at Naruto and he had to admit that Hinata certainly was different to be among the few who was deeply attracted to Naruto and not to Sasuke. The fact that she was the heiress to the Hyuga clan made her a viable candidate for Naruto to take as a bride to build his own clan. But that was something that only her father could decide. He had studied the history of the Hyuga clan, he knew about the division between the branch family and the head family, and through that, he knew of the issue Hinata's cousin Neji had with the head family. He knew about the fact that Hiashi's brother Hisashi had always despised the head family, and he knew about the events that led to Neji becoming bitter towards the head family. He knew that long ago, a ninja from the Land of Lightning had been to Konoha for the signing of a treaty, but in reality, the ninja had been sent to kidnap a member of the Hyuga clan, and it was none other than Hinata. Hiashi defeated and killed the ninja. The Land of Lightning was unhappy and demanded Hiashi's dead body as compensation for the death of their ninja. He knew that the Land of Lightning was only interested in the Byakugan, and Hiashi's body would be the best chance to study it. However, that was when Hisashi died and the death of his father changed Neji, creating his hatred for the head family and his belief that fate could not be changed. However, Fenrix knew that there was more to the story. Hisashi himself had volunteered to take his brother's place. Back then Hisashi had been willing to die to prevent another bloody war between Konoha and Kumo, but it was when he was told that Hisashi would take his place as the seal on him would be used to destroy the Byakugan and deny their enemy access to the Byakugan. He knew that Hisashi did not like the idea as he knew that Hisashi still had his son Neji and was against it, but Hisashi had said that while he hated the head family, he wanted to save his brother and it was his choice. He knew that Hisashi knew that his death would save Hisashi and also prevent war and death to befall Konoha again. He also knew that Hisashi had asked Hisashi to tell Neji the reason why he chose to do what he did and he regretted that he had only shown his bitterness in front of Neji all his life and he wanted his son to make his own way in the world. He was aware that Hisashi had not told Neji the truth of his father's death since he was hoping that Neji would be able to be mentally ready to accept the truth. He was also aware of Hinata's desire to prove herself to not just Naruto, but herself and her father. He secretly knew that Hisashi did not really think Hinata was weak, far from it, Hinata had the talent and the potential to be a worthy successor to the Hyuga clan. It was Hinata's lack of confidence and weak drive to succeed that was the factor Hisashi focused on. He couldn't blame Hisashi for that, as he was aware that only the most capable deserved to be clan leader. It was the same for the dragon race as only the most experienced, capable, skilled, and more were chosen to be Dragon King. He knew that there was no doubt Hisashi and Neji were deep in discussion on the truth of things, namely about the truth behind his father's death, and there was no doubt in the Dragon Ascendant's mind that things would be different from here on out. In the medical bay of the area. Father. Neji held the letter in his hands and was trembling as he read the last writing on the letter made by his father. He had been resting and thinking about how he had been beaten and the words Naruto had said. He then turned and it was when Hisashi came in and he spoke to him about the truth of his father's death. At first he refused to listen and said that Hihashi's words were nothing more than lies and were useless in making things better. He shouted to his uncle that he had ordered his father's death and there was nothing to change that. However, it was then that Hisashi handed the scroll to him and when he read it, he was stunned by the words. He couldn't help but see the truth written by his father who used his own signature handwriting, showing that the scroll was indeed made by his father. As he was finished, he looked at Hisashi and spoke. Is this? Hisashi nodded. Yes, I never handed you that scroll before because I wanted to make sure that you were ready and now that you are. I must beg forgiveness for all that has happened. Neji was shocked by this as he saw Hisashi kneeling before him and speaking to him with utmost truthfulness. I am sorry for all you had to go through, Neji, and I pray that you can forgive me for all that has happened. Neji was feeling all the more confused, but his decision was clear and he placed aside the letter and replied. Please uncle. Stand up, I forgive you. Later. Neji looked out into the sky and wondered just what the future held for him. He had always wanted to be free, and now that he knew the truth of his father's death and that he was free to make his own decisions in life. As he looked at the clouds and recalled the old saying that he had heard before. The truth shall set you free. Knowing the truth that despite the fact he chose death, his father chose that path of his own free will and was never forced into it, he could have refused since he would have not wanted to die for the head family, but he chose to do so and not as a member of the branch family, but as Hihashi's brother. Neji thought it over and checked his injuries and decided on his course of action. I will not lose ever again, father, I swear to you. I will not lose ever again, I will make my own destiny, and I will make you proud of me. As for Hisashi, who was also deep in thought, the head of the Hyuga clan had thought of something important, something that he knew he should have done ever since he became head of the Hyuga clan, but hesitated to do. After seeing Neji's growth and his natural skill, it was about time that he went to work on mending some old mistakes. The Hyuga clan was in a rift that had to be healed, and he knew just what to do. He also thought about the future of his daughter Hinata. The rest of the matches proved to be worth watching in Naruto's mind, as well as that of Fenrix. Both senior and junior dragon ascendants. Naruto's month-long training with his senior ascendant teacher had taught him the value of studying a fight to know just how the battle would turn out, and the next battle he witnessed was the battle between Shikamaru and Temari, while many of the crowds were against the whole thing. Temari and Shikamaru were going at it, and the lazy but intellectually gifted genin of Konoha had said something that apparently had angered Temari as she attacked him with great strength and speed. However, Shikamaru was showing his intellect in the fight and Fenrix approved of it while Naruto cheered Shikamaru on to see how the fight would turn out. All the while, both were being eyed by Gaara. The sand-wielding ninja had a lot to think about after witnessing Naruto's abilities in combat and he was eager to see who among them would survive a one-on-one fight. The fight turned to Shikamaru's favor, and he was about to be able to win, but he surrendered, and when that happened Naruto was not happy, and neither was Ino who had been cheering him on before. Fenrix however, had seen that Shikamaru's decision to forfeit was the right one, the boy was exhausted and didn't have enough chakra to hold Temari. And he told that to Naruto as well, and Naruto had to admit that in light of the situation, Shikamaru made the right move. However, it was not long before the main fight everyone was hoping to see was about to start. A lot of them were eager to see the fight between Gaara of Suna and Sasuke of Konoha. And the sight was getting very interesting, and it annoyed Naruto a bit on what his teammate was up to. I wonder where Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei disappeared this time. They should have been back at least a day or two ago. Whatever technique Sasuke has learned must take a long time to master Naruto. That is why they take so long. In fact, they should already be here. Are you sure about Fenris-sensei? Yes. I can feel them coming already, you should be able to do that too. Naruto tried to focus and faintly smiled as he felt the arrival of Kakashi and Sasuke, and that was enough for him. Fenrix observed that and smiled a bit. Naruto was already developing his ability to sense the chakra of another person, but it was not yet at the level needed to fully sense everything and everyone's life force in the world in all its entirety. For now it seemed that the long-awaited battle with Gaara and Sasuke facing one another was about to start as the two finally arrived, and Sasuke turned to see Naruto and Fenrix looking, and he merely gave a slight smirk and got ready to show his own growth under Kakashi. It was then that Lee and Guy had arrived, and both of them were told of the victory of Naruto's Kekkei Genkai over Neji. Lee was impressed and hoped to face Naruto's own Kekkei Genkai to see how powerful it was if it could outmatch Neji's Byakugan. The battle was starting and everyone was cheering Sasuke on, but both Naruto and Fenrix had their doubts. They both recalled the time that they had heard Gaara's words, and the two knew that this fight was not going to be simple. Despite the fact that Sasuke was using the same power, technique and speed as Lee, both knew that Lee's taijutsu skills were not enough, and that is that. It was then that Gaara created a massive sphere of sand that surrounded him, and no amount of physical attacks from Sasuke could break through it. However, it seemed that Sasuke was not deterred, and then he summoned his chakra and created a sphere, and then ran down with lightning coming from it, as well as a strange sound. I turned to Kakashi and spoke. So that's why you taught him the same techniques I taught Lee. You taught him your lighting edge. Yep. That's only possible since he is an Uchiha with a Sharingan and is like me, a lighting chakra user type. Lightning edge? What's that? Both Ino and Sakura asked it too. Jonin and Guy took the explanation to them as well as Chaoji. The lighting edge is a term for Kakashi's only original technique. It's named that way that it was able to cut through a lightning bolt during one of Kakashi's missions as a Jonin at a young age. Cut a lightning bolt. Wow. That real? I continued with the words as Sasuke was still there to attack Gaara's sand shield. But its real name is Chidori. Chidori? I nodded and replied. That is the lightning edge's real name. It is an assassination-style attack that focuses the chakra to the arm until it can cut through anything it hits and is very fast. It sounds like 1,000 birds chirping as well, which further adds weight to the name it has. However, it is still a ridiculous move in my mind. Kakashi snorted a bit in a friendly manner. You're the one to talk. Isn't that right, Lee? Lee didn't say much and was silent for a reason. He had once mocked Sasuke that he was not fast enough in the body to match him, but now the Uchiha was able to do so. Naruto and Fenrix however were not focused on the technique, impressive as it was, they had other thoughts in their minds. It seemed like Sasuke would come out on this battle alright. But the crowd were about to get something none of them bargained for. Blood. It's my blood. The cries from Gaara frightened everyone as he sounded like he was turning insane with rage, shock, pain, and anger. It was then that Sasuke had no choice but to shout in his own pain and use his lightning to free himself as something began to wrap around his arm and he was surprised to see the sand coming around him and he knew that he had to escape fast. Something was not right. It was after he escaped that a massive arm of sand came out from the hole that was in Gaara's sand sphere and tried to crush him like a grape. Everyone in the arena gasped in shock at the sight of the massive arm that came out and tried to crush Sasuke. Temari and Kankuro however had seen that before and knew quickly that things were about to get very ugly. The elder brother of Gaara recalled seeing that happen and he was not able to eat for a week after that and Temari was no worse for wear either. What the heck? Kakashi was surprised greatly as well as Guy was as they looked on at the sight before them. They both knew Gaara was different, but this. Sakura and everyone in the Rookie 9 were also shocked by the sight and in Sasuke's case. He heard a dark bestial growl and then he saw something moving and then he saw it. A very evil-looking eye with great bloodlust, hunger, rage and more looking right at him and he felt fear hit him right in the heart and body. What is that? Fenrix sensed something terrible awakening deep in the sphere of sand. He could feel it, something dark, malevolent and bloodthirsty. It was not a very good feeling, and he could see that despite Naruto not being up to the level to sense it, felt something in the air like he did as well. This was not a good thing. Something's wrong, sensei. There's something in the air. It's Gaara. Or rather, what is inside of him. It was then that the plan of Orochimaru took center stage. The masked Anbu, who had been able to witness the powerful battles with Naruto and Neji being the first, and then this made his move, and suddenly the audience began to fall asleep, and in moments, everyone in the arena were under the Jinjutsu that the Anbu was casting on them. However, not everyone was caught, as several Konoha ninja were able to counter the jutsu. And it was the signal awaited by Orochimaru's forces as hordes of sound and sand ninja began to attack Konoha from the inside and outside. And it was then that a smokescreen covered the Hokage box, and then in moments, the fighting had started. The invasion, despite the snag, had begun. In the ring. Naruto and Fenrix, however, were unaffected by the Jinjutsu due to the fact that both of them had dragon blood in their veins, which allowed them the ability to resist illusion-based attacks on them, and as soon as they saw the ninja, they leaped into the ring and began to fight them off. Several sound ninja were quickly sent flying back with intense force, as Fenrix merely gave a light punch to them, but unlike Naruto, Fenrix could unleash his full strength, and if he had not controlled his blows, it would have sent them flying beyond the ring itself, or dying from sheer impact force. Suna and Sound Ninja slamming hard into the walls and other parts of the arena by the two, the senior dragon ascendant moved quickly to his student's side, and the two fought side by side and made their way to where Guy and Kakashi were at that moment. They had been so busy fighting that they were not aware that Sasuke had decided to go after Gaara, Temari and Kankuro when the three siblings had left the arena. The two Jonin were more than able to take care of themselves, that much the two could see, as Guy's Taijutsu was more than enough to knock about any attacking sound and sand ninja, while Kakashi was proving to be more than able to fight well. Naruto quickly turned and blocked an incoming attack from a sound ninja toward Sakura, who was barely able to stop an attack directed at her unconscious friend Ino. The sound Jonin's smile vanished as he saw that his sword was cracked when it struck Naruto at the neck, in which a stroke would decapitate a normal ninja. Naruto retaliated with a powerful kick towards the ribsage, and the sound of breaking ribs were heard, and the ninja was sent flying back. Three sand ninja attacked, but Naruto merely reacted by unleashing a powerful blast of fire coming from his mouth, surprising Guy and Kakashi as they saw that Naruto had not used any hand seals. The three ninja were burned and sent back as Naruto turned to Sakura. "You alright, Sakura-chan?" "I'm fine, but it's still out at the moment. What the heck is going on here?" Kakashi replied in answer to Sakura's question at the moment. "We're under attack by sound and sand. Apparently they were planning to hit us with our pants down, and one of their agents used some sort of Jinjutsu to put everyone else to sleep. Only a few of us were able to counter the release jutsu." Fenrix then turned and saw what was happening with the Hokage, and he knew just what was going on at this moment in time. The leader of this attack, Orochimaru, seems to be after the Hokage at the moment. There is a barrier being set up by four individuals who are also using some parts of the shield to protect themselves. The power in that barrier is considerable. Naruto looked in through his dragon blood enhanced vision, saw the very same thing that his dragon ascendant teacher was seeing at the moment, and he growled at the sight of the man who was currently facing the Hokage. He wanted to fight, but he knew that he had to help protect the village. The old man would not have him do anything else. "Damn it. That bastard is behind everything, but I can't let Sasuke fight alone with Gaara, and I can't let the village suffer anymore. What should I do?" Fenrix could see the conversation between the two as they began to fight one another. He was skilled in reading expressions and lips and could tell that despite Orochimaru's confidence in the coming battle and his age, Sarutobi was intent of rectifying his mistake of letting Orochimaru live once and for all. The senior ascendant wished to aid Sarutobi, but knew that doing so would not be wise at the moment, and this was between the two of them, and interfering was a mistake as well. He could see the conflict in Naruto's eyes and actions and replied. "We must trust the Hokage Naruto, he will need us to defend the village, and we need to give the ninja of the village time to organize the defense. Once we are done, we can help in finding Gaara. Now come on." Naruto nodded and the two of them moved out, while Kakashi turned to see Shikamaru and Sakura ready for action. He knew that these two had not worked together before, but he knew that they were going to be helpful in locating Sasuke. Naruto's words about Gaara being unlike anything Sasuke ever faced were proven true when he and the others saw the massive bestial arm of sand that nearly crushed Sasuke's own arm when he used the Chidori on Gaara's sand shield. He had a feeling that Sasuke was not facing a normal ninja, and he began to think about that more carefully. There was only one possible reason. Gaara. He must be carrying a tailed beast as well. "Sakura, you and Shikamaru do what you can to track down." With that, the group left, unaware that Shino and his bugs had tagged along with the intent of finishing a scheduled fight with a certain puppet-wielding sand ninja. Several sand and sound ninja were about to overwhelm some of the Konoha ninja, who were fighting back when they were suddenly hit by a combined blast of wind and lightning, and many of them fell dead, as both Naruto and Fenrix moved in to buy the Konoha ninja enough time to rally and counterattack. The two ascendants fought well with one another, and several sound ninja was shocked as both warriors suddenly unleashed a torrent of flame at them from their mouths, without using any hand seals. The ninja who were part of Orochimaru's forces were quickly and easily incinerated by the attacks, as Naruto and Fenrix fought alongside the Konoha ninjas. The ninjas were surprised to see both Naruto and Fenrix fight through the numbers of ninja that came at them. One band of sound ninja were violently sent flying by a powerful wind blast from the senior dragon ascendant, while another band of sand ninja were hit hard by a powerful wall of water from Naruto. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Naruto summoned his Kage Bushin and then had all of them transform, and the sound and sand ninja forces found themselves under assault from Naruto and his Kage Bushin, who were using various elements in unison: arcs of lightning, tongues of fire, waves of water, walls of earth, and blasts of wind, sent the ninja flying and eventually running for their lives. And no one could blame them as Naruto's powers proved to be more than enough to stem the tide for the Konoha ninjas to rally and counterattack. Fenrix himself was able to combine the elements under his command with overwhelming force, sending blasts of wind mixed with fire, with undeniably devastating results on the ninja forces arrayed before him. He would then unleash a combination of water whips mixed with arcs of lighting, and did so with minimal effort, showing his much higher level of power and skill over Naruto. The two stopped and saw that more ninja were coming into the area. No doubt they had been held back as reinforcements, just in case the initial waves were beaten back, and it seemed that they were now coming into play. The two looked at one another, and Naruto was not happy with the situation as he felt that he needed to help the others deal with Gaara, and while he knew that Sasuke would fight his hardest, he was dealing with a ninja who had a demon inside of himself, and the creature was more than a deadly foe in combat. Fenrix then touched the ground and closed his eyes, making Naruto wonder what his mentor in the ways of the dragon ascendants was up to. It was then that Fenrix spoke to Naruto. "Naruto. We're going to have to call forth some support, you will need to work with me on this one." Naruto had no idea what his sensei was up to, but he trusted his sensei well enough and did as his sensei in the dragon ascendancy arts showed. The two of them drew their own blood and it glowed deep white for a moment, and the two drew a simple tree pattern that was moving, and then Fenrix and Naruto spoke the spell. "Warriors of nature, guardians born of the bones, flesh and blood of the earth, hear our call and heed our wish, awaken from your long slumber and fight as you have in eons past. We summon you." The blood that both dragon ascendants spilled glowed deep green and then faded, and to the eyes of all, the spell fizzled out. But it didn't. There was a massive rumble in the air and every ninja stopped from what they were doing. It even reached the rooftop that both Sarutobi and Orochimaru were on, and then to the shock of the invading ninja. The trees in the area surrounding the walls of Konoha began to move and come to life. The trees seemed to be alive, and then several squads of Suna and Sound Ninja were suddenly sent flying by the impacts of several of the long limbs of the living trees, others were sent flying or were crushed by the feet of the tree men. Naruto gaped and looked at Fenrix, who smiled and spoke. "It seems that the power of the ancients still flows strongly in this world." One ninja from Konoha was gaping in shock at the sight and spoke out loudly. What are they?" Fenrix then answered the question. "They go by many names of young men, but either Trient or Ent will do. They are living trees, guardians of the wilds and of long ancient groves. The members of the ancient dragon race who inhabited this world millennia ago helped create them to guard the wilds, as well as fight under the command of mortal humans who petitioned for their aid. That also applies to those who have undergone the blood ascension ceremony, and when the dragon race and their loyalist descendants left this world in the Exodus, the Ents went to an ancient slumber. They only awaken when summoned by one who has a pact or tie with the dragon race. Such as me and Naruto. They will defend Konoha with you, young man, so you have no need to fear them. But I doubt the same could be said for your enemies." And that was true, as the ninja forces of Suna and Sound found that their weapons and current abilities were not enough to stop the mobile juggernauts, as they Treants or rather Ents would lift up large boulders to throw at their reinforcements and use their arms and legs to either crush the incoming ninja or send them flying about. Fenrix turned to Naruto and spoke. "We should get Naruto moving, the others will need our help in tracking Gaara." Naruto nodded and the two of them left, allowing the Konoha ninja they had left behind to gape at the two. Such power was unheard of, and it took the fact that they still had to deal with the ninja in the village that woke them up. However, it was also when the plans for countering an invasion of Konoha came into effect, as the ninja forces of Konoha began to gather and launch a counterattack. The Anbu also got involved as the other users of Kekkei Genkai began to fight back, such as Hiashi, Inochi, Shikaku, and Chaozu went on the attack. Naruto and Fenrix then caught up with Sakura, Pakin, and Shikamaru, but before they did, the two of them were in a discussion. Sarutobi smiled at the sight. He had been told by Fenric's master so long ago about the ancient powers that slumbered deep in the world they lived in, and to know that Naruto was one of the very few with command of such powers made him see that the village would be in better hands. He then turned to fight Orochimaru once more. He knew that despite his old age and the fact that Orochimaru was stronger now, he was not going to let his past mistake be repeated as he got his ally, Monkey King Enma, who was in his diamond staff form, ready for the soon-to-come fight. Orochimaru however spoke to Sarutobi. Naruto-kun has such a powerful bloodline. And you've hidden it from me all this time, Sarutobi-sensei. How did you manage that? I thought your spies would be able to tell you, but suffice to say, the power Naruto has is older than any Kekkei Genkai in existence. It might even rival the Sharingan, Naruto is able to master it completely. What? However, you won't be able to know everything. I will never tell you anything else other than Orochimaru, but you can be assured that I will defeat you here, and now, then I will kill you. Orochimaru glared and readied Kusanagi. Try me, old man. Sasuke tried his best, but even when he used Chidori to sever the sand arm that Gaara had, the Tsunagenin was more than willing to fight and was even more determined to kill him. He would have tried to fight back, but he was almost out of chakra and he was in a very dire situation and he was tempted to rely on the cursed seal. He recalled Kakashi's warning that he could only use the Chidori twice in one day and then he would be out of chakra. When they had been training with the technique for days before the finals of the Chunin exams, he had been told that the limit was 2 times, if he went beyond that, he would die. He had been able to get past Temari in combat and conserved as much of his chakra as he could as he knew that using it up against someone who was not his true target was. After defeating Temari he had moved on but encountered Kankuro who was fully rested and eager to pay Sasuke back for the stone he threw. But he was saved from losing more chakra by Shino who had followed them in secret, using his bugs. Gaara had been taunting him and it made him very angry and he tried to use the cursed seal to give him an advantage, any advantage. You're too weak, Sasuke Uchiha, I will kill you here and now. Gaara lashed out and with a newly regrown arm of sand, it seemed like the end. Fire Lance. Gaara was forced to move away at that moment as a spear of pure fire came right at him and forced him to break away from his attack on the prone and helpless Sasuke, and then he looked to see none other than Naruto and Sakura, along with Fenrix and Pakken. The group was leaving behind one of their members, namely Shikamaru, when they were being pursued by a number of elite jonin sent by Orochimaru to keep an eye on Sasuke. Shikamaru had reasoned that they had only one shot and the one who would stay behind would be both the bait and the only one who would not come back. It was a tough choice, but Shikamaru had to do it and thus the rest of them went ahead to catch up with Sasuke and Gaara, as well as his siblings. Naruto glared at Gaara who was now covered in his sand form and was somehow allowing the demon inside of him to take the forefront of the fight. He had seen Sakura about to be armed when he had fired the fire lance at Gaara, forcing the sand ninja to back away. He looked at Sasuke and could tell that his teammate was very low on chakra and couldn't fight anymore, and now it was his turn to fight. Fenrix looked at the 2 ninja and Naruto turned to his Dragon Ascendant sensei and spoke to him seriously. Fenrix sensei. Get Sasuke, Pakken and Sakura-chan out of here. This fight is mine now. I will defeat Gaara here and now. Are you sure? Yes. I asked this of you so let me fight him. Fenrix nodded as he recalled the time they had followed Sakura, Shikamaru and Pakken as well. Flashback. Fenrix sensei, I have a favor to ask. What is Naruto? I want to face Gaara alone, so please let me do this. Fenrix looked at Naruto and saw that his student meant it. The senior dragon ascendant had read all he could about Gaara, as well as Gaara's hidden residence. Balin had gathered much data in his travels before arriving in Konoha and had gathered enough information about the legendary Biju of this world and he determined that they were of great power, not as powerful as the long-forgotten dragon race, but stronger nevertheless than normal beings. Fenrix had read all he could and knew the full story of the Shukaku that Naruto had mentioned when he had inquired about the incident in the hospital. The Shukaku was a powerful fighter with the control of sand and was a potential threat to an ascendant whose power level was the same as Naruto's but was considered very low-powered against someone like him. He knew it would be a good test for Naruto to use his powers but with some level of risk for his student as Naruto's powers were not yet at the level needed to be considered a full-scale ascendant. Are you sure of that? Yes I am. Gaara tried to kill Lee in his sleep and he would have killed others in my home. I can't let that happen, even if he and I are the same, and I understand him, I will stop him, even if I have to kill him. Fenrix looked at Naruto and saw that there was no going back and he wanted to make that clear to his student. If you are dead set on this, you should know that in your current level of power, he is a potential threat and if you make a mistake, he can injure you despite your powers and most of all, I will not aid you in battle against him as you wish to face him alone, do you understand me Naruto? Naruto nodded. I do. Fenrix sighed and then nodded. Very well, when the time comes and if you truly want to do that, then I will let you face Gaara alone, I will protect your friends for you, I will not help you unless you truly need it, just promise me to fight with everything that you have here and now. I will. End of flashback. Fenrix nodded towards Naruto, and he knew that the time had come for him to keep his promise to Naruto, let him fight Gaara on his own. He might not like it, but this was real test for Naruto to finally face a foe who could give him a good enough challenge. In a way he had to thank Gaara, as he will be the key for Naruto put all he had learned into the battlefield and not hold back. Naruto was facing a foe who was like him in a way, but unlike Naruto, he had grown to hate and despite the world and see killing as his only satisfaction. That made Gaara a deadly foe and would be the one who would truly test his students' convictions and abilities. Good luck Naruto, do not fail. And with that, the senior dragon ascendant quickly grabbed both Sakura and Sasuke and quickly left the scene, and this left Naruto to face Gaara alone as the sand-covered genin and demon container faced the young dragon ascendant and gave a growl at him. You are going to be my greatest enemy and I will enjoy spilling your blood. Naruto however relaxed and then summoned his Dragon King blood heritage and soon enough the blonde genin spoke the command to trigger his power. Dragon King blood. Release. Wind. Naruto now wore the tattoos which were in the mode of wind and he had several small spheres of pure wind moving on his fists and he got ready to face Gaara and before they fought, he spoke to the enraged sand genin and container of the Shukaku. I will never let you harm a single life from my home village Gaara, I will stop you, even if I have to kill you. So be it. Let us see who is truly worthy of existence. You are stronger than that Sasuke kid, you are the one I want to kill. As Naruto faced Gaara and it seemed that the two were ready for a fight, Sasuke and Sakura turned to Fenrix who was calm and focused on the fight. Sakura spoke to the senior dragon ascendant. Aren't you going to help him? I already have, he has learned enough to show me that he can fight this battle on his own. What? But you said his power was still in its infancy, he's going to be in more than he can handle. That might be true, but he made his choice to fight for your sake and that of the village and all he cares about. This is Naruto's fight and his alone, I cannot interfere. Sasuke was surprised by this and Fenrix merely replied. He must use all he has learned from me to face Gaara on his own. This is going to be the real test. Gaara is not a normal person and he is strong in his own right and Naruto himself asked me before we arrived here to let him face Gaara on his own. I respect that and I see in his eyes that he wants to fight without my help. But you can't mean that. Sakura said as she tried to rush to help Naruto, but Fenrix however stopped her and spoke evenly. This is Naruto's fight Sakura Haruno, let him settle this, I will only help if he needs the help, this fight is more important to him than you can imagine, unlike Gaara who fights for himself, Naruto fights for others, namely you, Kakashi, Sasuke, Iruka, and everyone in the village. He cares more for you all than his own life, and that is what gives him the will, drive and power to face Gaara. If you are harmed, then it will all be for nothing. Fenrix then turned to see Sasuke's tattoos, and he couldn't help but be revolted by the sight of it. Kakashi and the Hokage told him a great deal about this Orochimaru and this cursed seal of his, which he had placed on another jonin of Konoha named Mitarashi Anko. This cursed seal reminded him of some of the curse marks he had seen in his many years of existence, and while Naruto trusts his team, the senior dragon ascendant had his worries towards this mark, but kept his peace and focused on protecting the two from harm. He however had a feeling that sooner or later, things were going to get very ugly. In the meantime, Shikamaru sat down and gave a sigh of relief as Asuma finished up the task of dealing with the sound ninja forces. The genin had been able to hold them off, but he was finally out of chakra and the sound ninja were about to attack him and continue their pursuit, but his sensei arrived and he was in the clear. You alright Shikamaru? Yeah. Man what a drag. To be continued. Author's notes. A lot shorter than the last chapter, but still, it does alright in my mind. Now we have the battle between Gaara and Naruto and unlike Dragon Champion, where Naruto helps tide off the invasion with his summoned army to buy Konoha time. Naruto take it a step further by using his ascendant blood to awaken some of the old power that had been residing deep within the very foundation of the world, and the summoned Ents are the result of that spell that both Fenrix and Naruto used to defend Konoha and give the Konoha ninja enough time to rally their forces for the counterattack. And it seems that Naruto wants to face Gaara alone, and Fenrix agrees with it and focuses on defending Naruto's teammates while allowing his student to face Gaara alone. How will this fight turn out? Now some people are wondering just what sort of role Fenrix has in the story, and it is simple and fairly obvious in my mind, he is Naruto's mentor, guardian, and teacher. His duty is to both teach Naruto the ways of the Ascendants and protect him from threats, however, he also knows that for Naruto to grow and mature properly in terms of ability and power, the best way is for Naruto to fight on his own battles. And he will only aid Naruto if the need is great, as he has faith in Naruto's abilities, skills, determination, and will, despite the fact that he does not always agree with Naruto's desire to fight alone. In simple terms, he is Naruto's mentor in the ways of Ascendants, not a replacement for Naruto. He merely guides Naruto in the ways of the Ascendants and allows him to learn on his own after learning the lessons needed to start him on his way. There is no god modding here as well, as I have pointed out before that Naruto's powers are indeed great, but since his ability to properly control them is lacking, he cannot use them until he develops the control needed to use the powers freely and without any complications. If I was really god modding Naruto, why give him a handicap and a restraining device? Why not allow him full power and allow him to be a full-scale Ascendant? If I did that, then where is the point of the whole story? Here is a trailer that highlights my point. Trailer. Naruto held the weapon in his hands and marveled at this weapon. It was a long handle, and on the ends were two double-edged blades at the length of at least 3 feet each, and was made from specially enchanted and high-quality steel. The two blades were well made and balanced, and following the instructions of his Dragon Ascendant sensei. The blades quickly retracted into the handle, and he looked at the seemingly bladeless weapon and pressed it again, and the blades came back out. Like your present? Yes. Good, this weapon emphasizes the lesson that I will teach you once you return from looking for this Tsunade. You shall be the new Hokage. What do you mean? This twin-bladed weapon symbolizes the need for control. When you attempt to use two elements, you must learn to work their natures into a cohesive combination without one overwhelming the other. If there is no control, then the elements will clash and disrupt one another, and your ability as a fighter in combat will naturally suffer as a result. To drive the point home to you. Those two blades were specially made to be able to injure you. What? Naruto was shocked to hear that, and Fenrix replied. It will not kill you of course, but send light pain through your body while not cutting you. When you train with this weapon, you must use it as a staff weapon, and that is where control must be learned, Naruto, as you must be able to defend and strike with enough power and control. If you attack with too much power, then the other blade will injure you, and you lose control. Once you master both control and power, you can attack and defend in equal measure, and then you can learn to use two elements in unison. That is what this weapon will show you. Naruto began to understand the idea, though not entirely at the moment as he took the weapon, and he asked Fenrix the question that had been plaguing him ever since he got the weapon. Aren't you coming with me, Fenrix-sensei? Fenrix shook his head and explained his reasons. You are a clan head now, and as your advisor as well as your teacher and guardian, I have to remain here to defend your land, home and name. You have matured enough to merit going out on your own and learning on your own for a while, and Jiraiya has asked me to allow him to train you in a special that you might find useful in the near future. As much as you need to learn the ways of the Ascendants to master your powers, you must also learn the ways of ninjas as you should before your powers awaken. Your defeat of Gaara when you two fought has proven to me that you can handle yourself for now until you return and require more instruction from me. There is only so much you can learn from these walls of the training hall after all. True knowledge and wisdom are gained as well as given. Besides, all the training and lessons I give you will not be effective if you are not using them in the real world, for it is in the real world where your training, knowledge and experience can be put to the test. Fenrix then took out a small gemstone necklace and handed it to his student, and as Naruto looked at the necklace, he spotted that Fenrix wore the very same necklace of his neck. However, I will not be far. This is a recall stone, and if you are in need of my help or are in true danger, then this recall stone will cast a teleportation spell, and I will be there to aid you in whatever you need done. I have faith in you and your growth as both an Ascendant and Ninja Naruto, and that is why you will do well here. Naruto smiled and bowed to Fenrix. I will not disappoint you or everyone in Konoha. I will bring Tsunade back to be our new Hokage. Fenrix nodded and bowed back to Naruto. Fenrix believes in the idea of allowing Naruto to place the lessons into practice and will only aid Naruto in battle if Naruto needs it, as he believes in Naruto being stronger and more capable when he is put to the test. So unlike most Ox, Fenrix plays the role of advisor and teacher, and so will get involved in battles to either protect himself or to help Naruto if he needs it. Chapter 4. In the forest. Gaara roared out and lashed with several powerful shuriken made of sand at Naruto, who was able to block the attacks with his wind manipulation abilities as he used the wind to form a shield. The shuriken were reduced to sand, and Gaara roared out at Naruto. Come on. Attack me. Let's see whose power is better than the other. Naruto was more than ready to attack as he moved in with his fist at the ready. His fist was surrounded by a vortex of air. The punch he unleashed to the tree was enough to rip through the tree itself. There on the now decapitated tree was a massive hole where Naruto's punch had struck. Gaara had been able to evade the attack and was now on another branch. Gaara unleashed a powerful strike from his sand-covered hands, the massive limb lashed out at Naruto as the blonde ninja and dragon ascendant leaped out of the way of the attack and moved to another tree. Naruto quickly charged right at Gaara, leaping off the tree like a comet and straight at Gaara. The sand ninja responded by unleashing a massive blast of chakra-enhanced air mixed with sand right at the blonde ninja. The attack struck Naruto and forced him back to the tree with a hard landing, the tree cracked on impact, and Gaara unleashed his other sand arm. Naruto recovered and lashed out with a powerful straight punch while using the same leaping move. Gaara roared as Naruto attacked ripped through his arm of sand in the same way that Sasuke's Chidori had done, but he was ready as he leaped upward and then unleashed his other sand arm to smash hard into the blonde ninja. Gaara screamed at Naruto in his angered state as he wanted to finally end the life of the blonde ninja. Die. Naruto however was not going to just give up and die as he turned to face the incoming fist and cocked back his fist and unleashed a vortex of wind right at the incoming fist. Bale strike. The massive tornado that came from Naruto's hand smashed hard into the arm that Gaara unleashed tore right through it, forcing Gaara to revise his attacks as he landed on a nearby tree. The sand ninja then unleashed a hail of sand shuriken at Naruto, as well as another blast of air mixed with chakra and sand. The blast slammed hard into Naruto, and the tree he landed on suffered a considerable number of cuts, as well as having sections of itself torn off by the assault of sand shuriken and the sand, chakra-enhanced wind. Naruto braced himself, and while his dragon scale-covered skin was withstanding the attacks well enough, that certainly didn't mean he felt no pain as the sand shuriken hit him, as well as the sand with chakra-enhanced wind. This told him that Fenric's warning was correct, that despite his powers, Gaara could injure him. Naruto however withstood the assault as Gaara unleashed his arms once again. The blonde moved aside as one arm smashes into the tree branch he was on, while the other arm hits Naruto on the chest and sends him flying. He hits a tree hard, but the blonde gets up and quickly charges right at Gaara who roars and unleashes another strike. Naruto however quickly unleashes a number of Kage Bushin. One takes the blow from sand arm, and so does another Kage Bushin with the other sand arm. The other four had the same tattoos as Naruto does at that moment, and all five unleashed from their mouths a massive burst of flame. Dragon fire. Gaara uses his sand to block the 5 bursts of pure flame, but he still roared in pain as the heat from the attacks was much stronger than the techniques used by Sasuke. As an ascendant, Naruto's body had been altered to suit his new powers, as well as his newfound abilities. This gives him a considerable level of ability, and through practice, he could now unleash flames with greater ease. And with his powers awakened to full might and with considerably higher control than before, he was more than able to hold his own for the moment. Gaara managed to fire his other sand arm at Naruto in hopes of stopping the Dragon Ascendant's fiery assault on him. The attack manages to force Naruto and his Kage Bushin to halt their combined strike, as well as to scatter away from the attack. Gaara used this as his chance, as he tore down several massive branches near him and turned them into massive missiles aiming right for Naruto. There were at least 4 of the massive branches aiming right at Naruto, and they were moving too fast as Naruto got up and spotted them. Naruto. Sakura yelled out in warning as despite the distance they had from the battle, she could see the level of danger Naruto was currently in at the moment. She knew that due to his bloodline, he would have much tougher resistance to pain, but she also knew that despite his powers, Naruto was still very much vulnerable to attack, and sure enough, she couldn't help but watch as Naruto managed to lash out with a fist at one of the massive tree missiles heading right for him. Crack. The massive punch from Naruto had very interesting results as the tree missile was hit dead center in the core and was split in half by Naruto's fist as it was covered in the glowing aura of his Dragon King blood-powered chakra as well as his strength. The tree branch was torn in half and Naruto quickly swatted another one while his Kage Bushin came in and unleashed a massive torrent of flame to reduce one more tree into nothing but ash and cinders. The others also took the next barrage of tree branch missiles that Gaara threw their way until Gaara unleashed another wave of sand-made shuriken. Naruto dodged the attacks as the shuriken tore deeply into trees and other parts of the battlefield, while the sand that followed was made into smaller lumps of hardened rock that acted like sandpaper or small blades, showing that Gaara was not going to let up in his plan to reduce Naruto into a corpse. The Dragon Ascendant skin was able to hold off the damage, but he knew that it still hurt him to be hit by those attacks, even more so since the attacks were enhanced by chakra as well. He quickly moved in and attacked with a powerful blast of his fire breath. Dragon Fire. The attack forced Gaara on the defensive, and that allowed Naruto to use his speed to his advantage. When he didn't have the bracers on to restrain his power, he was far beyond the speed of a normal person. With them on, his speed was reduced, but through the use of his now summoned wind element, he was able to rocket right at Gaara by using the wind currents on his feet to propel him like a rocket at high speed. Gaara moved his arm away and was quite shocked to see Naruto ride at him, too close for him to counter-attack or defend with one fist at the ready. What? Take this. The blow hit Gaara right in the jaw and sent the sand ninja flying, and since Naruto wore the bracers to restrain his abilities until he was strong enough to use them well, he was lucky since if Naruto decided to attack without the braces on, he would have shattered Gaara's head open like a rotten melon at the first swing. The blow in this case sent Gaara right off his perch and slammed hard into a pair of trees. He smashed through the first one and landed hard on the second. Gaara got up and allowed the sand to further consume his form, and he was now a small version of the sand raccoon demon known as Shukaku. I'll get you for that. Naruto quickly moved away as Gaara unleashed his sand arms once more, smashing into the branch he had been on a moment before, and he quickly moved in to attack Gaara and unleashed a powerful blast of air to attack Gaara with, that was blocked by Gaara, and Naruto quickly made a number of Kage Bushin and with several of his Kage Bushin with him. He decided to go all out to finally end this fight before it got out of hand. However, Gaara was not going to let this be that simple, as he pulled back his arms and blocked the attack, and then fired out several more sand shuriken at Naruto and his Kage Bushin. The Kage Bushin blocked attacks, and Naruto closed in and fired out a massive ball of pure air that smashed into Gaara's sand arms, blowing them apart and allowing Naruto to attack at a much closer range. As soon as Naruto was close up, he began to unleash a powerful barrage of punches at Gaara, who managed to block with his arms as well as his sand shield as he was being hit hard by the blonde ninja, who was not stopping in his assault. Naruto quickly moved behind Gaara, and as Gaara turned, he landed a kick right at Gaara to send the sand ninja flying to another tree and smashed hard into the said tree. Gaara got up and was getting even more enraged. The effects of Naruto's attacks on him were showing, as parts of his sand form were already falling off of him and were also breaking down. Naruto was far from finished however, as he shouted out once more. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. In a matter of moments, a large number of Kage Bushin were beside Naruto, all numbering a full 25 in all. Naruto knew that by using his already existing chakra, he could have made a lot more Kage Bushin to finally defeat Gaara by force of sheer numbers, but he had to be quick with defeating Gaara once and for all to stop his rampage on his village. But that in mind, he had to reserve as much power as he could manage to reserve. He knew that this was going to be very taxing on his body, but it had to be done either way. Dragon King Blood. Release. The 5 Kage Bushin on one group shouted fire and were now covered in the tattoos that showed their elemental affinity to be that of fire, while another group of Kage Bushin took the elemental affinity of water, the next group took the elemental affinity of air, the next group took to the elemental affinity of earth, and the last group took the elemental affinity of lightning. In effect, Naruto was surrounded by 25 Kage Bushin wielding different elemental affinities, and Gaara looked on in anger as he lashed out at Naruto and his Kage Bushin. I don't care how many you all are. You are all going to die. Naruto and his army made their moves and attacked Gaara in that exact moment. The groups also began to move in unison as well, unleashing massive attacks that replicated the very same power assault that Naruto had used back in the ring of the Chunin exams to battle Neji in combat, only in this case. The numbers advantage was working in Naruto's favor as the 5 Kage Bushin in each group would work in unison with one of another group, allowing for a variety of amazing and deadly elemental combinations. Fire mixed with lightning attacks, earth with water, wind mixed with fire and more. The combined assault was heavily injuring Gaara and destroying large sections of Gaara's sand armor and Shukaku form as the sand ninja was being pushed to his limit as Naruto and his elemental Kage Bushin were hitting with full force against him. Gaara moved back and the once deadly Shukaku form was badly damaged and falling apart, and Naruto knew he had the advantage but decided to stick to close combat for the finish off, and with that in mind, the blonde genin decided to shut down his elemental powers, and he did so, and his Kage Bushin followed suit as he shouted once more. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. In less than a second, over 2,000 normal Kage Bushin joined the ranks of Naruto's already existing Kage Bushin. However, Naruto didn't use his Dragon King blood release, and neither did they. Doing so would have strained his still growing Dragon Ascendant powers, and he was already getting tired and wanted this fight to be over before things got out of hand. But the army of Kage Bushin next to him, it seemed that things were about to go Naruto's way. Temari's eyes widened at the sight before her as she saw something that by all rights would have been nigh impossible for a genin to do. She was familiar with the use of Kage Bushin and the rank it had. She had heard that some exceptional ninja could use this, yet even they could only make a certain number due to the nature of dividing chakra from the user to the Kage Bushin, which could weaken the ninja. But never in her entire life did she see anyone summon this many Kage Bushin at once. And even more so being able to do it despite fighting at a state where most ninja of genin rank would have collapsed from exhaustion. How can this be? Sasuke and Sakura were awed by the sight. They knew that Naruto could use Kage Bushin when they first saw him in action against Kakashi when they were taking part of the bell test. However, they had no idea that he was able to summon this many Kage Bushin at once. Sakura looked at her teammate and spoke out. That many Kage Bushin at once? That's not possible for a genin. Sasuke agreed with Sakura. While he was not as familiar with the Kage Bushin as the others were, he had heard how risky it was for anyone, even Jonin level ninja like their sensei Kakashi, to make a large number of Kage Bushin. But Naruto had just made an entire army. What the heck is he? The army of Kage Bushin unleashed a powerful barrage of attacks at a badly weakened Gaara, and they were tossing Gaara about like he was a chew toy. Naruto knew that he would need to hurry. While he had Gaara on the ropes, he doubted it would remain that way for long, since Gaara was not the kind of guy to give up easily. Not to mention that demon inside of him could soon awaken and allow Gaara the chance to counterattack. It was not long before Naruto's worries became reality, as the sand that fell all over the place that fell from Gaara's monster sand form suddenly came to life and attacked him from behind. He moved away, but his Kage Bushin were not as lucky as they were destroyed en masses, as they were about to unleash a massive wave of kicks on Gaara that would utterly shatter his sand armor, as well as injure him greatly. However, even though the sand came back to shield Gaara, the damage from Naruto's attacks was already evident as Gaara was bleeding on the forehead as well as on the left arm and right leg. The blood was there on his clothes as well as his flesh, and he was in shock and rage. He had never endured the kind of pummeling the blonde had given him. He was able to shrug off Rock Lee's attacks, and while he had been wounded by Sasuke, Sasuke never got to wound him again. But this blonde ninja was assaulting him in ways that he had never been exposed to, and the fact that he was still alive even after he was using all his best attacks to kill him made the already emotionally unstable Gaara lose more of his self-control. He had enough of this, and he was going to end this blonde ninja's life one way or the other. Naruto was still in his Dragon Ascendant state, using the wind elemental form as he watched Gaara, intent on making sure that he was ready to counter the moves that Gaara would use to attack him when he least expected it. He had observed enough to know that Gaara was not going to take the attacks lying down, and he would have to make his first move. Gaara knew that he had to do something fast in order to finally defeat this blonde ninja, who was proving to be a real tough warrior, and that was when he decided to finally let the beast in him out. With that, Gaara went deep in his psyche, and the very second he was in his own mind, he unleashed the demon inside of himself. The sand around him quickly reacted to his wishes, and soon enough, the sand began to grow even more and then suddenly exploded all over the place in an apparent instant. Naruto was about to attack when he saw what was happening and quickly moved away to get some room, and the move proved to be a good one as a massive fountain of sand erupted from where Gaara was on the battlefield. Naruto managed to shield his face from the sand, and so did Temari, Sasuke, Sakura, and Fenrix as well. In the moment, they looked and Temari was in fear as she saw the form that was before her. She had never seen Gaara this desperate enough to use this form. It was already horrifying to see Gaara in his semi-sand raccoon form while he was still in human form, but it was also impressive to see this blonde genin named Naruto being able to stand up against Gaara and fight him well. Now it seemed that Gaara had enough of this and was going to finish this fight one way or the other. Gaara looked down at Naruto through the trees and glared at the Dragon Ascendant as Naruto looked back at him. I will defeat you, Naruto Uzumaki. Your death by my hand will become the true symbol of my existence. Gaara was now on top of the head of a massive figure of sand. The sand seemed to be alive in some fashion, as the sand crystals were reflecting the light. The sand also had violet lining as well. The figure resembled a raccoon with the same eyes that seemed to be like that of his raccoon sand form, while Gaara was now bare of the sand that had once covered him before he used this transformation. The form was massive, easily as higher than the mountain face that formed the Hokage monument behind Konoha. Kami? That guy. He's no ordinary ninja. Sasuke and Sakura gasped at the monster side of the sand raccoon that was before them. They had never seen anything like this in their lives before. They both thought Gaara was not ordinary. Now the sight of this massive sand monster was really unexpected. Sasuke couldn't help but wonder just how Naruto was going to fight his way out of this one. Fenrix however looked on, hoping to see just what his student was going to do now with the threat before him. This was going to be a real test. Naruto's powers were going to have to be used tactically instead of just in the need to overwhelm this foe. Naruto. You may have to use all you have to even up the odds with Gaara. Do what you can in order to defeat him. Wow. Big. Naruto moved back and quickly grabbed onto a massive tree as Gaara unleashed a massive sandstorm with chakra-enhanced wind right at his face. The Dragon Ascendant dug in his hands and summoned his claws on his fingertips to hold himself in position to avoid being suddenly dragged all the way out. The blast of sand and air was immense and howling as Naruto held on as best he could from the attack itself. The move worked for a minute or two until the blast ripped Naruto off his location. The blonde genin quickly flipped out of the way as the blast unleashed rocks and trees, as well as massive amounts of hard soil right at his face. He managed to avoid being blinded until 3 arms made of sand came right at him. He evaded one and destroyed the other, but Gaara created 4 more arms of sand and attacked Naruto, forcing the blonde on the defensive in order to even things up before Gaara. Gaara however had enough of this and unleashed a massive tsunami wave of sand that leaped out in Naruto's direction, forcing Naruto to move away. As the sand covered the area before him, he moved to the treetops, and so had Temari, Sasuke, Sakura, and Fenrix. However, the spreading of the sand was bad news, as Gaara suddenly unleashed a massive wall of sand to rise up and surround Naruto, and Naruto tried to escape, but tendrils of sand came at him and quickly grabbed his legs, preventing his escape as the sand encased him, leaving his head exposed. Naruto glared at Gaara and then the sand constricted around Naruto. Ugh. Naruto gasped as he felt the sand begin to surround his body, and he felt his body scream more in pain as he tried to free himself from Gaara's grip as the sand continued to surround him. He knew he had to do something fast before he was crushed by the sand arm of the massive sand construct of Gaara. The threat was further magnified as several massive blades made from hardened sand surrounded Naruto on sand tendrils and were dancing endlessly around him, all like snakes, eager to bite into a struggling target. Temari was looking on at this in horror at the moment. I've never seen Gaara this determined before. This is not going to be good. Gaara laughed as he continued to add the pressure on Naruto and then unleashed the sand blades at him. Now die. Naruto however was not giving up just yet as he decided to even it up as he switched to another elemental power, and that was lightning, and he shouted out. Lightning shield. The massive arcs of lighting that came out of Naruto's form was enough to cut through the sand that covered his body. The blonde then slammed his hands into the sand. That action was enough to destroy the sand blades coming towards him and send arcs of lightning right at Gaara, but Naruto knew better than to think that the worst was over as Gaara managed to create some diamond spikes from his sand and redirect the lightning away from his body to prevent him from suffering any lasting damage. Gaara unleashed more massive sand spikes as Naruto did his best to dodge and evade as Gaara gathered his sand back to himself. As soon as he got some distance, Naruto knew that now was the time for him to use that was given to him by Jiraiya. Despite powers, he was not skilled enough to take on a foe that size, but he knew just what a rather who could. Back in Konoha. The battle in Konoha was quickly turning to the favor of the Konoha ninjas as more of their forces came into the battle. They had prepared ahead, and all the civilians had already been secretly evacuated from the combat zone to lower the risk of heavy losses. Now it was time for the counterattack, and it seemed that a number of the Sound and Sand Ninja were getting a full-blown introduction to the various clans that resided in the village of Konoha. Inoichi used his clan's mind-body switch technique on his foes, making them turn on one another. Chaozu unleashed his clan's multi-size technique to crush right through a large number of Sound and Sand Ninja, and Shikaku used the shadow manipulation ability of his own clan to fight the attackers. They were not the only ones either as the Anbu under Yuzuki Yugao's command came in to fight as well. The Ashi also used the Byakugan to his best advantage against his attackers, while Tsumin Yazuka and Hana Inyazuka with their animal companions also got into the act and fought with the Sound and Sand Ninja. Sarutobi looked on at the sight before him and smiled. Despite the fact that the Kusanagi was deep in his back with his animal summon, the Monkey King Enma holding on. The battle between the two of them started with a number of battle to even things between them, with Orochimaru revealing the full extent of his corruption and lust for power. Seeing that Orochimaru had done this further weighed heavily on the old man, as he knew now how far her former student had fallen. He had always told Jiraiya to be like Orochimaru in learning his ways of being a ninja, but when Orochimaru turned into the man he was now before his eyes, he knew that he should have done something, but he felt that he could try to steer Orochimaru to turn away from the dark path he had started to walk on, but his pleading fell to deaf ears. He made the right move to have Jiraiya's student take the place of Hokage, for he was truly a good man and the kind of man that was right for the position of Hokage. He had a chance to end Orochimaru's cruelty and evil when they tracked him down in the lab when the extent of his crimes became apparent. And he saw the extent of his former student's crimes. He could have stopped it right there and then since he was not as old as he is now, but he failed. He let his past with Orochimaru blind him from doing what he should have, and Orochimaru escaped. Now he had a chance and he was not going to waste it. However, Orochimaru wasted no time of his own as he brought forth the first and second Hokages to life, using another one of his dark and using the bodies of his own followers as sacrifices. The two surviving Sound Genin, since Dosu had been slain by Gaara, since the former Sound Genin tried to slay Gaara. The battle between him and the former living Hokages was difficult indeed, as Orochimaru had turned the former sibling leaders of Konoha into obedient servants of his own. He had succeeded in preventing the next coffin that held the fourth Hokage from rising, as he knew the danger of facing the ninja called Konoha's Yellow Flash, but even if he prevented the fourth from rising from his grave and allowing his remains to be left undisturbed, the sight that greeted him when the coffins opened was too much. And he knew that he was in for the fight of his life. Sarutobi knew that he was not going to have an easy chance in fighting his former teachers, even with Monkey King Enma on his side, but he was not going to give up without a fight. The first Hokage was the only known user of a Kekkei Genkai that allowed him to summon trees into combat, and before Naruto was awakened to his own Kekkei Genkai, was the only known user of such an ability, and the second Hokage was then the only known master of water-based jutsu without a water source nearby. The two had pushed him to the limits, and since they were already dead to begin with, even his best attacks were not that effective in defeating them. That and the fact that he was already an old man played a factor in the fight itself, as he no longer had the same level of ability that he had when he was younger and had the title of professor. However, he was not the kind to give up despite the dangers before him, and then used a powerful something handed down to him by the fourth Hokage when he stepped down from the position of being Hokage all those years ago. The jutsu known as the Shiki Fujin Jutsu was a technique that allowed a ninja to summon the power of the god of death, an entity that feasted on the souls of those who died in battle or those he had been summoned to consume specifically. This was the ultimate way to end an enemy's life, but it was a double-edged sword. To do this, the user had to allow himself to be taken by the death god, with the death god using his or her soul as payment for the summoning. The worst was that when the target soul had been consumed by the god of death, then the summoner would also join the soul of the one they had targeted to fight in the belly of the god of death for eternity. It was a high price, but in his mind, it was a price he was willing to pay for his own mistake in letting Orochimaru escape and unleash terror in the world all those years ago. He was trapped by the second Hokage and the first, but battled on as he used the jutsu, and then with great effort and the use of his Kage Bushin, he was able to restrain both the former Hokages and then extract their souls, but not before sharing fateful words with his former mentors, as well as the souls of the Kage Bushin, as they fade into smoke. And it was in that moment as well that he was then able to see the extent of his former student's madness, as well as his complete lack of humanity and empathy for human life, as the now soulless bodies fell to the ground in heaps of dust and ash. Two of the Sound Genin team sent to kill Sasuke revealed themselves in the ashes of the first and the second Hokage. Kin and Zaku lay before him, their bodies already pale and dead, their eyes widened in horror and pain, as they had no doubt were unaware of what they had just been subjected to by Orochimaru when he had taken them to see the two caskets of the Hokages. This further angered Sarutobi as he looked at the two dead ninja and then to his former student, calling him truly mad for willingly using his own people like this. Orochimaru merely laughed and said that they were pawns, nothing more. That angered the elderly Hokage, and he made his move to restrain Orochimaru, allowing the former Konoha Sannin to see the god of death for the very first time in his life. This led to the current situation as Orochimaru had acted out of a desire to avoid the fates of both the first and the second Hokage by calling his Kusanagi sword to stab and kill Sarutobi from behind him. The elderly Hokage was caught off guard but fought off the pain and shock and still was intent on ending his former student's life. However, he could feel his own life fading as Orochimaru tried to escape once more, and in that moment, the old Hokage knew that he cannot take Orochimaru's soul completely, and he decided on the next best thing, a fitting punishment for the former Sannin and student of his. Back in the battle between Gaara and Naruto. Naruto focused on himself and then bit his finger to draw blood and then placed it on the tree branch and hoped for the best. He had only done this once, and thus he hoped that he would get this one right. He recalled just how he had been able to gain the use of this, and it was also when he was finally able to come face to face with none other than the Kyuubi itself. Flashback to a nearby valley. Naruto was busy training with both Fenrix and Jiraiya as the Sannin and the senior dragon ascendant watched Naruto spar with not just a large number of his own Kage Bushin, but several of Jiraiya's own Kage Bushin. As the blonde fought with his Kage Bushin as well as learning the foundations of his new technique in using his Kekkei Genkai and being able to switch and utilize the 5 elements, the two chatted for a while. While Fenrix was already aware of Naruto's secret lineage, it made him feel more at ease with talking to Jiraiya. He knew that from the records from his own master Valen, that Jiraiya was the sensei of the former 4th Hokage who was blood related to Naruto. He also knew of the legacy of the 4th Hokage, and the reason why no one knew just how closely related Naruto was to the 4th Hokage. It was something that the Dragon Ascendant could understand in his own fashion. The 4th Hokage was a remarkable man, and so was his wife. It was a shame that both were not about to see their son grow up. As they finished their discussion, the Sannin decided to push forward his idea, and Fenrix had to admit that despite knowing full well about the ability Jiraiya had in the sense of being able to summon frogs. Giving this ability to Naruto would further supplement his already growing abilities and would be handy in the battles that were soon to come. Besides, he had been familiar with animal summons before in his younger days, though not in the way he did in Naruto's world. He knew that like other worlds that had dragons that resided in them, there had been ascendants and dragons in this world. However, Naruto's world had a different history than the other worlds, once home to dragons and other ascendants like himself. The creatures left in the land had changed for many centuries, ever since the exodus of the dragons, the dragon kings and the loyalist descendants from the realms and worlds. With the approval of both Jiraiya and his Dragon Ascendant teacher, Naruto decided to focus his powers, as well as being able to tap into the power of the Kyuubi. He knew that this was not going to be easy. Fenrix had explained to him that the Kyuubi had managed to contain his Dragon Ascendant powers when he was younger. And the Kyuubi would no doubt be in a very foul mood should the two of them finally meet face to face. He had asked if there was some way to force the Kyuubi out of him, but the senior Ascendant replied that the idea was too risky in the sense that he and the Kyuubi were bound long before he was given the powers of the Blood Ascension ceremony, and therefore the removal of the Kyuubi could very well kill him. Naruto was not very happy with the news, but decided to make the most of it. He wrote his name on the scroll and then began to focus his chakra, however, he decided to pay the Kyuubi a visit. He quickly found himself before a massive gate and there was some sort of paper seal. Before he could make sense of where he was at the moment, a massive roar was heard and he looked to see two glowing red eyes behind the bars. Which were quickly followed by what appeared to be a massive form, and sure enough he was quick to stay where he was as she could see the outline of a paw with some very nasty claws. So, May Jailer decided to pay me a visit. Naruto recovered from the surprise and then spoke to the being before him, who he now recognized. You're the Kyuubi, aren't you? Very good, brat, though I doubt I can call you that since your powers as an ascendant are now awakened, though restrained. Had I moved faster all those years ago, I would have been able to fully restrain that power. However, that idiot with the snake powers interfered with another of my attempts to seal away your Dragon King powers for good. Do you know about it? Yes, I do. I was hoping to seal its powers away, but the consecrated blood of a Dragon King is nigh impossible to seal easily, and now that it's unleashed from my attempts, there's nothing I can do to contain it. I cannot kill you since you contain me, and should you die, then I will die, but since your Dragon Ascendant's powers are awakened, I have no chance of even remotely harming you to begin with. So what do you want from me? Naruto then spoke about gaining the chakra of the Kyuubi, and with that the Kyuubi growled and replied. You already have the power of the Dragon Ascendants, and they were more than able to outmatch even my power in the past, though that was when I was younger and more naive, and you have the consecrated blood of a Dragon King flowing in your veins as well. What kind of help could I possibly give you? You can give me help when I can't use my ascendant powers, you furball. I doubt you'd like it if you were only stuck behind that cage all your life, besides that you're my tenant, so you owe me rent. I owe you rent. Damn right you do. You've been with me for the past 12 years of my life, and in those 12 years, you've made my life miserable, so I think it's high time you gave back something for all the trouble you caused. Kyuubi growled and then replied. Very well then, here is my power, so use it well. You may have potential to surpass me, but until then you had better not die. In that moment, after returning from the area where the Kyuubi had been sealed away, Naruto felt the power of the Kyuubi fill him, and then he bit his finger to draw on the blood after he had felt the level of chakra he had grow and be more than enough for any he might use, though now was the time to see if the chakra he had from his own reserves and the chakra of the Kyuubi was enough. He then placed his hand on the ground and saw the symbols and shouted out the command for them to be used. Fuchius no Jutsu. In that moment a massive surge of energy was felt by everyone in the area, and there in a moment was a massive cloud of smoke that was reaching upwards. Naruto stepped back a bit but was quickly taken to the top as he was now deep in the smoke. The whole thing lasted for a moment or two, and then Naruto found himself on top of what felt like cloth. He stood up and found himself on top of something that was massive, and that from the fact that he could feel it moving up and down, as well as hearing breathing sounds, it was alive as well. He leaped off and then turned to see just what he had summoned on his first try. Naruto was struck dumb by the sight of the massive toad that was before him at this moment. The creature had deep red skin and had on a pipe in its mouth, as well as a massive open jacket on it and what appeared to be a massive sheath with a short sword on it. He had never expected to be summoning a massive creature like this on his first try. But he had to admit that the sight was very good for him to be able to get this far. The toad then looked about and then spotted Jiraiya and spoke. Well now, it seems I finally got summoned in a place that is not the least bit uncomfortable or strange, but still, there seems to be no fighting happening here, Jiraiya, so why am I summoned, you pervert? Jiraiya laughed at that and then spoke towards the big toad. Actually I didn't summon you, Gamabunta, the young man over there did. Gamabunta looked at Naruto and seemed to sniff him a bit and then he removed his pipe and gave out a long smoke. As soon as he was done, the toad summoned spoke. The Dragon Ascendant. And such a young one too. I never thought the day would come I'd meet one again, much less have one as my newly contracted summoner. Tell me, what's your name? Naruto could tell that this toad summon was very powerful just by being near him. His Dragon Ascendant senses were pulsing from the power coming from the massive toad. Apart from that, Fenrix had taught him to respect those with power, especially those of a nature that was not that of the human form, and this road before him was one of them, and he gave his name. Naruto Uzumaki, and who are you? I am Gamabunta, chief of all toad summons. Normally I would expect a greater deal of respect from a summoner, but as a dragon ascendant, I will let that slide for now. You however had better call me Chief Toad the next time we meet. As soon as that was out of the way, Gamabunta turned his attention to Jiraiya and then spoke to the Sannin. Now then Jiraiya, your young friend here succeeded in summoning me, but there seems to be no fighting involved, so either I go back home or we have a sake drinking session. I should have known you'd say that Gamabunta, by the way, does nice work on your summoning Naruto, though summoning Gamabunta on your first try was a bit much. Naruto gave a slight laugh, as well as scratching the back of his head, and Fenrix was then examined by Gamabunta as the senior ascendant looked at the chief toad. The giant toad then spoke to the older ascendant. Yet another ascendant. I never thought your race would ever return to this world. I was still a tadpole when your race decided to leave this land after the other ascendants started rebelling. What brings your kind back here I wonder? Fenrix then replied. That will be a very long story in Gamabunta. The toad summon nodded and then spoke to Naruto. Now then, if you want to be able to command me, you will have to share a drink of good sake with me as well as Jiraiya, and considering that you are a dragon ascendant, I think you will be able to stomach the sake. Naruto had hoped to resist the idea, but Fenrix told him that it was alright and he joined the group in a sake drinking session. It was not long before Naruto got to taste sake for the very first time in his life. While he was still young by human standards, the fact that he now had the constitution of a dragon meant that he was a lot more resistant to the effects of drinking sake or any alcoholic beverage for that matter, and he had to admit that he was developing a liking to sake. Gamabunta was happy to see his newest summoner was getting deep into the spirit of things and had quite a resistance, and he poured even more. Jiraiya had to admit that he was worried about Naruto the very second the young blonde ninja would drink the sake. The young blonde was quick to develop a liking for sale, despite the fact that he was technically underage for drinking liquor. The blonde had to admit that there was a part of him that wondered just what sake tasted, and while it did burn his mouth somewhat. The drinking session lasted well into the night, and as soon as he was tucked away, Gamabunta had considered the young man a newbie in the art of drinking, but pretty good to have downed a number of bottles with him, Fenrix and Jiraiya. End of flashback. The next day he woke up with only a slight buzz, that being the only result of his drinking at least 3 sake bottles in one session. Now that might not have sounded like much at face value, but in reality, the sake bottles that Gamabunta brought with him were about the size of small storage sheds. He placed that aside and summoned his chakra as well as his dragon ascendant powers and shouted out the command. Fuchius no Jutsu. The area was once more surrounded by a massive blast of smoke, and there before the massive sand raccoon under the command of Gaara was Gamabunta with Naruto right on top of his head, and he was using his chakra to hold himself steady on the toad summon head at this moment. Naruto was relieved he was able to pull off the sum. Temari gasped as she looked at the sight before her. She was instructed in all the needed information about Konoha, as well as its known allies, and therefore she recognized just what or rather who the blonde ninja had summoned. I don't believe it. That blonde could do such a high-level summon. He's supposed to be a genin. Temari was among the very few genin in the history of Suna to be able to summon an animal summon for combat, yet this young man from Konoha could summon such a high-level summon, which would have demanded a great level of chakra. This Naruto was proving to be one very deadly threat in combat. Incredible. Sakura spoke out as she saw Naruto summon Gamabunta. She had no idea just where Naruto learned that, but it was certainly one for the record books. Back in the confrontation. Gamabunta looked at the sight before him and spoke to the blonde ninja and dragon ascendant. So what sort of mess is it this time Naruto? Looks like you're fighting the Shukaku and the Jinchuriki from the looks of it. Naruto was rather surprised at that. He was not expecting the giant leader of the toad summons to know just who it was that he was fighting. You know Shukaku? The massive toad nodded and replied. I have been in this world for a very long time Naruto and I have seen thee in all their power, however this one who controls and houses the Shukaku appears to not have allowed himself to fall asleep yet. We should defeat him now before he decides to use some sort of to place himself into sleep. When he does, then we're going to be in for it. Right. Let's get him boss toad. Gamabunta then took out his dagger, and the two attacked. Gamabunta sliced off the arm of the massive sand construct that replicated the sand raccoon demon, and the fight was well underway, with Naruto unleashing attacks of his own to supplement the attacks used by Gamabunta in fighting Gaara and the massive sand form that he was currently using in combat. Gaara managed to use the sand to block most of Naruto attacks until the blonde shouted out his Kage Bushin, and then he was joined by 4 more Kage Bushin, and then the sand ninja was now facing gusts of wind, walls of earth, waves of water. Bursts of fire and bolts of lightning from the blonde genin who was still proving to be quite a pest, and Gamabunta added to that by unleashing a number of deadly water attacks, showing that he was able to use water-based, befitting his nature as an animal summon who was attuned to water. Water bullet. The massive blasts of water slammed hard as Gaara managed to shield himself, as well as resisting the attack of lightning from one of the cage Bushin that was there with Naruto. He growled and then decided to finally end this fight once and for all. As Gamabunta used his short sword to tear off yet another part of the body of the sand form of his tailed beast, the young Sand Genin decided to use that, the one he had never resorted to for a long time, but now had no choice but to use to finally kill Naruto. "I will kill you." Gamabunta quickly recognized the technique about to be used by Gaara and spoke. "That is not good. That boy is going to let himself be put to sleep using a. What good will that do him anyway? That boy, as you might have found out, is the container of the Shukaku. I know for a fact that demon beast is a violent being that loves nothing more than overwhelm the mind of its current host, and I can bet that young man's been trying to stay awake to keep that blasted monster from consuming his entire mind. The Shukaku's a bloodthirsty creature and no doubt demands sacrifices in blood to satisfy itself, and that kid does it to placate the thing." "Pommy? Is that what made Gaara become a monster?" "That is possible. But we have no time, the second that works, we won't be fighting that kid anymore, we'll be fighting the Shukaku." And sure enough, it was not long before Gaara succeeded in putting himself to sleep, and then the Shukaku came out, and Naruto could tell that Gamabunta was right, the Shukaku was indeed crazy, as well as bloodthirsty, as it talked like it was drunk and wanted to kill them both. They were forced on the defensive at this point, as the Shukaku began to unleash massive blasts of pure chakra-enhanced air. Gamabunta then told Naruto that the only way to repress the Shukaku was to wake Gaara up with a strike. However, that was not going to be simple, as Gamabunta had to do his best to avoid the powerful attacks of the Shukaku, lest they take a fatal hit. Naruto decided to do his absolute best to slow down Gaara and the Shukaku, after Gamabunta told him that the only way to stop the Shukaku's rampage was to strike at Gaara to wake him up and ensure that the spell would be broken, banishing the Shukaku back into the recesses of Gaara's mind. He understood that the best chance they had was to restrain the Shukaku long enough for a strike to be used on Gaara. However, he knew that the boss toad would not be able to hold on for long due to not having the limbs to grab onto the Shukaku since he was a toad, so he decided to try a different approach. "I got an idea, boss toad." "Then go for it, kid. I doubt we'll be able to keep up this dodging game for long." Naruto quickly had his cage Bushin, who was a user of the fire element, to aim for the Shukaku's legs and free arm when he could, while the two other cage Bushin, who could use both earth and wind, to try and create sand. The plan seemed odd, but Naruto knew that if he got this right, he could have a chance to allow Gamabunta to get him closer. The fire-wielding cage Bushin went to work on aiming at the legs of the Shukaku, making the massive creature even angrier, while the other two cage Bushin continued to attack with earth and wind to create sand. The attack was working despite the fact that he could sense his powers beginning to fade, as he was using a considerable portion of his powers for this move. The attack continued and Shukaku was getting annoyed. "Hold still so I can kill you," Gamabunta retorted as he leaped away. "Not going to happen." Naruto knew that he had to hurry, but doing this was not as easy as one might think. He focused on defending himself and Gamabunta at the same time, while attacking the massive sand form of Shukaku, and the situation was not looking very promising as the battle continued to grow in intensity. However, the young ninja and dragon ascendant was not going to give up, as he and his cage Bushin continued to do the best they could in order to stop Shukaku. It took a lot of energy to make the amounts of sand that he needed, as well as attacking the Shukaku while holding on to Gamabunta, but now he had a chance, and then he summoned yet another brand of cage Bushin, and they all were of the fire element, and they all directed their attack at Shukaku's limbs, just as the two other cage Bushin, using earth and wind respectively, guided the created sand at the limbs of the Shukaku. Blazing wave. All 6 cage Bushin unleashed massive tongues of fire, as well as fire from their mouths, and the fire hit the sand that the two other cage Bushin sent at the Shukaku. The sand raccoon demon laughed and was about to close the gap to blast Gamabunta and Naruto point blank with its chakra-enhanced wind bullet, but then to its shock, its limbs were encased in solid diamond crystals. "What the? Go for it, boss toad." Gamabunta quickly moved in and grabbed the Shukaku, as the creature couldn't move as the massive crystals made from diamond had encased the legs and free arm for a good amount of time. Gamabunta realized that the previous attacks with flame were not meant to harm the Shukaku, but to change the composition of the sand, as well as get it ready to be transformed into diamond crystal. The toad summon was finally able to grab the Shukaku, and Naruto quickly gathered himself to the attack. His body was exhausted from all he had done, but he was far from out of the fight, and as he closed in and readied his fist, he aimed to wake Gaara with one blow. "Hey you. Wake up." Whap. The blow was hard enough to send Gaara moving to the side, not enough to kill him, as Naruto's strength was lower than before due to the previous battles and his lower energy reserves. The blow, however, was more than enough to wake Gaara from the sleeping, and the Shukaku roared as well as swore as it was banished back into the recesses of Gaara's mind. "Damn it. I just got out. I'll get you for this. But that Gaara was now aware and felt the massive pain in his body as he glared at Naruto, who glared right back at him, and before Naruto could attack to finish him off, the brother of Kankuro and Temari unleashed several more tendrils of sand to restrain Naruto and crush him. But Gamabunta was able to shield the boy with his tongue, despite the fact that the tendrils of sand were sharpened like diamond blades and drew blood from the tongue of the massive toad summon. But Gaara was far from defeated as he gathered his chakra and controlled the sand all over the area where he and Naruto were once more and began to fight back. Inside the area sealed off by Gamabunta's tongue, Naruto felt the sand wrapping around him and he knew that even if the tongue of the boss toad shielded him, he still had to get out. And he decided to do what he could with the energy he had left and changed to his water element and then unleashed a massive blast of icy mist and the sand froze around him as Gamabunta finally couldn't hang on anymore and released his tongue. Gamabunta watched as Naruto fought free and finally hit Gaara with yet another blow that finally sent the sand falling apart and breaking as well. The toad summon watched as the sand raccoon construct fell to pieces and smiled mentally to himself as he spoke. That boy has got power and guts, this will be worth seeing to the end, but not for me, my chakra is out, not bad kid, you might become as good as the fourth, or even better, if we meet again, I think we need to share some drinks. But that Gamabunta faded away in a puff of smoke as both Gaara and Naruto looked at one another after landing two opposing tree tope. In Konoha. Ooh. That was the only scream that was heard in the massive barrier that kept Hiruzen, Sarutobi and Orochimaru locked in combat with one another, and the scream was that of Orochimaru as he had just witnessed something that made him afraid as well as horrified. Hiruzen had allowed the god of death to consume the arms of Orochimaru's soul and deny him the use of his arsenal. He coughed as he felt the god of death take his soul as well, and he used his last moments of life to speak. The fitting punishment for one so obsessed with power. Farewell, my foolish student. I am sad I will never get to finish you the way I wanted to. You old fool. Give me back my arms. As he fell to the ground, Sarutobi saw the faces of his former teachers, the first and the second Hokage, their words echoing in his mind. He then thought of all the people he had met and known, the young people of the village, and those who he called family, and then he thought of Naruto, as well as his meeting with Valen and Fenrix. He smiled at that and then looked to see the face of Orochimaru, but it was not the face of the madman before him. But the face of the quiet, kind, honest, skilled and gentle young man he once was so long ago. And in that moment, he died. Monkey King Enma spoke his final words and removed the sword from Hiruzen's back, and he himself faded away in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru was angered at the fate he had killed his sensei, but his plan to destroy Konoha and claim Sasuke had failed for this day, and the loss of his arms was something that he knew would haunt him until the time was right. He moved away as the burning pain filled him as his arms were now dead to the world, he could move them, but he could never use any until the time came. Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru turned to his elite group of ninja from sound and spoke seriously. This mission is over, deactivate the barrier. But that done, the barrier that had sealed him and Hiruzen in the battlefield was removed and a group of loyal sound genin took him away. The Konoha Anbu tired to follow, but were unable to as they were restrained by one of the sound genin who manufactured some form of web to catch them. At the bottom, Kakashi, Guy and Genma were facing Baki and the now revealed Kabuto, and as the two were about to leave, Kabuto then spoke seriously to Kakashi. It seems you have quite the handful of ninja, one has the Sharingan and the others possesses a Kekai Genkai that is unheard of, make sure that you train both of them well Kakashi, sooner or later, Sasuke-kun will be on the side of Orochimaru-sama and I will find out what makes Naruto-kun that powerful, mark my words on that. As Kabuto and Baki left the scene, Kakashi halted both Guy and Genma and they all gathered the remaining jonin including Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai as well as Mitarashi Anko herself and they quickly made their way to the roof, but not before freeing the Anbu to be on the safe side of things. They could only hope that their Hokage was still alive and safe. Back in the valley. Naruto and Gaara lay on the ground for what seemed like an eternity, both exhausted beyond normal human limits, and it seemed that time had stood still for merely a moment. Gaara had never felt this way, he had been pushed further and greater than he had ever been in his whole life by this blonde ninja from Konoha. He had pushed him to summon even Shukaku, and still he couldn't beat this blonde ninja named Naruto Uzumaki. What the hell is he? The sand shinobi turned and to his horror, the once unconscious Naruto began to rise and move towards him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Gaara looked on and shouted out in desperation as he felt fear and terror, it was so thick and so strong in him he felt like he was going to choke on it all. No. Stay away from me. Naruto got up and moved closer and then summoned a blade of wind into his hand, but since in terms of ascendance, his powers were still very young, so the sword vanished and he fell to his knees. He tried to get up and focus on stopping Gaara from getting up. Gaara tried to move, but his body was badly drained of chakra. Naruto was pushed to his limit and by most records. He would not have been able to get up after what he had done to face Gaara. Naruto however managed to move his body once more and get to his knees and began to stand up, falling once more to the ground showing just. But to his shock, Naruto was not showing a look of eagerness in killing him, but sadness and regret. What the? It's painful to be alone. Isn't it? Naruto felt his body reach his limits, his powers were not that strong, not like Fenrix, and as such, he had to dig deep into himself and summon the power of the Kyuubi for the first time in his life now as a dragon ascendant, but he was not the kind to just give up as he struggled to get himself to Gaara to stop him. However he decided to speak to Gaara at this moment. I know how that feels, just like you do. What? Naruto managed to get enough strength to reach a nearby tree and sit down just for a second, and he spoke. You and I we are the same. How can you say that? You and I are not alike. Remember when? We were in the hospital and I said I had a demon in me as well. I wasn't lying about that. What? I am like you Gaara, I too contain a demon and the Kyuubi is inside me. Gaara wanted to deny it, but something deep in his mind told him that there was no lie in the way Naruto spoke, and as he looked at the blonde who stared back at him, he could tell that the blonde ninja meant each word. He then saw Naruto reveal the mark, and while the seal was not the same as his was, he could see that it was a very complex and powerful seal, something used only to contain something of immense power. That was the proof Gaara needed to see to know that Naruto was correct in stating that they were the same. But there is a difference between you and me. I have friends, people I care about in this world, I won't hurt anyone, including you. If I have to kill you to stop you Gaara, I will. Naruto then moved forward despite the injuries he had since the fighting. Gaara managed to finally find some level of strength to move, but only to reach a nearby rock and sit up on it, and he spoke then to Naruto, amazed that even after the pounding they both went through, and the fact that he was out of strength, the blonde ninja who was like him, still had what it took to move. Why do you fight for them so much? Why? Don't you fight for yourself? Because they saved me from becoming lost in hatred, pain, suffering, torment and anger, they saved me from my own hell. They gave me purpose, they gave me a place to call home, and they are friends. And I will fight for them to my last breath. Naruto tried to get closer, but it was then that Fenrix as well as Sasuke and Sakura arrived on the scene. Sasuke spoke to Naruto. Hey, that's enough. This fight's over, you've won, he's got no strength left to fight back. Sakura also nodded and spoke. You don't have to do this anymore Naruto, this fight is over. Naruto smiled at that and fell to the ground, the two members of his team became worried, but Fenrix shook his head with a smile. He's fine. He needs to just rest. The others faced Gaara just as Temari and Kankuro showed up, the two siblings looked at their brother shocked at how badly beaten and exhausted he looked at the moment, they then faced the group, while Sakura and Sasuke got ready for a possible attack, while Fenrix replied as he revealed his own tattoos, and the colors swirled, showing that while he had no doubt he could beat them easily. He was not going to waste his energy on them, this fight was over, so there was no need for him to fight. You will gain nothing staying here, this fight is over, your side lost. He's right. This is enough, the plan failed. Temari and Kankuro turned to their brother, and Kankuro decided to help their brother out of the area, and so did Temari, after seeing how Naruto fought with their brother, and knowing now that Fenrix was far greater in terms of power and ability than Naruto, they would stand no chance before him. With that in mind the three left the scene, allowing Fenrix to carry Naruto on his back, while Sasuke and Sakura rallied with both Shikamaru and Shino, as well as Shino's father and Asuma, while the senior dragon ascendant unleashed his wings to fly back to Konoha. There in the village of Konoha, the bad news of the death of the third Hokage was already moving about, dampening the victory earned by the forces of Konoha at the loss of their leader. However, they saw on his face a smile showing that while he died, he was happy to have given his all in the defense of the village. Chapter 5. Days later. Konoha was very busy in the rebuilding itself after the invasion of both Suna and Odo, and it was taking a while, gathering the dead and preparing them for burial, rebuilding homes, salvaging materials from ruined houses for reuse, and also sending out request orders for skilled workers to help with rebuilding the village itself. Thankfully none of the VIPs were harmed and many were able to go back home as well. It was also something of a very solemn occasion as their Hokage, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, was buried in full honors for his deeds and his sacrifice in ensuring that Konoha would not fall. Many other ninja who died were also given honorary burial, and while there were those who sought to avenge themselves by attacking Sound and Sand for this attack, the council forbade military action as they were not an authority to authorize the attack and doing so would not be a wise move. So far the village had much to work on in order to be back at full form, however, the fact that manpower was currently in short supply due to their losses, the Konoha Council had no choice but to get every available ninja they could get their hands on, even genin were now taking on assignments that were normally reserved for chunin, as many were slain. However they were thankful that their casualties were not very high, thanks to a certain pair of warriors who were with them. When the ninjas saw Naruto and Fenrik summon the giant tree man, they were shocked. It had already filled the village that Naruto wielded a powerful Kekkei Genkai and had proven to be very more than able to defeat the Byakugan. One of the noble Kekkei Genkai, and that was a great feat, and summoning those living tree men was something else entirely. Many of the people had seen the tree men crush and stomp down on the Sand and Sound forces, and even veteran ninja had to admit that the sight was ghastly as the Ents did their work and the forces of the invaders were crushed to literal pulp. To see the trees surrounding their village come to life to fight for Naruto was something they thought they would never be able to see in their lifetimes. That had been a great source of questions on what other powers Naruto had as a result of his Kekkei Genkai, and there was the fact that he was head of a new clan. That had been the talk of the village recently, and it had been a source of great speculation as well. While there were still those who distrusted or were hostile to Naruto, they now realized that attacking the youth was out of the question. If he could do all that in combat, then any attack they would make would be tantamount to committing suicide. Others such as Konohamaru however were very happy for his boss, and he was eager to see if Naruto could teach him how to do those amazing abilities he had seen before. The grandson of the third Hokage was very eager to see how powerful he would become and how he could learn and grow to get a chance to face his friend and rival for the office of Hokage someday. There was also talk of the fact that Naruto was head of the clan and he would need to find others to add to his clan to make it grow and prosper. There were some very serious discussions that were considered somewhat inappropriate by others, but there was no stopping it at this moment while construction was going on. The village was going to be under the rule of the Konoha Ninja Council in the absence or rather, the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi and at the moment. They had just recently gotten word that the people of Sand had discovered that their Kazekage was found slain, and they had discovered that the killer had been Orochimaru, and he had masqueraded as their Kazekage from the start of the whole affair and had deceived them all. This was why they were giving an unconditional surrender, and while there were some of the villagers who wanted them to pay dearly for breaking the alliance, the elders forbade it as they knew that doing so in their current state would be bad news indeed. Now the council had to deal with reconstruction and hiring both workers from within the Land of Fire and outside of it in order to fix the damage done to it by the invaders, and it was going to be a while before things were back to normal. In Naruto's new home. Naruto was busy sparring with his sensei in the art of being a dragon ascendant as they were in the training hall of his home fortress. The two had spent as much time as they could in improving his abilities for combat as well as traveling with Kakashi, Sasuke and Sakura when they were sent out on patrol missions. So far there was no mission available that was higher than B rank for the moment, so he spent as much time as he could with his team so as not to get lost in what was happening at the moment. The blonde ninja had to admit that using the powers he had was a rush, and he had asked Sasuke what it felt like to get his Sharingan for the first time. It was somewhat a surprising question for the last Uchiha survivor, but he answered that it was not painless, but it helped a great deal. That was enough for him as he and the others continued with their missions. It was then that Kakashi brought up the question on how he was feeling about being head of his own clan. Naruto couldn't help but blush at that and told them what exactly Fenrix told them, and that got a smile out of Kakashi, as well as a deep blush from Sakura and even a slight smirk from Sasuke. The Jonin then told Naruto that it was how things started after all for most clans, they needed to be able to grow, which was why there was the law of polygamy, so they could grow at the right numbers, and then Kakashi asked him does he have any plans to take a wife. The second the Jonin asked him that question, the blonde shook his head and blushed wildly at the idea of him getting married at so young an age, and he made that very plain, much to the utter amusement of his team. Even Sasuke couldn't help but find it rather humorous, the way Naruto was going at it and blushing as hard as he was at this moment. As he thought back on his time with the team, he looked at his Dragon Ascendant sensei. Fenrix sensei, can I ask you something? Of course. What is it you wish to ask me about Naruto? Naruto knew that this was a very personal question, but he wanted to know something more about his sensei and the ways of the Ascendants. Have you ever fallen in love? Fenrix gave a slightly amused expression at that and replied. My, that is quite the question Naruto, why are you taking an interest in my love life? Well, if you don't want to sensei, I guess. No, it's alright. I've been in love before Naruto, I still remember her so long ago, and that was quite a while. Do you want me to tell you who she was? Naruto nodded and Fenrix thought back about the past. It was so long ago now, but he remembered it as clear as day. I met my beloved when we were just children actually, I wasn't even an ascendant then, I was just a regular young man, full of dreams, hopes, plans, and always having a loud mouth, causing trouble. Kind of like you in a way. In that regard, you could say you remind me of myself so long ago. I was just the simple son of a militiaman, and she. Well, she was the daughter of a noble. I was there training one day when she walked towards me and asked me if I wouldn't mind playing with her. Tamara never got along with other children of nobles, always squabbling and causing all sorts of trouble for their own benefit. I was rather surprised then and thought she was going to get me in trouble. What happened? We became good friends for years. As she grew up, she was more a noble lady to everyone, but with me, she loved to ride on horseback, move through the forests, and live a happy life. I still recall seeing her playing near a river on one of our outings, and she would move her hair in the wind and smile happily. She was a beautiful Naruto. What happened then? Fenrix sighed and replied. She was the daughter of a noble family after all, and she was destined to be married off to another. I was devastated to hear of it, and so was she, but she had to do it. However, before she left, she told me she would always love me no matter what happened. Weeks after she left, I trained my best to be a strong fighter, and I did so and rose to be one of the best soldiers in the army then. It was after many years that I was told by Tamara's father that he wanted me to go see her in her husband's home. I did and she was still radiantly beautiful, but she was sad and seemingly lost her usual spark for love as well. Her husband pretended to be a great and caring man, but I learned differently. He was neglectful, wasteful of his inheritance, and he hurt her badly and treated her more like an object than a woman. I felt my blood boil many times over at that, and it took so much of my inner will to not cut him down there and then. I gathered all the evidence I could and then returned to her father. And she was able to leave him. The man was imprisoned after that, and I was allowed to be with Tamara. She had suffered a lot, but she endured and we were married. She was afraid I would never want her for what happened to her. But I loved her, and no amount of time could change that, and I wanted her more. Those were the best years of our life and I cherished them. But the pain and suffering finally took their toll on her. And she passed away. I lost her. As well as our firstborn child. I was inconsolable, and I wanted to die so badly, I nearly fell on my own sword. Naruto was silent, and he couldn't help but feel great sympathy for his mentor. It was then that I met Valen, and he allowed me to see her again in the spirit world. I told her that I was so sorry that I had never been able to tell her how I felt, how I loved her, and how foolish I was to have not said it out loud, and she told me that it was alright. She always knew that I loved her, and she would always love me no matter what, and she would watch over me as well. Alongside our child in the afterlife. That brought me much peace, more than I ever could imagine, and when I knew that Master Valen was a dragon king, I became his student. And became a dragon ascendant. Wow. What happened after that? I spent time seeing other lands, seeing civilizations rise and fall, and more besides, but I learned one thing as I watched others who were in love, and I will teach you what I have learned about love, since you asked me about love Naruto, so listen closely to what I have to say. Yes, sensei. Love is a beautiful thing in Naruto. It can make you feel emotions you have never ever felt before, and it can be something that you can never really forget. Thus, no matter how many times you feel it, treasure love, because it will be something that can keep you strong in the dark times ahead. Anyway, I think that it's best that we continued with your training, alright. Naruto nodded as the two of them continued with their training as they traded punches and strikes at one another, as they moved back and forth in the battle ahead of them, as they unleashed tongues of either flame, water, earth, air, and lighting at one another in their elemental taijutsu training. Naruto's body was healing rapidly, and no doubt in Fenrix's mind Naruto would be more than ready for any possible danger. Hours later. Fenrix stopped the training and decided to teach Naruto a powerful spell that could be very useful to his student. Naruto, I am about to teach you a very special power that may very well tip the scales in your favor in a fight. What is that, Fenrix-sensei? This is called the Elemental Life Force Technique. Elemental Life Force Technique. Fenrix nodded and decided to show Naruto some information that could help him understand the lesson better. There are 5 key elemental forces in the world, as you already know: air, fire, water, earth, and lightning. Each has unique properties that separate one from the others. However, they are still energy, and through the use of all 5 elemental energies, one can heal any injury no matter how grievous. It can also restore youth and vitality if used in the right manner, or even bring a person back to life. The mention of bringing a dead person back to life was more than enough to get Naruto's attention. What? How? Fenrix knew that would get Naruto's attention right off the bat, and he explained carefully to the young man. You can divide the human form into the 5 elements in a shorter term. The body, bones, organs, and flesh can considered as the human form of earth, the blood and life fluids can be tied to the human form of water, the energy that provides the spark of life or the energy of life and movement can be seen as the human version of lightning, the breath needed to sustain the body can be tied to air. And lastly, the spirit and soul of humans can be attributed to the power of fire. The elemental life force technique transforms all 5 elemental energies, or in this case, chakra, and creates a pure form of life energy. I can bring them back to life, can I use it to bring the old man back? Fenrix had a feeling Naruto would ask that question and replied. In truth, yes, however, the technique used by Sarutobi was summoning and sacrificing his soul to the god of death, and even dragon ascendants cannot challenge the god of death in his own realm. Because Sarutobi used his soul as the bargaining chip, there is nothing this technique can do to bring him back to life, due to the pact made to the god of death. Naruto was not very happy with the news, and Fenrix could see that fact on his student's face, and he spoke. However, if the person has not made a pact with the god of death, then they can be brought back to life, as their spirits will linger in the boundary world between that of the living and that of the dead, and until they are allowed into the realm of the dead, they are not gone, and by using this technique, they can indeed be brought back to life. I will show you what I mean in a moment. Fenrix then stood up and began to use a spell, and there before Naruto appeared a table with a sheath, and then Fenrix removed the sheath. To reveal a certain female ninja who died. Wait a minute. I recognize her as one of the Sound Genin, what is she doing here? She was used as a sacrifice by Orochimaru for a power to bring one of the former Hokage back to life to fight Sarutobi. Orochimaru used her like a pawn, and this was the result. By all rights she should be dead, but I doubt that, while she had physically died, her spirit still lingers and has not passed the judgment on whether she is to be sent in the dark pits or to the divine planes. She currently is a ghost, so to speak, though she has not gathered the needed power to manifest here in the realm of the living. Naruto was still surprised to be seeing the dead body of Kin, the Sound Kunoichi who he had met long ago in the classroom where the first half of the Chunin exams had taken place. She seemed to have been cleaned up and appeared to be very much normal, except for the gray skin tone. He then turned to Fenrix and wondered what he was going to do. He didn't have to wait long as Fenrix allowed his tattoos to appear, and they all glowed, and then before the younger dragon ascendant's eyes, the senior ascendant began to summon 5 spheres of energy. One was deep red like a ruby, and then it burst into fire. The next globe was as blue as water, and seemed to had droplets of water flowing all around it. Another sphere was as brown as the earth, mixed with a healthy green, and there were clumps of soil flowing around the sphere. Another was deep yellow, and had arcs of energy erasing on the surface. Fenrix then focused his powers, and then the 5 sphere began to turn into a deep white glow, and became glowing spheres of energy, and then they all merged into one glowing mass that nearly blinded Naruto. There was so much energy in that sphere that he was amazed his sensei could even control it all. Fenrix then moved the sphere to Kin's body, and then pushed into the lifeless corpse of the Sound Kunoichi. Naruto watched in amazement as the once gray skin of the corpse began to take a healthy pink shade, and it seemed that the life came back to all of her body, and to his still present amazement, the formerly dead female ninja from Sound opened her eyes. As Fenrix completely imbued the sphere into her body, he stepped back and it was not long before Kin began to speak. What? Where? Kin tried to get up and she felt a rising panic as instead of being below a sky, she was looking at a roof of stone and she felt as if something had just rushed into her. She tried to move her hands and felt them move to her astonishment. She slowly got up to sit and look about, seeing the walls of the fortress mansion under Naruto's ownership, and then spotted both Naruto and Fenrix. She began to panic a bit and tried to reach for her weapons, but Fenrix spoke to her at that instant. It would be best that you calm yourself, Kintsuchi, you have just been resurrected from the land of the dead. What? The Sound Kunoichi was naturally confused by this as Fenrix expected as Naruto looked on in awe as he hoped to learn just how his sensei did that. Fenrix managed to learn the details from the Anbu captain on how Kin had been sacrificed when they found her body, and he was angered that there was someone like Orochimaru willing to do such things in this world. The rogue ascendants who used their powers for darker purposes were worse of course, but this was still very much something that aroused his ire. You were betrayed by your master Orochimaru and used as a sacrifice to bring to life one of the former Hokage of Konoha who had died. In effect you were used as a pawn by Orochimaru and left to die. Do you remember anything now? The memories came flooding back into her mind at that exact moment as she recalled the time she and Zaku had been brought into the chamber with the bodies of the Hokages being there, and then they were hit by the jutsu that Orochimaru had prepared to use, and then all they recalled was blinding pain that burned through them, and then everlasting darkness. As she thought back on the feelings of being dead, Kin shuddered and felt as if she was going to throw up. She had hoped to be of some help to her master in conquering Konoha and also be able to return home and boast about her accomplishments. Instead she was killed by her own master and left to rot. That is not the only time, however. Your master had also used a cursed seal on Sasuke before you and your team had come to face him in combat. He wanted to see Sasuke in action with that seal, and you were going to die fighting him. You were knocked unconscious and therefore was not aware of this, but that is the truth. Kin sat down and began to digest all she had been told, and then she looked at both Naruto and Fenrix and spoke. What are you going to do to me now? Fenrix then spoke. You have been given a new life in Tsuchi of Sound Village, and for once, you are free to decide your fate and your decisions are your own. You may decide to return to Sound if that is your desire, if not then you are free to leave this place, and I will guide you out of Konoha under my protection. Kin looked at her hands and thought back on what had happened to her after she had been duped by her former master Orochimaru. She thought that her life meant something, but she had been used by Orochimaru and killed without any form of mercy. Even though the life she had in Sound was hard, she had hoped to be able to live long enough to see many things. Orochimaru took that away from her without any hesitation, as she was nothing but a pawn to him. But now, she had been given back her life by this man, and she was given freedom to decide for herself what her fate would be in the future, something that she had never thought about or taken seriously until now. She felt her heartbeat, her lungs take in air, and her mind think and more. She smelled the air, listened to all sounds, and even looked intently at everything. She thought long over this and as soon as she was finished with her thoughts, she then decided to give her decision on what she was going to do from here on out. She was not going back to Sound anytime soon, she was already considered dead by everyone there to begin with. There was nothing and no one waiting back there for her, and she was not in the mood to see Orochimaru again or anyone in Sound for that matter. I want to stay. Here in Konoha. Not in Konoha. Here. In this place. Fenrix thought it over and then saw that Kin was serious in her desire to remain here in this fortress mansion, and then he spoke. Then you have made your own decision. You should know that this place is the home of the new clan of Konoha, known as the Uzumaki clan, and therefore you can choose to be adopted or to be married into it and be accepted and be under its protection. Kin then blushed at that idea, and then she asked something important, at least to her mind and thought. I prefer to be adopted for now. Marriage isn't on my mind at the moment. Fenrix nodded and turned to Naruto. Kin has asked to be adopted into your clan Naruto, as head of the clan, it is your decision to allow her to be adopted into your clan. Naruto had to admit that this was a very new and serious situation. He knew that now as head of his own clan, he had the power and authority to accept or reject Kin into his clan, and therefore leave her to the mercies of the village of Konoha. There was no doubt in his mind that as soon as she was discovered, she would be arrested or worse by Konoha. Besides, it seemed the Kin sounded sincere about her desire never to go back to Sound, and he decided to give her a chance. I accept. Fenrix smiled, and Kin felt a feeling of relief at Naruto's decision. As soon as that was done, Fenrix began to teach Naruto several other skills in elemental manipulation, while Kin watched, and she watched as Naruto began to learn the elemental life force technique, though he used his own variation of the move. Normally cynics would say that Kin would no doubt escape and return to Sound and report to Orochimaru all she had seen, and there was truth in that belief. If Orochimaru found out about Naruto's newfound powers and his potential, then he would seek out Naruto as well as Sasuke. With the power of a dragon ascendant and the Sharingan, Orochimaru would unstoppable, but Kin was not going to do so. They had given her back her life, and she was not going to betray that trust. In the training, Fenrix then taught Naruto another powerful yet rarely used technique, and that was the body recreation and resurrection technique. This was following the same principles as that of the elemental life force technique, but instead of breathing life back into a recently deceased person. This required the Ascendant to use the 5 elements to actually create a living body and then imbuing it with a living soul to make it come to life. Essentially it was somewhat similar to the impure world resurrection techniques used by Orochimaru, but it was different as it required no sacrifice in terms of using a living person to form the body of the soul. Now does it need ash and dirt to form the original body of the soul, and required no seal to restore the appearance of the deceased. Instead it created a purely new body for the soul to inhabit and then mold into the same likeness the soul had in life in its original body. And in effect the body is not a fake, but an exact living and breathing person, complete with all the powers and memories of their past lives. However, in order to be more effective, Naruto had to travel into the spirit realm and petition a being known as the Watcher to allow a soul to be returned to the realm of the living, and then Naruto would need to fuse the soul into the newly created body. The newly resurrected person is also subject to a second death as they are not immortal, though they will have a slightly longer lifespan than most mortal living beings. Another weakness is that in order to do both the creation of the body itself from the elements and then entering the realm of the dead as well as petitioning for the return of the soul, Naruto must have his powers at a certain level of maturity. He could achieve it in his current level. But it would require a greater deal of power, and the only way he could possibly overcome that limit is to remove his restraining bracers while in the realm of the dead, but Fenrix warned him not to attempt it without a good enough reason, for doing so would severely weaken him, and it would take months or even years to fully recover. This technique is only done by much more skilled and experienced descendants, but even so they would be severely drained. Only dragons or dragon kings could do it without any strain. And the final weakness was the petitioning of the soul's return to the realm of the living from the Watcher. The longer the soul has remained in the spirit realm, either in heaven or in hell depending on their nature, then the more demanding the technique will be to accomplish. Fenrix warned Naruto of this as well, and Naruto vowed to use it only as a last resort or when the situation really called for it. As soon as the training was over, they were having their meal break when they were greeted by Jiraiya, who had used the special stone that Fenrix had made. The fortress was imbued with a special locking mechanism that would keep others out if they didn't have a special stone that acted as a recognition and opening device. He had given one to Jiraiya and planned to make a few more for the rest of the people he would allow to be in the fortress. As Naruto was greeted by Jiraiya, he filled them in on why he was there. Apparently he had been given the task to go and look for Tsunade, one of the 3 Sannin, and ask her to take the place of Hokage here in the village. He had been originally given the position, but he turned it down, saying that he was not really the kind of guy to be in the position of Hokage. Plus he admitted that he was not really the kind of guy to be tied down that much. Naruto had a feeling that Jiraiya was more interested in being the perverted old man that he was and wondered why he was telling him this of all things. It was then that Jiraiya had told him that he was supposed to be escorted in the mission by a number of jonin by the council, but he turned them down and decided to take him along. Needless to say, Naruto was far from interested in the idea, and it was only with the offering to learn another usefulness that could give him a much-needed combat edge when his dragon ascendant powers could not be used that finally convinced Naruto to get ready and join along. Jiraiya then said he would wait at the gate for him once he got his gear and supplies ready, and Naruto went to work gathering all that he could as he was told by Fenrix to meet him in the creation hall before he left with Jiraiya. Fenrix also asked Kin to accompany him to the creation hall in order for her to learn how to earn her keep in the new home that she had to live in. It would be far more preferable if Kin was able to learn a trade in order to help with the maintenance of the fortress, and he would teach her how to be a good and productive member of the clan that she was now adopted into. As soon as they were in the creation hall, Kin was awed by what she was seeing and quickly realized that she could learn much from this place while she was here, and Fenrix gave her some warm food to eat to help her build her strength and energy as she had been brought back to life and therefore needed to sustain her food like a normal person. Fenrix was a master forger and what would have taken weeks to months or even years, he could do in hours. It was then that Naruto showed up and he was already packed and ready to move out on the mission with Jiraiya. In the creation hall, Naruto held the weapon in his hands and marveled at this weapon. It was a long handle, and on the ends were 2 double-edged blades at the length of at least 3 feet each, and was made from specially enchanted and high-quality steel. The 2 blades were well made and balanced, and following the instructions of his dragon ascendant sensei. The blades quickly retracted into the handle, and he looked at the seemingly bladeless weapon and pressed it again, and the blades came back out. Like your present? Yes. Good, this weapon emphasizes the lesson that I will teach you once you return from looking for this Tsunade who shall be the new Hokage. What do you mean? This twin-bladed weapon symbolizes the need for control. When you attempt to use 2 elements, you must learn to work their natures into a cohesive combination without one overwhelming the other. If there is no control, then the elements will clash and disrupt one another, and your ability as a fighter in combat will naturally suffer as a result. To drive the point home to you, those 2 blades were specially made to be able to injure you. What? Naruto was shocked to hear that, and Fenrix replied. It will not kill you of course, but send light pain through your body while not cutting you. When you train with this weapon, you must use it as a staff weapon, and that is where control must be learned, Naruto, as you must be able to defend and strike with enough power and control. If you attack with too much power, then the other blade will injure you, and you lose control. Once you master both control and power, you can attack and defend in equal measure, and then you can learn to use 2 elements in unison. That is what this weapon will show you. Naruto began to understand the idea, though not entirely at the moment as he took the weapon, and he asked Fenrix the question that had been plaguing him ever since he got the weapon. Aren't you coming with me, Fenrix-sensei? Fenrix shook his head and explained his reasons. You are a clan head now and as your advisor as well as your teacher and guardian, I have to remain here to defend your land, home and name. You have matured enough to merit going out on your own and learning on your own for a while, and Jiraiya has asked me to allow him to train you in a special that you might find useful in the near future. As much as you need to learn the ways of the ascendants to master your powers, you must also learn the ways of ninjas as you should before your powers awaken. Your defeat of Gaara when you two fought has proven to me that you can handle yourself for now until you return and require more instruction from me. There is only so much you can learn from these walls of the training hall after all, true knowledge and wisdom are gained as well as given. Besides, all the training and lessons I give you will not be effective if you are not using them in the real world, for it is in the real world where your training, knowledge and experience can be put to the test. Fenrix then took out a small gemstone necklace and handed it to his student, and as Naruto looked at the necklace, he spotted that Fenrix wore the very same necklace of his neck. However, I will not be far, this is a recall stone, and if you are in need of my help or are in true danger, then this recall stone will cast a teleportation spell, and I will be there to aid you in whatever you need done. I have faith in you and your growth as both an Ascendant and Ninja Naruto, and that is why you will do well here. Naruto smiled and bowed to Fenrix. I will not disappoint you or everyone in Konoha, I will bring Tsunade back to be our new Hokage. Fenrix nodded and bowed back to Naruto. As soon as that was over, Naruto walked out of the hall and was met by Jiraiya himself who was smiling at him, and the two headed off to find Tsunade, who Fenrix was already familiar with due to the fact that he had been informed on just who Tsunade was by chatting with both Jiraiya and Hiruzen. As Naruto gathered his supplies and money, he moved out and left his fortress home and headed off to the gates of Konoha where Jiraiya was already waiting for him. As the two left, Naruto hoped to head back home soon after learning this new Jiraiya promised and also being able to help in rebuilding his home of Konoha as well as building his clan, though he had no idea just how he was going to find a wife in order to get his clan started out. Little did Naruto realize that as soon as he got home, things were going to get very interesting for him as only half a day after he left. In the Hyuga estate. The Ashi had thought over his decision concerning the fact that there was a new clan led by none other than the one commanded by Naruto Uzumaki. The elder of head of the Hyuga family knew that his decision would change the future of the Hyuga clan and also someone close to him, the fact that this was by far the best way for his clan to grow, while Naruto's clan was new, it held a great deal of power and ability. It was something that no one could afford to ignore, let alone him. Naruto's clan was only starting out, but the power and ability that Naruto displayed in combat both in the Chunin exams and in the battle with the combined forces of Suna and Oto told him that if given time, the clan could rise to great stature. And as clan head of the Hyuga, there was a lot for him and the clan to gain, both in terms of alliance and in terms of strength. Of course Hiashi also thought of other things as well that involved his decision concerning his eldest daughter. You sent it to my father? The Ashi turned and saw his daughter Hinata who was there before him in perfect health. While he acted coldly towards her and had all but kicked her out, there was reason for his actions. He knew Hinata had the talent and skill to be a great ninja and user of the Byakugan, despite what others including Neji might believe. The flaw was that Hinata lacked two things, confidence in herself and her abilities, and the desire to succeed and improve, things that Hiashi knew were very important for a leader of a clan. That was why he pushed Hinata away, not because she was worthless, but she didn't fight for her true worth and make herself stronger. Yes, she trained herself harder, but without the will to succeed and fight for herself and her comrades, and to accomplish the mission to the best of her abilities, it would all be for nothing. Hinata had fought with Neji who had been easily beaten by Naruto with his Kekai Genkai, and he knew how much of an influence Naruto had on Hinata. While he didn't interfere with her life, Hiashi did keep tabs on his daughter to see if she had gathered the courage to stand for herself. It was when she was supported by Naruto that she began to grow stronger in her abilities and her confidence, signs that while it was still early, there was a chance that Hinata would be finally able to push herself to be better. And now it was time to surprise her. Yes, we have some other guests coming so I would like you to remain here for a while. Hinata nodded and then in arrived Kurenai, Kiba, Akamaru and Shino, as well as Neji and Hanabi. As everyone gathered and sat before him, Hiashi thought through his plans and decided to speak. Hinata, you will need to be ready to leave your team for the time being. Father? Hinata was surprised and so were the others, including Kiba and Akamaru. Kurenai was very curious about all this and wondered just what was Hiashi planning. Well, he was Hinata's father, she was Hinata's adopted mother after her real mother died, and while she knew that she had no authority here, she did have the right to speak. Hiashi-sensei, I would like to know the reason as to why Hinata must leave the team. Hiashi looked at Kurenai and replied. There is a reason for it, Hinata will have to get ready to be married. Hinata gasped. Married? Yes, as heiress to the clan, you have to be ready to be married to a prominent member of society to continue the Hyuga clan, which is why you will need to leave your team for the time being, so you can meet your soon-to-be husband and he will be able to meet you as well. This will take effect tomorrow and when it does, you will need to leave your team. Hinata tried her best not to cry, she had hoped to continue becoming a ninja for her team and impress Naruto and maybe tell him her feelings of love towards him. But now it seemed that she was going to be denied this chance for the rest of her life. being married to another hurt her like a kunai to the leg, but she knew as heiress of the Hyuga clan, she had to do her duty. Kurenai could tell that Hinata was trying her best not to cry, and as much as she wanted to comfort Hinata and help her, there was no chance of doing so. She was not of the clan, and this was not her business after all. Hiashi was head of the clan, and he had final say. The same could be said for Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino. The two ninja were not liking the situation a great deal, but they knew they could do nothing at the moment. Hiashi was perceptive of his daughter's state and knew that now was the time to speak when she spoke her turn as well. Hanabi was also very curious about what was going to happen now at this point. And the same could be said for Niji, as he was curious as to why he was involved in this situation at the moment. Hinata gathered her courage and spoke. "Who is it that I am marrying, father? I wish to know who he is at least." Hiashi smiled, and that was enough to surprise everyone in the room, and he replied. "You know Hinata very well, Hinata. In fact, he was then one who inspired you to train harder and even inspired you to fight Niji as well. And I know for a fact that you've had a deep admiration and affection for him when you first met him." It only took a second for the group to get the message on who Hinata was marrying, and the Hyuga heiress began to blush wildly, and it took a moment or two for her to finally find the words that she had thought. I'm going to marry Naruto-kun." Hiashi nodded and spoke. Yes, however, it is entirely up to both Naruto and Fenrix himself, as the senior warrior is Naruto's advisor and retainer, as well as teacher in the use of his Kekkei Genkai and personal bodyguard, and as I have stated, as Naruto is head of his clan, he decides. I have already sent a request to meet him in order to ask that he and Naruto consider you as his wife and leading the clan that he is now the head of, so do your best to prove that you can be part of his clan, and I have no doubts you will do well, Hinata. Hinata felt like she was going to faint dead away. Of all the things she had expected to happen, this was not one of them, but she dared not faint in front of her father and her sister. It was embarrassing enough already. Hiashi could tell from the blush on his daughter's face that she was in heaven, and despite his stern and focused demeanor, he couldn't help but show a slight smile, and then spoke. Hinata, I would like to point out that since Naruto is the head of the clan and is very much a desirable person now in terms of the marriage market, you may have to contend with the fact that you will not be the only one seeking to be his wife, and as you are aware that since he is allowed to have more than one wife to build his clan's numbers, you may have to be a co-wife if it comes to that. Do you understand me, Hinata? Hinata, still blushing bright red, nodded, and then as the meeting was over, Hinata and the others were left in the house, as Hiashi had to go and make some arrangements. As soon as her father was out of sight. I am going to marry. And then Naruto-kun. Hinata fainted. Kurenai knew that from here on out, she would have to work hard in helping Hinata deal with the fact that she was about to have her dream come true. She was going to be married to Naruto. She couldn't help but feel happy for Hinata. The Jonin decided to do her best in order to make sure that Hinata was ready in dealing with being with the fact that she was going to be married to her longtime crush. Niji had a feeling that the news of her being able to marry Naruto with her father's approval was sending his cousin to heaven. He was actually very curious how this would play out, but he would have a few words with Naruto concerning Hinata. Kiba couldn't help but feel very curious how this would turn out. Hinata always blushes to the point of being able to match the color of a tomato when Naruto was around and when he would speak to her on occasion. He always enjoyed teasing her, and now he was going to have a field day with this. And Shino, the youngest member of the Abiram clan, couldn't help but look at Hinata's fainted form with some level of interest. He had always been a good supporter of Hinata, and the fact that Hinata was getting her greatest wish right now, he was curious as to how Hinata would feel as soon as she and Naruto tied the knot. As for Hinata, she was currently having a field day in her mind on picturing how things were going to go as soon as she and Naruto were married and when they were alone. She couldn't help but feel even more joy in her heart. Her greatest dreams and deepest fantasies were coming true. In the Inyazuka household, Tsume was busy checking on the injuries of their dog Summons, as well as busy reading the reports of the recovery of the village. While she had no patience with such politics and reports, she was a Jonin and head of the Inyazuka clan and had to be up to date with the latest happening within the village and the results of the battle. The matriarch of the Inyazuka clan had attacked the village, but with the peace treaty reaffirmed, there was a chance to catch their breath. As she read the reports handed to the other Jonin, she read the report on Naruto Uzumaki's performance in battle. She had to admit that the boy's abilities had proven impressive and was a great sign that with more training, the boy could very well be a powerful asset to the village. She smiled at that and decided to take a good look on how things were for the rest of her family. Kiba was back in training with Akamaru, while Hana was back to work in the veterinarian clinic, and they were working hard at the moment, though Kiba was currently with his team as they had been called to the Hyuga estate. As she finished her reading of the reports and seeing that her summon was healed, she thought over something important. She knew that since Naruto was head of a new clan and a clan with exceptional power and ability at that, She was aware of the fact that sooner or later, Naruto would need a mate to rule the clan with him. Tsume had a feeling that things would be very interesting in the village in a matter of weeks and decided to see if marrying into the clan that Naruto ruled would be possible. She already knew who could be the one to handle that part. Her daughter Hana was by far a skilled member of their clan and also not as fierce as compared to her or Kiba, something that was surprising by many other people's standards, considering herself and Kiba. Tsume might be a fierce and strong fighter, tough and unyielding as well, but she cared deeply for her family, and the one thing she wanted for both Hana and Kiba was that they would be able to be happy and keep the clan safe. Hana would be a good candidate to join Naruto's clan, but she knew it would not be easy. She would have to speak to her daughter about the matter and see if she agrees with the idea, and no doubt Kiba needed to be informed of the decision as well. Tsume knew that forcing her daughter to marry was an option, but she was not that kind of person. She cared deeply for her family, and forcing them was only as a last resort option. Hana might be gentler compared to her and Kiba, but she was as fierce as well and needed to be told properly what her options were. It was up to Naruto to say yes or no after all, as head of his clan, he had final say on the matter. Kiba and Naruto, as far as she knew, were almost the same. They were loud, passionate, and very confident of each other's abilities. The way the two would act if they were brothers-in-law was going to be something that was going to make her laugh. It was then that she heard the arrival of Kiba, Akamaru, and Hana, as well as Hana's nin dogs. "Mom. We're home." As Kiba arrived and got off his jacket and placed it aside and Hana went to the kitchen to make some food for them to eat, Tsume nodded and gave both her son and daughter a smile. It did her heart good that her family was still together, though she had no husband to help raise her children. Tsume was young when she was with her lover and when he left. No doubt being unable to handle her aggressiveness, which was not limited to the battlefield of course. It was hard to raise both Hana and Kiba when he was born, but being a tough woman on and off the battlefield, Tsume did her best, and both her children didn't disappoint her, though Kiba did it first. Her son however grew to be a good ninja in Akamaru, and Hana was no slouch either as she had proven in the battle with both sound and sand. As the dinner was finished, she decided to bring the subject to the table after asking how Hinata was doing. "So Kiba, what's been happening with Hinata recently?" Kiba sighed as he ate the meat stew that his sister made. His sister was not that much of a cook in some respects, but she got by fine in his mind and wondered when she would get hitched. In some respects she would do well with a boyfriend, though he never said that out loudly. Hana was a good enough cook and was gentler than their mom, though her ability on matters that were not in the battlefield or in veterinary medicine wasn't really that good either. Yet another thing he would never say out loud, especially in front of her. "She has to leave our team for a while, her father's asking her to get married." "Really?" Both Hana and Tsume were surprised by this revelation. Hinata would sometimes visit their home, bringing a treat for the nin dogs and for Akamaru as well, something that the Inyazuka women found very nice, and they were very friendly with Hinata, and not just because she was the heiress to the Hyuga clan. "Yeah. The funny thing is, Hinata's going to love it." Kiba chuckled at the memories, and that surprised both Tsume and Hana, and he replied. "You know about Naruto being the head of his own clan?" Well, it seemed that Hiyashi-sama suggested that Hinata should marry him to make their clan aligned with Naruto's own clan and become stronger. At first Hinata thought that she was going to marry someone else, but when she found out about the fact that she was going to marry Naruto, she blushed an even deeper shade of red than before. After her dad left, she fainted. Me and Shino had a heck of a time waking her up, and she was still happy to the core. Hana smiled at that. She too was aware of Hinata's deep affections for Naruto, and to know that she was getting married to her long-time crush was something that must have really made her happy. "That's good news. Hinata must be really happy with the news." "I see. Well then, I have some news of my own as well. And what you just told me will make this a lot easier to say. I just hope you two are ready for this." Both Hana and Kiba were curious as to what it was that their mother was going to tell them, and then Tsume spoke. "Hana, I was thinking about how come you have not found a boyfriend yet." Hana blushed at that and spoke to her mother. I haven't gotten that far yet. I noticed, and frankly I am very curious about that and somewhat worried." "Why?" Tsume decided to be both serious and humorous at the same time. This was too good a chance to miss for some laughs. "For one thing, you are certainly an attractive sort and it surprises me no male comes here to talk about asking you out or ask my permission, and as a mother that worries me, are you by any chance not intimately interested in men?" Hana blushed bright red as she was quick to understand the hidden meaning of the question. Kiba was wondering what that meant as he was not that sure what his mom was referring to. "Mother. I don't think of other women like that. I do like men, it's just finding the right one that is the problem. There aren't that many prospects, and I have so many duties in the clinic to have the time to look for a boyfriend." Kiba then spoke. "Besides that mom, they would have to be able to be seen as a good guy, and I for one, am not going to let some idiot be the one who's going to be my sister's other half." Akamaru barked in agreement with Kiba, and that served to amuse Hana as well as Tsume. Thanks little brother, but still, I want to know why you are so curious mom. I'm your mother Hana, I at least deserve to know how your life is, and one thing I want apart from seeing you two as strong members of our family is for you two to be happy. Hana, you're already in the age to be out with a young man, I'm really curious on how it would be when you find a man worthy of your time. Hana wondered what brought this on in her mother, and it was enough for Tsume to finally drop the bomb on the two children she had. She had been able to figure out how to allow the Inuzuka clan to grow stronger through alliances. Besides, this could actually work out in the long run, as she knew that despite her slight lack of domestic skills, Hana could learn well enough on her own. I recently decided to think about the news that Naruto Uzumaki is head of his own clan, and I had gotten into thinking about that. This got the attention of Hana and Kiba as Tsume then spoke seriously. I plan to send forward Hana's name to the Council of Konoha to allow her to try and marry into Naruto's clan. Of course it will not be easy, and it would seem that Hana will have to compete with Hinata in order to be allowed the chance to marry Naruto and be part of the new clan growing here in Konoha. Kiba looked at his mother with wide eyes, and he looked like he had just been sucker punched, while Hana was flabbergasted at the news that she had just been given at this moment by her own mother. However, she was not going to be silent for long as she spoke. Mother? You can't be serious about this. Naruto is supposed to be the same age as Kiba. I'm too old to be married to someone as young as his mother. It's not right. I know, but from what I learned, he is a lot different than when he was still a kid. I can bet you would have a lot of fun with him. Besides, from what I've heard from the others, he is already going to become prime material. Besides, he's certainly not looking like a young kid anymore. But now Hana, that is my decision, though that is up to Naruto and his guardian Fenrix if they will allow it. Kiba's reaction to the news that his sister was going to be married to Naruto was fairly straightforward. Since he did exactly the same thing Hinata had done previously. He fainted. Akamaru tried to bring his master out of his unconscious state, the puppy knowing full well that his master was going to blow a gasket when he woke up. Hana on the other hand was still blushing like mad, trying to figure out what had prompted her mother to suggest that she get married of all things. As for Tsume, she was laughing, she had never had this much fun in years. In the village of Sand. The interim village council of Suna was busy recalling the need to be able to repair their alliance with Konoha after the fighting between their forces. Though Konoha had been weakened, the council knew that they were at a disadvantage with the fact that the people of their village had not only suffered major losses, but had been duped by Orochimaru, and their leader was dead. As it stood, they had to do their best to mend their alliance with Konoha to avoid a possible war. While they did have good ninja, they didn't have the numbers advantage that the forces of Konoha had over them. We have to make some needed preparations on how to make sure that we give enough proof to Konoha to prove our sincerity in fixing our alliance with them. One council member then spoke. I still find it hard to believe that they had beaten us. Exactly what went wrong? You still wanted the plan made by that backstabbing Orochimaru to succeed, knowing full well that he had tricked us into attacking our allies. Of course not. It just does not make any sense to me how someone of Gaara's abilities and a unique power was defeated in the battle. Was there any sign of how he was defeated? As the reports were handed to them, they could tell that Orochimaru had really fooled them that Konoha was weak and complacent. True, they had surprised Konoha, but they were quickly beaten back in full force, and then they reached the report that highlighted the defeat of Gaara. It seems that Gaara was defeated by one named Naruto Uzumaki. He defeated Gaara. Yes, Temari was there to witness the battle, and she said that Naruto was able to use all 5 elemental chakras to fight Gaara. Apparently he was able to change elemental affinities with ease, allowing him to adapt to the foe he is fighting. Are you saying that this Naruto Uzumaki was able to use all 5 elemental chakras and could use them in any order he wishes? That is impossible. Baki report said otherwise. In his battle with Hyuga Neji of the Hyuga clan, this Naruto was able to switch elemental chakras with shocking ease and unleash all the elements. He was even able to use Kage Bushin to create a force of various elemental chakra wielding Kage Bushin to deadly effect. He used that same style of attack on Gaara. Only with over 25 Kage Bushin in combat. And with each having a different elemental chakra type that he unleashed, Gaara was nearly killed by this lone ninja. He was even able to unleash 1,000 Kage Bushin in combat with Gaara, though they were not able to use the elements. 1,000 Kage Bushin, no ninja could produce that many Kage Bushin. That is just impossible. No, Temari herself saw this event when she was there watching the fight. This Naruto Uzumaki soundly defeated Gaara and nearly killed Gaara in combat, something all of us never thought was possible. That was true, ever since Gaara wielded the Shukaku in battle, no one in Suna thought anyone could defeat the young ninja of theirs, but that was proven false. Not only was Gaara soundly defeated, but he was nearly slain, something that was considered impossible by all in the council. How much do we know about Naruto Uzumaki? One of the council took out a much-needed file from a folder, and there was Naruto's recent data and the previous data from before, when he had taken the Chunin exams in the first half. They also had all the data that they had concerning his abilities during the Chunin exams as well as before and after he became a genin. Naruto Uzumaki was born an orphan, had been isolated and raised under the watch of the late Hokage. There are no records of his parents, he is shown to have not very good scores in the academy, and apparently had failed the graduation exams of the Konoha Academy at least 3 times. However, he was rumored to have mastered an A-rank jutsu, which is the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and was allowed to graduate as a genin from the academy. His teammates are Sakura Haruno and the last of the surviving Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, and their Jonin sensei is none other than the copycat ninja of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake. He is rumored to be the worst student that the Konoha Academy had and even is considered to be something of a class clown. However, he is looked upon favorably by the former 3rd Hokage before his death, along with several other ninja. Class clown and the worst student, he mastered an A-rank jutsu before he was given the rank of genin, and the fact is that as far as I am aware, no genin has been able to accomplish that yet, even Gaara and his siblings have never mastered a jutsu like that before. Doesn't that state that there is more to this young man than what is stated? What are you suggesting? Obviously they had been keeping this young man a secret from all of us. Think about it, why reveal that you have a boy in your village with such a powerful Kekkei Genkai as his? Unless you reveal it during a special event such as the Chunin exams to show their strength and the fact that they had this ace in the hole with them, they must have forged his academy records to make seem like he was weak and ordinary, but then the time came for him to unleash his true power. He did so in the Chunin exams, and then in the battle between his village, and with both us and Sound. If these are to be of any indication, he could very well become the next Yellow Flash or even surpass the Yellow Flash. Aren't you overreacting to this a bit? I am not. If this Naruto could control all 5 elements and summon these mini Kage Bunshin and display enough power to not only defeat Gaara but nearly kill him, shows that he is no ordinary force to be reckoned with. The fact that he could be able to summon toads is also a sign that we cannot ignore this. According to Tamari's report of the battle, when Gaara transformed into the Shukaku, Naruto was able to summon the largest toad she had ever seen, and the toad wore a jacket, a long dagger, and a pipe with a scar on the face, as well as all over his body. I don't need to say who this toad is since we all know him, and to also throw more fuel in the fire, he had just gone with none other than the Sannin Jiraiya to look for Tsunade. And we know that Jiraiya had trained the Yellow Flash in his youth, and if he is going to train Naruto who has this Kekkei Genkai, then this Naruto could very well be a warrior who can crush anyone who is an enemy of Konoha. If he has that power now, imagine how he would be as a full-grown adult ninja. The others were silenced by this, they all knew the 4th Hokage or Konoha's Yellow Flash, who was one of the most skilled, feared and respected shinobi to have ever stepped out of the village of Konoha. Even among allied ninja villages, the name brought both fear and awe in the people who heard it. The thought of this boy becoming more powerful than the Yellow Flash was a very disturbing thought, and if Konoha had decided to attack them in retaliation for breaking the alliance, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves from the onslaught. If this boy could already summon Gamabunta of all things in a battle and Jiraiya was training him, then there was no telling how much of a powerhouse of a ninja they would be fighting against. One elderly council member then spoke seriously to the rest of his fellow council members. This is very disturbing news, to know that such a ninja like him exists now and is being groomed by both Jiraiya and Kakashi. This could spell the end for us all if Konoha went to war with us. We have to prove to them that we are willing to do whatever it takes to strengthen the alliance with them. You are right, we have already made restitutions to repair the damage our forces inflicted on their village, but what else can you suggest? I know of one move to give us a chance and be helpful for all of us. I have recently learned that he is head of his own clan, but he is the first only of his clan, and therefore, he would need a wife to rule his clan. Are you suggesting we send one of our own female ninja to be part of his clan? Yes, it would be very beneficial for all of us. This can prove that we are sincere in maintaining our alliance with them, and in turn with the marriage, we can at least be assured that the bond between our villages is much stronger than before. The council had to admit that it was a fairly good idea if one of their female ninja was married to Naruto Uzumaki. It would ensure that they would be under his protection and also ensure that the alliance between their village and Konoha would be a lot stronger than before. It was finding a suitable candidate that would prove a problem, as names of viable female ninja were being tested and a good number didn't exactly make the grade. It was then however that Tamari's name came up, and the second that happened, that started another round of discussion. We can't possibly hand over Tamari, she is our strongest genin here in the whole of the village, second to her brother Gaara, and she is the daughter of our late Kage. I know, but since she is the daughter of our Kage and is the eldest, she is a good candidate for this, and they would accept our pledge to strengthen ties with them. What you are suggesting is a mistake. We need a peace treaty with Konoha, we cannot just hand them over one of our best ninjas and let them have a powerful family of ninjas. Listen and think this through, if they accept then they would know we are serious, and when that happens, the fact will remain that the clan would have family here in Suna, and that would make it hard for them to attack this village, and if they do have powerful ninja, which I have no doubt they will, the ninja could be Hokage, and with the fact that they have ties with Suna. Then we could rest easier knowing that the Uzumaki clan will defend our village if it is in grave danger, as they will see this as their own home as well. The others had to admit that the reasoning was fairly solid in that regard. As for the blonde kunoichi in question, she didn't exactly take the news lightly. Temari was very much in a furious mood, but despite her temper, she didn't attack Baki who had delivered the news. She had just gotten back days after the battle with Konoha, and now just when things were getting back in order after learning of their father's death by Orochimaru's hands, this news came up to bite her by the neck. I'm supposed to what? Baki knew that this was going to be a problem, as despite Temari's desire for peace and her reluctance to fight Konoha, she was not someone to cross, and while he was a jonin, Temari was one of the strongest genin in the village, seconded by Kankuro and surpassed by Gaara himself. At this moment, the jonin wished he had better news, as well he understood the direction and reason behind the decision of the council, he would have hoped that it had been planned out a bit more, instead of being rushed. But he had to deliver the news either way, and while he understood that Temari was far from pleased with the news she knew that it was a valid option. Out of the three Sand siblings, Temari was the most intelligent and diplomatic-minded of them all, and that was saying something already as she was skilled in diplomacy as well as politics, more so as she was the daughter of the Kazekage. That made her a very viable part of the plan that the elders and council leaders had come up with. I believe you already have an idea as to why that is the case, Temari. The blonde was still unhappy with the news before her, and she wanted to whack Baki on the head with her fan, despite the fact that she knew doing so was not going to solve the situation. She had just gotten over the fact that she had seen the changes in her little brother, and the fact that their father had been murdered and replaced by Orochimaru all this time, and now here she was. Being offered to make an alliance permanent between Sand and Konoha. She however was not blind to the truth of things, even if they had somehow defeated Konoha, they would have been no doubt severely weakened by the fighting and would be easy pickings for the other ninja powers in the land. Despite the decrease of their missions, the ninja forces of Sand were not easy to defeat and they did have numbers on their side, though apparently Konoha was more fit and ready for combat than they thought, no doubt due to the faulty intelligence handed to them by Kabuto and Orochimaru. The other smaller ninja villages would try to expand borders and powers, while the others would destroy their rivals, either way it would end in another great shinobi war, and she knew the level of carnage and suffering the last one had and shuddered at the thought of it happening. It galled her to know this, that she was being used as the sacrificial lamb, and she decided to speak. I know that, but why me? Can't another Kunoichi be selected for this? Believe me, Temari, it was not something the council agreed on easily, I even argued with them that you are too valuable and more to be lost, but they insisted on the matter. Besides, being the daughter of our late Kazekage does add more weight and truth to the desire for peace between Sand and Konoha. If they send you to be the one for this alliance by marriage, then the leaders of Konoha will know that we are serious about this alliance, and this will prevent them from launching a counterattack on us for breaking the alliance. Temari knew that there was truth to that, as the daughter of the former Kazekage she had considerable influence as well as prestige in the village of Sand. It still called her that she was going to get married and at such a young age too. She was well aware of the idea of arranged political marriages and knew that there was a chance she was going to get dragged into one at some point in her life, she just never expected it to be now. She couldn't find fault in the logic of the elders, but she had a chance to make things right for herself and her family. Gaara had changed, and she saw a chance to be able to make themselves a real family after their mother and father were now dead. Despite her fear of Gaara, she loved them as they were the only family she had left in the world, but if she didn't do this, then the war she feared might happen. If they hurt you, I'll make sure to make them pay. Temari and Kankuro turned to their brother Gaara, and it surprised her and Kankuro that Gaara would say such things as the guy would normally not care at all about things unless there was fighting involved. Temari turned to her little brother and spoke. Gaara, you really mean that? Gaara nodded and spoke with absolute seriousness. I mean it, if they hurt you then I will make them pay for it. Temari could sense that Gaara was being very serious about his choice of words. As for Gaara, the feeling of being held by his eldest sibling in a loving embrace was different, it was warm and soothing, quite different than most, and he wondered if this warmth was really the kind of love that gave life meaning. He knew he had never been much of a sibling to either of them, and he had a lot to make up for in this case, now that he had his eyes opened. As that was over, Temari had a feeling that she was going to be alright at the moment, so there was no need for her to panic, at least not yet. As she gathered her composure, she then directed her attention to Baki to find out a lot more details on when this marriage was supposed to happen. Aki however replied that they were still going to have to wait for the answer of Konoha if they would allow the idea of a marriage by alliance to take place, and Tamari spoke that she only hoped that if she was actually going to go through the idea. Aki then replied as he was informed by the council just who they had in mind for Tamari to be married to, and he had to admit that the very second he was told who Tamari was going to be married to, he was quite literally floored by the news. He would have understood it had it been one of the noble clan families in Konoha. But a newly formed clan led by that person was unexpected. I think you've already met Tamari, in fact, you, Gaara and Kankuro have already met him. Tamari and her siblings thought it over, and then the blonde elder sibling asked the question. Is it one of the Chunin exam participants? Yes. Tamari thought it over and recalled the data she learned about the male members of Konoha's most promising clans. There was Niji Hyuga of the Hyuga clan who she already met though not formally. There was also that lazy but undeniably talented and intelligent guy from the Nara clan who was named Shikamaru. There was also Kiba Inuzuka from the Inuzuka clan, Chouji Akamichi from the Akamichi clan. And there was the last of the Uchiha clan, the one named Sasuke and the one that wounded Gaara. The first was not really the kind of guy she liked, he was good looking, but seemed very stern and serious all the time. The second was not very appealing to her, as she did find it hard to swallow the idea of having to marry a guy like him. The third choice was a bit much, though he was wild and passionate in what he did. The next was not the least bit appealing as she was not planning to be as big as that guy was. And the last choice was not very appealing to her now. Well, the guy was handsome, he was arrogant and had a one-track mind, and she found those traits unappealing, despite how prestigious it might be to be part of the revival of the Uchiha clan. So who in particular am I supposed to marry anyway? Is it one man from the already established Konoha clan families that we know about in the records? Aki shook his head. The one that the council is considering for you to be married to is head of a newly recognized clan in Konoha, and you would recognize him well enough as he was the one who defeated, and forgive me for saying this, nearly killing Gaara in combat. The one you're going to be married to in this alliance by marriage is Naruto Uzumaki. As the blonde sister of Gaara and Kankuro heard that, she recalled the mammoth battle between her brother Gaara and Naruto. She had never seen that level of power before in one place, and she recalled just how fiercely the battle had been between her brother and that blonde kid who she met in the beginning stages of the Chunin exams. She didn't think much at first. But after the semi-final she took notice of the changes, and then the battle between Gaara and Naruto was something she never thought she would ever see in her lifetime. Kankuro had no idea of the battle, but only after what Tamari had told him, and seeing the severely exhausted state of Gaara was proof that this blonde who they met had soundly beaten Gaara. It scared him to know that there was someone far more deadly than Gaara, and now it seemed that if this marriage thing worked out, that same guy would become his brother-in-law. He also wondered how Gaara was going to take the news that their sister was going to be married to the very same guy who had nearly outright killed him in combat, something that no one here in the village thought was possible. Gaara then spoke out of the blue as he already had his take on the matter. I approve of that. Tamari and Kankuro were surprised greatly by that. As they looked at their youngest sibling, Kankuro had thought that Gaara would be downright furious with the idea of being related to the guy who had fought with him and nearly killed him in combat. But he seemed utterly at peace with this whole thing. That in itself was unsettling to the middle sibling of Gaara and Tamari. He was still trying to get used to this version of his youngest brother, being calmer and a lot less bloodthirsty. It was as if the battle with that blonde ninja had changed him inside and out as well. And the usual terror people felt around him seemed to have greatly diminished. Despite not being into politics like his sister, Kankuro was able to understand that if Tamari was married to someone as powerful as Naruto Uzumaki. But still, Gaara was alright with Tamari being married to the guy who nearly killed him. That made no sense in his mind as he looked on at Gaara. This also made Tamari very curious as well. She had never seen Gaara like this before. She was starting to like this version of her brother, but this threw her in a bit of a loop. By all rights, Gaara should have disapproved of the idea right off the bat. Any brother would be furious at the idea of their sister being married to a guy who beat them, yet Gaara was not only angry, but approved of the whole thing. Gaara, are you sure you are alright with this? Naruto Uzumaki is a good choice. But he nearly killed you. That is in the past. He's not a bad Tamari-Nisan. Tamari was surprised by that and the fact that Gaara had just called her big sister. This made her wonder even more just what was going on here. Aki had to admit that the changes in Gaara were going to take a lot of getting used to, but it seemed that things were going to be alright. Now all they had to worry about was how to deal with the results. However, he also knew for a fact that Tamari was not going to be alone, and he coughed to get the three's attention. Now before we start taking this further, there is something that you will have to be aware of. As Naruto is head of his own clan and its only member at this point in time, he is allowed to take more than one wife to help the clan grow, and there is no doubt in my mind that a number of families in Konoha itself will be expressing interest in marrying into his clan. Even more so with the Kekkei Genkai he possesses. So there will be no doubt in my mind that there will be competition at first, so keep that in mind. For all we know, Temari might very well end up as a co-wife, so we will have to wait and see how things develop. Temari had to admit that this was getting to be something that she had no idea about. Either way, this was going to be something she was not going to be forgetting anytime soon. Kankura was really having a hard time imagining the whole thing happening before him. In the Konoha village council chambers, Amura and Kohane, along with another handful of council members, looked at the incoming reports, and several most of all, as they discussed the formation of the new clan in Konoha, naturally named Uzumaki. They had read the report on Hiyashi's decision to allow Hinata to marry into Naruto's clan. That was highly unexpected as the Hyuga clan were among the noble clans of the village. Then in came the report that Tsume of the Inuzuka clan was placing forward the name of her eldest child and only daughter Hana as another potential wife in Naruto's new clan. And just recently a message coming from San stated that they were wished a marriage alliance to strengthen their ties to Konoha, and they were offering none other than Temari at that, and she was to be married to Naruto as a member of his clan. Suffice to say this didn't always suit well with everyone in the room, as some of the people there were not looking very favorably at Naruto, and they had something of an axe to grind on him as well. However, they were faced with a very unique situation. They all had seen Naruto's powers in action during the Chunin exams, as well as the invasion of both Sound and Sand, and while they had to admit that they were impressed to some degree, they were not very happy with Naruto's sudden rise in status. They looked over the current report on the decision of Sand to offer this marriage alliance carefully, and then they directed their attention to Danzo. The elderly man with bandages looked at the report carefully, his keen mind trying to see any signs on the document to show that this was no trap. After a few minutes, one of the elders spoke to Danzo. "Is there anything that tells us that this is a lie?" Danzo shook his head at that. "None whatsoever, this is genuine." Amura then sighed as he looked at the window, and at a certain location in general, they knew that Jiraiya and Naruto had already left half a day before to locate Tsunade, to ask her to take the place of Hokage. After Sarutobis' death, the elderly council member and former teammate of Hiruzen knew that Jiraiya had a point. Compared to him, Tsunade had the clout, intellect, and heritage to be Hokage of Konoha. However, he was not very happy with Tsunade's willful and defiant nature, despite his respect for the great-granddaughter of the first Hokage. However, times were tough, and that was the best option for the time being. They needed a strong Hokage, and Tsunade was as strong as they came. Of course there was no doubt that there would be friction between Tsunade and Danzo as soon as the time came. I guess we cannot dismiss this matter. If they are serious about this, we have to decide if we can accept it. Kohane nodded at Hamura's words and spoke out her own opinion. It's hard to believe that they are willing to let Temari be the one to seal this marriage alliance. From what the reports say on her, she is the strongest genin they have, not to mention she is the daughter of their former Kage. That is understandable in most cases. They wanted to prove how serious they were about this marriage alliance to fix ties between us and them. Besides, considering Temari's standing in the village of Sand, it would make sense that she would be chosen. If they were going to send someone without the right kind of ability, as well as standing in their village, it would not look well on their part. Another council member named Kyosuke then replied. It still is hard to imagine her being married to that Uzumaki kid, and she is not the only one as well, since Hiyashi has placed forward his own daughter Hinata to try and be part of the new clan that Naruto is head of, not to mention that Tsume is also offering Hana to take a chance at being part of that same clan. It would be difficult if things get out of hand for this new clan, especially with him being the clan head. Danzo however replied. We cannot interfere with that now, even if we wish we could, as the law cannot be overwritten. Even if we could somehow convince Tsunade Hime to do just that, Naruto Uzumaki is now head of his own clan and therefore is able to do what he wishes as clan head. Besides, while some of you dislike him, I personally thought he would make a powerful asset to the village when he was properly trained into a weapon, especially with the Kyuubi under his command, but I was overruled at that point. However, we now have to consider that apart from the Kyuubi trapped in him, Naruto now has access to a powerful Kekkei Genkai, and I have no doubt that when given time and training, he could very well become a deadly force in Konoha itself. This would make him a very valuable asset in his own right. Not to mention the children born from those marriages could very well become powerful ninjas with great abilities, not to mention amazing levels of chakra. So we're not only having a powerful weapon in Naruto Uzumaki, but a breeding machine to make super-powered ninja. That's being barbaric, Danzo. Kyosuke said in slight disgust. He was no fan of the old practice of breeding ninja generations. Such things were supposed to be outlawed in that case. However, the results were undeniable as truly exceptional ninja were indeed born of the breeding programs. However, despite his slight dislike for Naruto, he found the idea of the boy being reduced to making children appalling. Danzo nodded at that and replied. Maybe, but that is a possible outcome of the events that led to this point. We are not going to force them to conceive children right now, we have to follow protocol on this matter. We cannot tell them to have many children right now, but it will be done gradually. As the others considered it, the bandaged man thought over the situation. The children born from Naruto's clan could be quite powerful in combat, and they would prove to be more than able to keep Konoha from being attacked, and with the right action, they would be powerful allies. The former ninja also thought over how he could be an influence on the children in the near future. There was no chance of doing things directly, but his years of ninja experience taught him that there were other ways in doing things. However, he had a feeling that with Fenrix about it would not be as easy as some of his other missions in the past. Fortunately, he had resources at his disposal to help him in his plans for the future of the Uzumaki clan, as well as the children who would be born into the clan. In Naruto's fortress home 2 days later. Fenrix was currently in the outer courtyard of the lands that were under the ownership of Naruto at the moment when he was able to sense the approach of several ninja. The senior dragon ascendant had a feeling that something of great importance had just cropped up for this many people to coming in this direction at one time and to this place of all things. He had been out to enjoy the sunlight as well as helping the newly reborn kin get used to being alive once more as he and the reborn former Sound Kunoichi looked at the new arrivals. As soon as he recognized several of the Konoha elders as well as several other people, the senior ascendant had a feeling that this was far from a social meeting. The former Sound Kunoichi had no idea what was going on and she could only stare as the people came closer. She had a feeling that things were going to be very interesting today. She had accepted being a ward under Fenrix's care and compared to her fellow genin in life back in Sound, being under Fenrix's wing was paradise and she was in good hands. She had no intention of going back to Sound and decided to make her life as the newest adopted member of Clan Uzumaki. As the senior ascendant looked at the people before him, he had a feeling that things were about to get rather interesting for his charge as soon as Naruto arrived back into Konoha. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos.